need to go a bit higher. Like, it's good, but it's got to be better because of the numbers, and we're still on the amber radar. Alright, the amber alert is on, which means we have to power tap. So, I know you're probably busy, you're working, but I'll need you to please help. Let's repeatedly tap on the screen. That's the way to keep the live going. And it's good to have everybody here. G Viral, thank you for the likes. Debo Udola, good to see you, sir.
Thank you for being here. Good afternoon, sir. Yes, my family.
Jai, thank you for being here. Amobeko, good afternoon, sir. Yes, my family is fine. Esheo, thank you very much for that. Perizim,
everyone who has repeatedly liked this live.
Concilium, T, everyone who has repeatedly liked this live. Thank you very much. Kenny, Khalid, thank you so much for your support. Ogbeni Agbe, thank you very much. Please let's all power tap and share the live. Right, we want to get on the FYP and also get out of this amber situation. All right, so we can be green. Let's go green again.
To be sure that YouTube is fine.
All right, I'm just gonna check to be sure that YouTube is fine.
And we'll have a lot to discuss. The news itself.
We're gonna have a fantastic session today. We have a lot to discuss. The news itself has a lot to talk about, and then of course the topic of today, which is how ethnicity has affected Nigerian politics and how it's still affecting Nigeria's politics. We're going to get into all of those things, but please let's just quickly share the live on the different platforms, right? And then we can get right into it. We're going to have a fantastic time today, I'm very sure of that. But again, just give me like 1 to 2 minutes. Let's quickly do the normal thing we do. But please, if you're here, kindly power tap. Please power tap, share.
Thank you. Numbers are going up.
Thank you. Numbers are going up, so thank you. Just a second. Okay. Good on YouTube.
All right, thank you for joining us on YouTube as well.
All right, thank you for joining us on YouTube as well. Reith Kanguli. Interesting name. I'm very well. How are you? Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rotimi Kayode.
1 more minute and then we'll get into this. Good afternoon, Mr. Rotimi Kayode.
So we have our folks on Facebook.
Thank you for joining us. All right, so we have our folks on Facebook. We're good on Facebook. We're good on YouTube.
just one more thing. Let me share this on
That is good. Okay, just one more thing. Let me share this on Twitter and then we can get started.
By the way, once we are doing it together,
Kó ba lè dáná ni, má bínú o.
we are all doing.
By the way, once we are doing it together, I won't have to apologize because that means that we are all doing it together. So it's even cooler that way. I'll mean Joba. Hearing to the like.
Few more seconds, I will be done.
Few more seconds and we'll be done.
Good afternoon, Empress One Day. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
How are you?
Empress One Day. Good afternoon. How are you?
Thank you for joining us.
Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Now we can start the countdown. Let's start from 15.
Now we can start the countdown. Let's start from 15 or 10. 10 is fine. So mo ti ń kà nínú ara mi báyìí sí.
Okay. We made it.
Okay. We made it. We made it.
Good.
We made it. We made it.
That was a treat.
All right. We're good.
So yeah, good to be back here.
was
Thank
a
you very
treat.
much for joining us. Concilium says we have hit our mandate.
So yeah, good to be back here. Thank you very much for joining us. Concilium says we have hit our mandatory thank you. No, I came up before we got to thank you. I came up before. I'm not even sure we had 4K when I came up. So
Roy, Rex,
mi ò gbà.
Rex.
But thank you. Thank you.
Rex. Look for me. You guys should sit down in one place. But you don't start now. We don't start since now. All this greeting, everything we did now, part of.
But you know start now. We don't start since now. All this greeting, everything we did now, part of am na part of am. Part of am is part of it. Arelare Jokotolopa. We've been at this all the while. I'll marry Joba.
I lecture me, I come here. I'm a part of am now.
I lecture me, I come here. And a part of am now.
I'm going to start with an announcement
So,
as you know,
I'm going to start with an announcement from the Oyo State government.
Western region, Southwest.
As you know, I like us to do a lot of stuff about Western region, Southwest. After all, charity begins at home. So the government is launching the Subnational African Continental Free Trade Area Implementation Strategy. And they have been, we're going to know more about it in the coming days, but I think it would be nice if we just listen to a bit of it. Just give us an idea what this whole event is about. And then you can also research more and find ways to take advantage of it. Because like I always say, a lot of things are happening, but for some reason what makes the news is people's venom and negativity. So let's take advantage of all these things, all right? But in order to do so, we're going to need information. So here's the information. Please take a listen to this.
Hey, are you looking to expand your business to a global brand just like Mr. P and Mrs. T? Well, come closer.
The Oyo State government, under the leadership of His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde and the African Continental Free Trade Area (AfCFTA).
Mumbo, is it little? I just use a better internet service provider.
Hey, are you looking to expand your business to a global brand just like Mr. P and Mrs. T? Well, come closer.
The Oyo State government, under the leadership of His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde and the African Continental Free Trade Area (AfCFTA), have your solution. At this point, I bet you're wondering how. Well, for a small medium enterprise, the AfCFTA is the key to transforming small businesses from a local player into a potential Pan-African brand, providing access to a larger base. Wait, did I hear you ask how does this improve the living standard of you and I? Well, the Oyo State government has keyed into the AfCFTA agreement to expand their market and businesses across the continent.
In simple terms, the Oyo State economy is about to witness an
opportunities. Your product showcase globally, job creations, and an incredible increase in our gross domestic product, the GDP.
I want my to travel abroad to take the
You can be a part of this movement. The Oyo State government, in partnership with the AfCFTA, will officially launch the Oyo State Subnational African Continental Free Trade Implementation Strategy on the 12th of September 2025. The venue is the International Conference Center, the University of Ibadan in Oyo State. In Oyo State, we set the pace.
I saw that online and I felt I should share it with
All right.
governors.
I saw that online and I felt I should share it with you. Looks like our governors are doing some things, and we're looking forward to progress, in different states in the southwest, and of course the country at large. Omobeko, you said something earlier. What did you say?
It's not the trouser of police.
You say body is body, the trouser of police. It's not the trouser of police, so Olopa. Oh, that's why you were laughing. Larry. By the way, I don't know if you've seen this video of Dr. Tunde Adegbola talking about that particular aphorism, Larry Shokoto Olopa. The Olopa is, according to him, and I think I will play it because you should hear him say it, but according to him, it's not about Olopa as in place. It's about the measurement of fabric. Yeah, cotton for power. Yeah, so Olopa ton fi won so tó bá ṣẹ́kù wọ́n ní ààrẹ láre. Yeah, so aṣọ tó fọ̀pá wọn tó tán ti fi ọ̀pá wọn wọ́n ní tó ṣẹ́kù yẹn ààrẹ náà láre kan fi kún.
And this is what he said.
And I think the deeper thing is that before, and this is what he said, and of course, he's an authority. Before we started using Okpa in Yoruba land, we used Awe. I mean, that's what my mother calls it. Awe. So if you want to buy Ofi, for instance, Awe melo lo ma ṣe fìlà. Awe melo lo ma ṣe pèlé. Awe melo lo ma fi ṣe ìró. Awe náà fi hun aṣọ. So ó dẹ̀ ti ní bọ́n ṣe máa ń ṣe àwọn tó máa ń hun Ofi. So you use that as the unit of measurement, right? But by the time the colonialists came and they started bringing bales of clothes, we didn't use bales, right? We use strips, so to speak. So we have a strip of Ashofi, and so many strips will make you a trousers, a pair of trousers. So many strips will make you gilly, and so on and so forth. So this time around, instead of Mafmalo strips in, Mafmalo aware, they are now going to have to measure the fabric, and I think you still see the Okpa in the market
So what he
today.
was saying was
Ọmọ àlọ́ Okpa
tó
yẹn
bá
ti
fẹ́
ní
ra
bí rúlà ní
aṣọ
ogun.
wọ́n ti ń fi
So
ọ̀pá
no
wọn.
máa fi wọn.
Ó lè jẹ́
So
pé
what he
nǹkan tó
was
kù
saying
lára
was
bẹ́ẹ̀
that
yẹn,
tí
nǹkan
wọ́n
tó
bá
kù
fẹ́
lára
ra
igi, tó kù
aṣọ
lára
tí wọ́n
tó
ti ń
kù
fi
ńlẹ̀.
ọ̀pá wọn bẹ́ẹ̀, ó lè jẹ́ pé n tó kù
In
lára
other
bale
words,
yẹn,
bí òun
n
ṣe
tó kù lára igi, tó kù lára tó kù ńlẹ̀.
and nǹkan tó wá wà ń bẹ̀ wá tí
In
wọ́n á
other
gbé wá
words,
bí
maybe we want to buy
méjì.
like one and a
So
half or
normally,
one three
wọ́n
quarters,
pé wọ́n dé one
and
three
nǹkan tó wá wà
quarters
ń bẹ̀ wá
yẹn,
tí wọ́n á ń dọ̀ bí
they
àbí
give
méjì.
you what
So
you
normally,
actually
once you want
purchased.
they want three quarters,
So the
they should
buyer could
cut
say,
it and then give you
lára ẹ fẹ́lẹ́
what
náà
you
fún wa lè fi
you've
ṣàpò,
actually
that kind of
purchased.
thing.
And
So
so the
that's
buyer could say,
basically
are the lare fele no kun ale fi ṣàpò, that kind of thing. So that's basically where the aphorism
when you put that stuff out,
is
certain
from.
people
So
will
arelare
say, no, it's
shokoto.
Onipa. I'm like, if it's
By the way,
Onipa,
when
why
you
not
put
say
that
Shokoto?
stuff
Why say
out,
Shokoto?
certain people start saying, no, it's onipa. I'm like, if it's onipa, you will not say shokoto olopa, they will say shokoto nipa. So it's not about entosopa. According to some people, it's about entofiopa one asho. So yeah, that's about that. But thank you for telling me the area a bit.
A lot of things have happened in the last few days.
Oh, where do we even begin? A lot of things have happened in the last few days. There is this petition against the person who was trying to appropriate, or who is trying to appropriate Yoruba culture without giving credit. Because again, we are one Nigeria, so people can be stupid, but apparently you can't be stupid for that long. So a lot of people are pushing this stuff, right? And again, I think it's better to mention it. It's not about the spelling of Owambe, which is why it's quite funny that some people have gone on Wikipedia and there's so many editions, revisions, so many editing, right? People are editing the page Owambe, changing the spelling, and that's it's appreciated because sometimes you have to do that, but it's not really about the spelling. It's about the effrontery to take what belongs to others without crediting them. Meanwhile, whatever it is that belongs to you and your people, you are very, very careful to make it very clear that it belongs to you. In other words, to budget it here, you don't have to think about it twice to essentially tell the whole world this is all ours. So when it belongs to others, you can't just take stuff. And I want to quickly say something. There's a set of people who maybe in their mind they think they are elites, but no, they're not elites. They're not very smart people who say things like, these people that are doing this thing, they are hungry, or once you, because it's going to be happening in Ikoyi, and it's class, and classism. Like, what's wrong with this one? These are people who are trying to belong. These are people who are desperately trying to belong and think that by being passive or by pandering to others, that's how you define elitism. No, that's how you define stupidity. You're not elite.
The point is that
you're very small-minded humans. Just parading yourself around because you're wearing batik. The point is that it has nothing to do with class. It's just about culture, because when it's all said and done, everybody reverts to where they're from. And that's why the person who is staging that stuff is writing boldly. He's writing Igbo boldly on the fabric that she's creating. If ethnicity is not that important, why is she writing it on a fabric? When people speak on things like this, you hear people on social media saying, "Oh, see what Tinubu has caused. See what politicians have." It's not about politics. And that's what people say when they want to be unruly and they want to do things with anybody without any consequences. Like, you've got to understand it's commonsensical. Like, you do something, you be material, you acknowledge the source of that stuff. That's all. There is no big deal about whether something is classist. And by the way, all these people are always saying all these funny things on social media. Your time is coming. Meanwhile, let me also say this. I see this on social media, on Twitter especially. I will say something about it. Now, I don't agree with people just insulting, anyone. Obviously, I don't think it does a lot of. I don't know if there's any positive that really comes out of that. However, I think it's quite nauseating when. So you have situations where you are told Yoruba women are this, Yoruba women are that, Yoruba girls, they measure their body parts and say all kinds of things. And those who consider themselves, I don't know whether they are friends or they belong to the same movements. whether it's political movements or ideological movements or gender movements, some of these ridiculous things are going all about. When they talk about your women, you are quiet. As soon as people begin to speak on even things that really matter, like this thing about cultural appropriation, that's when you remember that we are one Nigeria. You're not very smart. And you're Yoruba, but they can drag your women, drag your men, drag your culture, insult your obas, insult your anybody, they can do it. But once a Yoruba person speaks up, that's when your need to prove that you are Nigerian now begins to come on you. You're not very smart. You're not very smart. And again, I think there's a lot of self-esteem issues going on. And again, when we say self-esteem issues, it's not about whether you are educated in the UK or in the US or you have money in your bank account. That's not what it is. You are mentally bankrupt. You can't have conversations beyond your... There's no self-awareness. There's nothing to fall back to. There's nothing that makes you different from the other person. The person who is telling you to forget your past remembers their own, which is very smart. But you are the naive one that thinks that being Nigerian means you should lose everything. You are the one that it will affect eventually. And I'm saying this specifically to Yoruba people. When people talk about this, it's not about spelling. People care about spelling, but that's not the real deal. It's not that. It's the fact that you will take everything. Like you're having an event and 80 to 90% of what you're talking about is Yoruba, but that's the culture you cannot mention. That's the word that is difficult for you to open your mouth and pronounce. But you can mention where you are from, even though what that part of the thing is contributing to, what that your identity is contributing to the whole thing is minimal. But guess what? You can be proud of where you're from, but you have to also acknowledge the things that you're trying to use. I don't think this is in any way, unless you are, I don't know, there's no big deal about this, just basic common sense. I saw something online. Let me just share with you before we get deep into some of these things. I thought it was quite interesting, really. Prada had made this lovely sandal, right? And then Indians went against it. Let me read to you the article. It's from the Guardian UK. Prada accused of cashing in on Indian culture with Kolhapuri-inspired sandals. So what did Prada do? The fashion house acknowledges work of traditional artisans after accusations of cultural appropriation.
This is happening between Prada.
It's how the world works. It's not about these people are tribalist. This is happening between Prada, the European company, and India. And it's published in the Guardian UK. There's another one. This one is from AP, Associated Press. Mexican-American designer apologizes for Adidas sandal design, accused of cultural appropriation. The person designed something for Adidas, but apparently
the sandals of the Mexicans,
it's based on something from on the sandals of the Mexicans, right? On the sandals of Mexicans, the Native Americans in Mexico. The point of all of this is about just evolve as a human being. Like this one now, it happened in America. Because again, there's some people who think they're educated. Any small thing, be anything like in sinner climbs, all these things don't happen. You guys are low vibrational. Once they learn one or two words from New Age, they think they know what they're talking about. And it's New Age, gender, affirmative, whatever. They think they don't know nothing. This is Europe, this is America, and these are people talking about appropriation. And why would they say that? Because of something so basic, which is simply acknowledging. Just acknowledge it's respect. But if you're from places where you are not raised properly or you're not properly raised, you don't have the idea of what it means to just respect a person because you can't even bow to someone before you. That makes you feel small. So let's make it very clear, while I don't agree with people who are going overboard and insulting and everything, the basis of what they are saying is very, 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 very correct. You can't appropriate people's cultures and still look down on them and still insult them or just act as though they don't exist.
Yeah, let's all
Yeah,
leads me to
let's
something quite
all
interesting.
know. Let's know what we're doing.
This whole
Which, by the way,
there's a group
leads
of
me to
people who
something
now
quite
went ahead and
interesting.
said, "Oh, you know what? We have
On the
this our
backs
own
of
fabric."
this
It's
whole
not just the
conversation,
fabric they're shouting
there's a
about
group of
in
people who
Yoruba.
now went
This
ahead and
this
said,
Nigeria is
"Oh, you
Yoruba.
know what? We have this our own
Say, no,
fabric.
I think that they are used
You
batik.
know,
So
it's not just
and
about
said,
this
"There's no
Adire that they're
this is
shouting
we have
about in
our
Yoruba
own."
land. Listen, Adire is Yoruba."
Call it Akwete or something like
He
that.
said, "Oh
There's
no,
different names for it.
so I think it's Adire, use batik." So somebody came up and said, "No, we don't even need all of those things. We have our own." They called it
Fact is that I
Akwete or
call it
something like
Akwete
that.
is
Here's
also
the crazy part.
Yoruba. Let me tell
That
you
one that
something.
they're calling Akwete is
Without
also
having to say certain things,
Yoruba.
there are certain people whose
Let me tell you something.
understanding of clothing
Without having to
came
say
in
certain
the
things,
last
there are certain people whose
decade.
understanding of clothing came in the last
Without being specific, the point is,
few decades.
if you see me now wearing brocade,
Without being specific, the
right,
point is, if you see me now
I don't have
wearing
to
brocade,
prove that
right?
it originated in Yoruba. Like all those things are
I don't have to
just signs
prove
of
that
underdevelopment.
it
Just to be
originated
honest.
in Yoruba land.
That's why
Like
I
all
said
those
it
things are
doesn't really matter how much
just
you
signs
have in
of
the pocket
underdevelopment, to be
or how
honest.
schooled you
And
are.
that's why I say it doesn't
Your
really matter
education
how
is
much you
lacking, so you
have in
don't
your
really know what
pocket
you're talking about.
or
You're always sounding
how
very
schooled
low.
you are.
Old school,
The education is
we're talking
lacking,
about
so you
Asho
don't really know what you're talking about. You're always
Asho
sounding very low because
And I was telling here before,
you're talking about
this sort of
Asholono.
design is very similar to what
Asholono,
you would find
apparently,
in with the Akwete.
and I
Sorry,
think I've
with
said
the
it here
Kente.
before. You know, if you see the
Kente of the
design, it's
Ghanaians
very similar to
and
what you would find in with the
what they
Akwete.
call
Sorry, with the
appropriate in the
Kente,
Igbo. And they go to Igbo
Kente of the
board from the
Ghanaians,
Ijaws. The
and
Ijaw board
the
from Ijebu,
what they call
and it was
Akwete in
sold in
Igbo, and
exchange
they go
for
to Igbo land through the
certain
Ijaws.
commodities that I
The
don't want to
Ijaw
talk
bought
about.
from
But I'm
Ijebu
sure you know exactly what I'm
and
saying.
then sold in exchange for certain
Ijebu
commodities that I
associated
don't
with
want to talk about.
Portuguese, and
But I'm
Portuguese
sure
then
you know
sold to
exactly what I'm saying.
Ghanaians, inspiring Kente in
The
Ghana.
Ijebu also sold to the Portuguese. The Portuguese then sold to
Niger
Ghanaians,
Delta, they will call it
inspiring
Ikaki.
Kente in Ghana.
But the Niger Deltans will tell you that that
In
Ikaki that they
Niger Delta,
have
they will call it
is
Ikaki.
actually from the
But the
Asholono
Niger
that
Deltans
Ijebu
will
have,
tell you that that
that Ijebu
Ikaki that
produces,
they have is
which is
actually from the
commonsensical. Like if you
Asholonon that
see
Ijebu
me
had
wearing cashmere,
or
it's
that Ijebu
definitely not from
produces,
my backyard. It's
which is
just,
commonsensical. Like
it
if you
doesn't take
see
anything from
me wearing
anybody.
cashmere, it's
Right?
definitely
So
not from my backyard. It's just
Adriel,
it doesn't take anything from
Akweteo,
anybody, right?
whatever it
So
is that you're always holding on to is
Adireo,
just a joke. Let me read something to you
Ati
from
Akweteo, whatever it is
British
that they're
Museum.
holding on to is just a joke.
This
Let me read
section
something
of
to
the
you
reading
from
Textile. So
the
this one is
British
called
Museum.
Color and Creativity Across
All right, this section is on
Continent.
African
It was made in
textiles.
2003.
So this one is called
John Gill defines
Color
and
and
explains
Creativity
the
Across the
origin of
Continent. It
Akwete
was made in
cloth.
2003.
Akwete looks
And John
similar
Gillo
to
defines and explains the
Abia.
origin of Akwete
All of
cloth.
those things were
Akwete looks
inspired
similar
by
to Kente.
the
All of
Ijebu
those things
Asholono.
were
But let me just read this to you.
inspired by
Ijebu Yoruba
um,
specialize in weaving a cloth that
the
is known in
Ijebu
the Niger
Asholono. But let me
Delta
just read this
as
to you.
Ikaki,
The Ijebu
meaning
Yoruba
cloth
specialize
of the
in weaving
tortoise.
a
That's because
cloth
he used the
that is
tortoise
known in
as
the
the
Niger
fabric
Delta as
motif.
Ikaki, meaning
Consisting of
cloth of the
3 or 4
tortoise. That's
strips
because he uses the
sewn
tortoise pattern
selvage
or
to
tortoise motif.
selvage. It was
Consisting
often
of
traded
3 or 4
eastwards to the
strips
people of the
sewn
Niger Delta.
selvage
It
to
was traded in the
selvage.
town of
It was
Ndoki
often
in the
traded
mid-19th
eastwards to the
century
people of
and
the
is
Niger
said to be
Delta.
made
It
by
was traded in the town of
women and weavers
Ndoki,
in the
and in
nearby
the
village
mid
of
19th
Akwete,
century, copies started
traditionally
to be
woven in
made
dark.
by
I'll take that
Igbo
again.
women
Traditionally
weavers in the
woven in
nearby
darker
village of
colors,
Akwete.
red, blue, green,
Traditionally
purple,
woven
and
in
black,
dark,
are now
I'll take that
popular.
again. Traditionally woven in
And this
darker
particular
colors,
textile is
red,
from
blue, green,
1950. It was acquired
purple,
in
and black, are
1956.
now popular.
I don't know if
And this particular
don't worry,
textile
once I
is from
put out the video, I'm going
1950.
to
It
put
was
the
acquired in
pictures there. Right, so
1956.
you see it. So,
I don't know if you're. Don't worry. When I put out the
let's
video, I'm
start
going to
the
put these
video.
pictures there.
I'll
All right,
see.
so you see it.
Let me for something that
So
make it even easier.
the Akwete that the Igbo,
It's a bit dark.
I'll see. Let me for something that will make it even a bit easier for you to
Once
see.
I put out the
Oh,
video, you'll
it's
see
a
the
bit
pictures
dark
there.
though.
This one is a bit dark.
Don't worry. Once I put out the video, you'll see the pictures, right?
I
This
just
one
think
is a bit dark.
it's weird, right? That people
I just think it's weird,
bent on
right? That
denying reality just because of ego.
people
If
would
you didn't have
be
it, you didn't
bent
have it.
on
It's always said that
denying
Akwete didn't have an
reality just because of
The
ego.
only issue
Like if you
is
didn't have it, you didn't have it.
reason
There are
as
certain
to
things that
why
we also
people
didn't have, and
decided
it's
to
okay.
develop.
The only issue is,
So to be
delusions.
clear,
So you're
whether you choose
outside to become Nigeria.
and by the way, there's nothing
Color
wrong
my
with whatever you
shower.
want to do, but whatever
So
you do,
to be clear,
acknowledge the source.
whether
So
you choose,
whatever you are doing,
and
as far as
by the way,
fashion is
there's
concerned,
nothing
you
wrong
need to
whatever you want to do, but whatever you do,
yourself is
acknowledge the source. So whatever you are are doing as far as fashion is concerned, most likely is not from the southeastern part of Nigeria. it would have come from somewhere else. Because we know what happened in 1857. And it was around that time or after that time that this thing got into some parts close to Ndoki. And that's not even to say that the entire Southeast had it. They didn't. Which is the reason for the edict in 1963 that was passed by the parliament. Again, these are the things that make you tell history, but I don't want to tell about that kind of history. It will sound bad, so may I not go into them. But let everybody understand where they are, and then we can all move forward and do well in Nigeria. But to be very clear, you can't take what belongs to others. I'm after Boju sort of like, no, if you're using strong head, say, are we not one Nigeria? No, not like that. If you take something, acknowledge the owner. God bless you. All right, let's come back home. So this is Dawn Commission now. The Southwest economy remains predominantly service-driven, with Lagos leading at 84.95%. Ogun, Ekiti, and Ondo also show a strong reliance on services, while agriculture plays a more significant role in Osun, Oyo, and Ekiti. Industrial contributions remain modest, with the highest share in Ogun at 16.99%. Overall, services from the backbone of the region's GDP, supported by agriculture and services form the backbone of the region's GDP, supported by agriculture and industry. There's a chart here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in the Redomi channel. No, I'll put it in both global and carrier. So the Yoruba people, we have a Yoruba channel, you can also see that. The reason I talk about this thing is so that we can take advantage of we can know where we are and then know where to plug in, right? Know where to plug in. So, for instance, from this document, we can tell that Lagos leads as far as service Southwest is primarily or predominantly service driven. It's good and bad.
You spelled it, so you are correct.
Can you spell the Redomi, please? You literally just spelled it.
So it's good and bad. It's good that, of course,
you spelled it, so you are correct.
You have a very educated populace, so you have a lot of people.
So it's good and bad. It's good that, of course, you're educated, you have a very educated populace, so you have a lot of people, working in the service sector, banking, insurance, tech, and so on and so forth. But we also have arable land.
We're not self-sufficient.
And if we're talking, if we're looking at the way we are, we're not self-sufficient. We don't have food sufficiency. Let me put it that way. And that's a minus. So in case you're interested in investing somewhere in Yoruba land, think of these things. We have a lot of virgin areas, so think of where you can plug in. Services is 4.95, which means you have a very strong, educated, young populace. But you also have to know that, okay, if it's not that one, no, there's agriculture, there's industry. So they focus on those three: agriculture, industry, and services. And they looked at Ekiti, Lagos, Ogun, Ondo, Osun, and Oyo. I'll put the details, the link on the Telegram channel. So please take advantage of that. You can get more information. Again, all these things just to help us understand how we can take advantage of what's happening in our space. And by the way, if you're on Redomi Carrier, that one is the exclusive Yoruba group. We opened a new section. We call it opportunities. So if you find anything that can help, like what we just discussed right now, we'll just drop it there. And you can also drop it there. It's open to everyone. Unlike Redomi Global, you can type that in that one. That Redomi Global, we used to allow people to type, but I discovered that a lot of people had agenda. They're just writing all kinds of things. So we said, let's just leave it the way it is. So it's like a notice board for now. When it's time to open it up, we will do so. But please take advantage of the materials that we're putting there to help you understand Nigeria, especially the southwestern part of the country. All right, thank you very much. So it's there right now. Let's get back into the news. By the way, there was a question in that thread, and I think I should quickly read it just to understand it. Somebody asked, what's the difference between Dawn Commission and the Southwest Development Commission? And the commission was kind enough to answer. Dawn Commission was established by the 6 Southwest states in 2013 as a dedicated institution to manage their regional integration and development affairs. SWDC is a creation of the federal government. So somebody says, thanks for the response. If I may ask again, do their functions overlap? Dawn Commission responds, they have the same purpose, but different but complementary roles. Dawn Commission is a think tank, while SWDC is a project delivery agency. Now, we've had these conversations before, but it's important to also remind us. Dawn Commission was created. Thankfully, we have a 12 years head start, right? Policy formulation, all kinds of ideas that they've developed. SWDC should be plugging into the things that they've created. I think that's what's going to be happening going forward. So we're looking forward to the fantastic things in terms of projects that Southwest Development Commission will be delivering in the coming months and years. All right, moving on swiftly. Like I said earlier, a lot of people have petitioned the Commissioner for Tourism, Arts and Culture in Lagos State on this whole appropriation matter. Different groups are petitioning different agencies of government to ensure that this whole cultural appropriation thing is properly dealt with. So I see a number of them. I'm not going to mention any group, but there are many. And I think it's important that we have this kind of engagement with.
This is a better way.
This is another one. It's
going to lead me to something else.
And this is good. This is a better way. And let me also say this. This is going to lead me to something else.
Nigerians should be very careful.
I think Nigerians should be very careful. I think all of us should be very careful. We don't want to see what happened in some parts of the country happen in the Western region. And the fact that Yoruba people don't go that route doesn't mean that they are not able to. We are not incapable of violence. We just don't think it's the smart thing to do. And personally, I think it's not. That's what we are called a peace-preferring people. But I think there's a group of people who think somehow that means that the people are weak. No, not weak. Please, let's be giving ourselves a break. I like the fact that everybody is reporting to the government. There are petitions. I'm seeing petitions from different organizations. I've seen like 4 different organizations that are writing to the government. But I think it's important for people to also check themselves. For instance,
what I said earlier, I was saying it offhand. Let me read some things to you. Then I'll go to.
What I said earlier, I was saying it offhand. Let me read some things to you. Then I'll go to.
I'll connect the two. Let me finish this one first. So somebody had put this thing on Twitter.
I'll connect the two. Let me finish this one first. So somebody had put this thing on Twitter.
Talking to the girl that appropriated material is very beautiful, more than the material.
Talking to the girl that appropriated material is very beautiful, more than the material they are dragging you for. They say, bring pride to your people. You are an Igbo lady, and you will forever be an Igbo lady. Now, like I said earlier, the Akwete is talking about is also Yoruba. And then this particular image, let me show you now. This particular image. So people are using it on social media and everything. This particular image.
Let me return to you about that particular image. It's going to be a lot easier if you're watching it after you've edited.
Let me return to you about that particular image. It's going to be a lot easier if you're watching it after you've edited. But let me return to you. This is the description of the image that the Igbo person is saying belongs to them. This is the description of that image. Nigeria, early 1960s. Woman wearing clothes with designs derived from Ijebu Yoruba, Asho Olono. Possibly a version woven in Akwete. Photo by Nancy Stanfield. Honeyman Museum Gardens. Courtesy Nancy Starfield and Honeyman Museum Gardens and so on and so forth. So the point is that the ones who took the picture acknowledged where the pictures are from, but the children that were not properly raised are the ones who are always saying they possess it. They don't. These things are Yoruba designs, and it's okay. We love to share. It's beautiful to share, but it's terrible to steal. We want to share, but you want to steal. All right. So Asholono is a traditional Yoruba textile known for its intricate geometric patterns and cultural significance, particularly among the Ijebu subgroup. The term Aṣọ translates to cloth with patterns in the Yoruba language. Aṣọ is an hand-woven fabric that can come with motifs like the chameleon, the tortoise, like I mentioned earlier, and so on and so forth. So it's important to start making these things clear so that people don't also steal that one.
Again, if you didn't have it, don't
And
feel
there are documents on this, but it's not today's topic. But again, if you didn't have it, don't feel shy. You can use it, but don't call it yours. That's all. Don't be shy. Just be wise.
Now, something else is brewing in Lagos, and again,
Now,
people have also
something else is brewing
the government
in Lagos, and again, a lot of people have also written the government on this particular matter, and we are hoping that the government will take care of it as soon as possible, because I don't think some people actually mean well for their ethnic group or members of their ethnicity, and it's quite shameful. Dr. Yomi, good to see you, sir. Dr. Jameta. All right, I think some people are not very wise, and I'll tell you what I mean by that. Let me look for that news item. It's a group of people who are, let me read to you. I mean, this is nonsense, by the way, but let me just read it out to you.
You are specially invited.
Special invitation. You are specially invited to the unveiling of the prototype of 1.5 billion naira palace of Obi of Lagos State, and celebration of his first Ofala festival, New Yam Festival. And then they went on to write the date. They want to do this on Saturday, the venue, the time, and so on. Project includes office complex, event center, guest house for Igbos in distress, shopping plaza. And the clowns also wrote their phone number, the Chibuike Obi of Lagos State, Chief Chibuzo Ani, their phone numbers there.
May we not have to.
May we not have to.
The Lagos State government has been informed of.
Let me put it this way. Let's say it this way.
I like how you
the Lagos State government has been informed of these things,
King, who also
and I like how Yoruba people are handling these matters. There's a king who also wrote, their lawyers were also talking about this particular thing. Just pushing back is essentially without going violent or fighting anybody. But I think it's important to say this, especially if you are Igbo. Please grow up. Feel like other human beings. Evolve. They cannot be complaining about you all over the world and you think they hate you. Why would you want to have an Obi of Lagos State? Are you dumb? To do what now?
Somebody says on YouTube.
Do you have two kings in one town? Somebody says on YouTube. Person says. Sorry, somebody says something like. It says last now violence will give answer to this kind of nonsense. I hope we don't go that route. And that's what the North had to do. That's why no matter how crazy the Igbos get, they would never say these kind of things in the North. Never. But do we have to have that kind of thing that happened in the 60s? Do we have to have, it happened in 1940s, it happened in 1945, it happened in 1953, it happened in 66, it happened in 67. Do you want to have that same thing happen in Yoruba land before you actually wake up to understand that you're supposed to move like a human being? Which one is you want to have? Obi of Lagos, you want to have a palace?
What kind of nonsense is this? Like,
are you not?
Supposed to be calm,
what kind of nonsense is this? Like, and the funny thing is this: the ones who are supposed to be calm and who are supposed to be wise would not speak against this. But once you speak against it as a Yoruba person, you are the tribalist, you are the bigot.
Because they have to tell you
but
several times.
Does this even look like what a human being would do? It looks like the work of a goat. Like, because they have to tell you several times, don't do this, but you constantly do it like a goat. Somebody wrote here on YouTube, even the Europeans who raided and allegedly stole artifacts still acknowledge the origins. That is how we know about the famous Benin bronze mask. Thank you. Yeah, Muludun, thank you.
Sickening. And these are things that could cause wahala.
It's
Like,
sickening.
It's not just skin, it's not just.
And these are things that could cause wahala. You'll be like, it's not just skin, it's not just
Palace, it's not just a king.
yam. Okay.
They're complaining about this all over.
Sorry, it's not just the palace, it's not just a king. They are complaining about this all over the place. It's in Ghana. Ghanaians are still complaining. Then, in fact, I saw a video from Ghana the other day. I was just wondering how madness can be hereditary. I'm not mentioning anybody, but sincerely, it's crazy.
This is just ridiculous.
I think I should play this thing just so you understand the fact that it's not like people hate. This is just ridiculous.
Take a listen to this.
When 2025.
I thought everything.
Anyway, take a listen to this. This is happening in Ghana. I thought everything had died down, Abi, but apparently not. Take a listen.
Ghana is not a land for you to be pouring libation. That's true. Stop pouring libation on our soil. Stop it immediately. You are not a Ghanaian.
Yeah.
And also, I've told you, say you want to do Yam Festival.
Yeah.
With all due respect to you and to the Igbos, cancel that Yam Festival. There is nothing called Yam Festival in Ghana. You don't farm Yam in Ghana. Yes. You don't have Yam in Ghana. Yeah. Go back to Nigeria and do your Yam Festival. Not even in your house that you live can you hold any festival called Yam Festival. Ghana is not a land for
So I'm beginning to say you can't, have Yam Festival in Ghana, and it's because of these actions, this primitive mindset, this clannish way of doing things. Anyway, while that is going on, we thank God that we also have good news from Ghana. This time is from Alhaji Ahmed Rashid Tunde Ali, who just became Ghana's ambassador to the UAE. By the way, he's Yoruba. This remarkable achievement is not just his alone, it's a victory for the entire Yoruba community in Ghana. It speaks loudly of who they are and how they are viewed by their hosts, a people of excellence, hardworking, loyal, and of high leadership qualities. I'll just read this thing from modernghana.com. Give me a second. President Mahama swears in 18 new ambassadors. President John Dramani Mahama has sworn in 18 individuals as Ghana's ambassadors, high commissioners, and consul generals, urging them to serve with diligence and integrity in order to strengthen the nation's diplomatic relations. The ceremony held yesterday at the Jubilee House forms part of Ghana's ongoing efforts to foster international cooperation and promote the nation's interests abroad. The list of appointees are Mr. Victor Emmanuel Smith, Ambassador Washington, D.C., USA, Ms. Mavis Amafrimpong, Ambassador Paris, France, Mr. Jamal Baba Mohammed Ahmed, High Commissioner Abuja, Nigeria, Dr. Komas Tim Jehu Appiah, Ambassador Moscow, Russian. Let me just go to our own. Alhaji Ahmed Rashid Tunde Ali, Ambassador Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. That's how you do things. That's also how you know Bibire. You back me. Bibire o se fowora. Bibire ko se fowora.
While these ones are moving organically, assimilating completely into the culture, becoming a representative.
While these ones are moving organically, assimilating completely into the culture, becoming a representative of Ghana, not for Yoruba people, but for Ghana.
Kingdoms and palaces.
In the UAE, you are busy setting up shops or kingdoms and palaces. Why?
The only good thing
It's a shame.
all over the world now, they know.
The only good thing about this thing is that all over the world now, they know They know our ethnic groups in Nigeria now. They're not just saying Nigerians, they're mentioning different ethnic
I
groups.
saw a report from somebody working for the government
But Lagos said, I mean,
about how
I saw a report from somebody working for the government
state government has
talking about how the matter is, is with the Lagos State government has got rid of it and they're going to do something about it. So I'm looking forward to that because only if I job more,
this is what is happening.
only if I job more.
By the way, when the governor of
Meanwhile, back home, this is what is happening back home in the east. Let me play. By the way, when the governor of Enugu did something good, I said Dabi. So I don't have any problem with sharing good news from any part of Nigeria. But this one is happening there. Maybe it's good news to some because money is involved. But take a listen to this.
Your Excellency, let me quickly clarify this. You say that when pregnant women give birth in your facilities, they get 500 naira. Is that correct?
500 naira, yes. Yes, at the backpack.
What is the 500 naira for, sir?
Free delivery, they give you 500 naira to it could be for anything. Are you asking a poor woman what she will do with 500 naira? Some people don't have it.
Those are the people that want to teach you about good governance. 500 naira to new mothers, right? You get 500 naira. So you travel from that place. I mean, God bless your trip. You get to your land and then you teach your people good governance.
Meanwhile, this nonsense 1.5 billion rubbish.
Meanwhile, speaking on this nonsense 1.5 billion rubbish, Lagos chieftaincy law gives governor the final say. Section 23 of the proposed law, Section 23 outlines severe penalties, including a 2-year custodial sentence or a fine of 5 million naira for anyone who installs themselves or others without the requisite approvals. This would be nice. The one they sent to Kirikiri, is it back? Because it's important. Maybe they've forgotten that one. Again, Aaron, they love me, Aaron.
That's what if you call
Aaron, Eure. That's what if you call Aaron.
Is it there? Is it in Kirikiri? Is it?
Or Ewure.
You'll go and meet him there. Both of them should be.
He's still there. He's still in Kirikiri. Easy. The Obi will go and meet him there. Both of them should be Easy and Obi of Kirikiri. And they will understand how things are going. And by the way, I'm just going to play something very short. In case you are here and you're wondering, why are we talking like this? Like, why? Like, are we not one Nigeria? There's some good news I'm going to share. But before we get into that, let me just play some things to let you understand. Again, the best of people from an ethnic group act this way, say these things. I'm not saying everybody there says it. I'm just saying that if the supposedly wise people, the educated, the illiterate, everybody sounding the same way, there's a cultural issue at stake. Take a listen to these videos. Just take a listen to this. Let me not say videos because now audio they listen to, but you go understand. Take a listen.
I was actually wrong to believe that these African sisters are so lazy. They are so xenophobic. And they're only good in opening their legs for money. Hey! Jesus! You will see one woman who will give birth to 1, 2, 3, 4 innocent children from different fathers just to get money from their government. And they will never use that money to give their kids food. Rather, they will use it to be drinking alcohol and smoking cigarettes. My dear, Nigerian women are the best now in Africa. Suka, Shin.
If you want to, all of these people are claiming to have a government of Nigerians. They are claiming
Ghana people? Who be Ghana people? Ghana people, na not get your door. Their face no show.
Even the face no show.
Nonsense rice when they cook. Now we get it down.
Nigerian jollof. No say, the whole Ghana.
You don't reach one state. They don't reach one state. How do they make noise? Igbo boys they talk, now they talk. Igbo boys they follow, they talk, now they talk. Muna for the calm down. Muna they teach you something.
That one where your papa get. How much you go sell them? That land.
We won't buy the full Ghana. You understand?
Bro, I won't buy Ghana.
We won't buy the full Ghana. When see me, I'll tell you now. We won't buy the full Ghana. We won't buy them. Not be saying we know they hide them again. We won't buy the full Ghana. How much now? Tell us the bill if you know what I'm saying. Tell us the bill. If there's in Benjamins in Naira.
They're just fucking lazy. We the East other Yorubas, they're just fucking lazy. We the Easterners will come down all the way from East and make money in Lagos. They will be there still begging us money for food. They don't work. You know, they don't work. Most of them, you know what I'm talking about. You know, they're just like that. Yoruba, they're just like that. You know, they don't like accepting their fault and they don't like working. Even in Lagos, we that come all the way from East, we met most of them in Lagos when we came. And we started doing well more than them. We started feeding them.
It's in case people want to join the
other Yoruba.
Someone from Yoruba land and someone comes to my city and I'm struggling. The person comes there, just within a space of 10 years, I will sell my father's land, my father's house to him, and then use 70% of it to do a wambe, and then use the other one to smoke, and then in 6 months I'm back to Omonile. I will commit suicide. Because it has shown that I am useless. It has shown that I cannot have any good impact in this world. And that is what happens with greater percentage of people that live in Lagos. They don't even know where they are. They are like slaves. They are like slaves. Some of them, they don't even know their mother because of the nature of the cultural exhibition and phenomenon of Yoruba culture. They are promiscuous in nature that they don't protect family lineage. So the person that they call father may not even be their father. They are in their youthful age and they have seen exactly the same pattern of life that their fathers failed is manifested in their own life. So sometimes when you look at it, it's not really something I take too personally. I see it as a bunch of failures. So that's why you will see someone that is living in gutter, living in areas in Lagos. Lagos is a cesspit.
In fact, we will pay to put it on BBC, CNN, all Fox News, Al Jazeera, so that people will start seeing all these things. Let us start changing the narrative. Men, you are doing what you are not supposed to do. Because if it's bigotry, we have to start doing the real propaganda. We have to start painting the color. We don't have to start bringing real stories. Real stories are not bigotry. We have to start bringing fake ones, give it highlighted headlines. In fact,
10 Igbo man is equivalent to 1,000 Yoruba men. Carry 1,000 Yoruba men, put for desert. Come back in the next 10 years, that place will still be desert. But carry 10 Igbo men, put for desert. Come back in the next 5 years, they go turn that desert to 10 Igbo man is equivalent to 1,000 Yoruba men.
You wonder why not one state, and all the states are just like Roman Palo, but not one state in the southeast is like Dubai, but 10 Igbo man, according to his wonderful English, 10 Igbo man are equivalent to, equivalent to 100 Yoruba. When things like this happen, then you turn around and say, oh, people hate me. Well, just a few more, then we'll move on. I'm just trying to make a point. I'll make my point when I'm done.
Man in Igbo lands, but there's lazy man in other tribes in the Nigeria. Average Igbo man looks like what he will eat.
You put them under the hustle, and everyone the hustle now. You put them under the hustle.
Hausa hate una, Yoruba hate una, Edo hate una, Ijo hate una, Ikwere o every tribe for Nigeria they hate una. Una not say my character they smell like rotting. Una never see ana. Una character they ooze, they smell like rotting. You guys are always playing victim cards. In fact, I dislike una. Hi God, I know not what to talk about. Hausa hate una.
If them put Yoruba man we poor and Igbo man we rich, if them put 100 of that Yoruba man we poor, I go choose that Yoruba man over that Igbo man. Honestly, because for me, I will never feel okay being in the same roof with an Igbo man. No.
No, and that's not the one I want to. I don't. I beg.
So this is what happens when you let them, when you become what you hate. You just become like them.
So this is what happens when you let them, when you become what you hate. You just become like them. So that's not what I'm trying. I don't want to play that one. The point is this.
The point is that you have a group of people.
The point is that you have a group of people, right? The elders and the children, the ones that have degrees and the ones that are, destitute, like the one who just typed in the comment section on TikTok. They all think alike. They are better than everybody. They have a right in everybody's places. But when you deal with them, you are the bigot. I'll just say that the way you are going,
No, it's the best way to end that thing. Someone says by the time Peter will become
is the best way to end that thing. Someone says by the time Peter Obi becomes president, we will let you know that Igbo land stretches from southeast to entire south-south till it ends in some parts of Lagos. Some parts in Benue are Igbo land, half of Kogi is Igbo land. Our land in Edo State is bigger than Benin City. We move.
I hope people know that these things are not just, there's no vibe, it's not that we're just talking.
I hope people know that these things are not just, there's no vibe, it's not that we're just talking. This is not cloud chasing. These are real issues, right? And people go suffer for Ramsha. I just hope that it doesn't get violent with the way people are moving right now, because it's just ridiculous. It's a shame. All right, let us move on to good news, because
Let's do some good news.
no, one news before we go. Yeah, let's do some good news, because these guys, their lives are just interesting. Let me not say something else. By the way, like I always say, I hold back not because you are worth it, especially the ones typing nonsense in the comment section. It's not I've muted you, by the way. I hold back not because you're worth it. I hold back because of who I am. You are descendants of retards, and what runs in your brain is nothing but slave mentality. Like you're locked into that slave mindset, and for you, it's generational. McDonald Uche, I'm talking to you. It's generational. Your problem is not even you. That's the problem. Like you are not even your. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It was passed to you. Like it's a generational issue. It's in your genes. And just pray for your children. If you ever choose to have any, that they will not go like you. Because something has to happen. Hopefully you marry somebody that maybe their genes are, that they have dominant genes. Yours should be recessive, because if you pass this on, your entire ethnic group is going to suffer for it in the next 20 years. You'll be like Nepal. Which takes me to Nepal. So something terrible, something interesting is happening to Nepal. I consider it to be terrible, by the way. People are calling it wonderful and everything. I want you to see something, right? just to give you an idea what certain people in Nigeria are celebrating on social media and what they are praying to have. My own prayer is just that, and this is my prayer, what they are praying to have will happen in their homes and in their regions, not in Yoruba land. And if they can't say amen to that, then that means that they are demonic. Right? But that's my prayer. Everyone who wants this kind of thing in Nigeria, in the name of revolution, should have it in their home state and in their family houses. And they should be able to say amen to that. Let me play you that video. This one is actually very, I mean, there are many other videos, but this is short and I think it encapsulates what I'm trying to say. Take a listen. I mean, watch this, please.
That's Nepal. This is really bad. This is really, really bad.
That's Nepal.
This is really bad. Let me play one more time. Just in case you cannot find. This is the most.
Let me play one more time, just in case you didn't see it.
This is the most devastating transition that you've seen today. This is the most devastating transition that you've seen today. This is really bad. This is really, really bad. So there's some people who are looking at what's happening in Nepal and saying things like, God, when? I've seen a lot of it.
So there are some people who are looking at what's happening in Nepal and saying things like, God, when? I've seen a lot of it. You know, they want to see what's happening in Nepal happen. Is this Gaza?
Yeah, this is Gaza. I'll play the one from. Thank you. Thank you. This is Nepal.
Oh, this is. Wait, oh. Yeah, this is Gaza. I'll play the one from. Thank you. Thank you. This is Nepal. Sorry, I just. Call on Shalno. Nepal is the man that was being beaten and drawn. Number. Number.
Oh, okay. Is this one? Sorry, I just want it. This is one.
Oh, okay. Is this one? Sorry, I just found it.
I think it's the Minister of Finance in Nepal.
This is the one that they're saying, God, when? I think it's the Minister of Finance in Nepal.
Right, so it's being dragged through the streets and everything. So somebody quoted that and said, God.
Right, so it's being dragged through the streets and everything.
Finance Minister dragged.
So somebody quoted that and said, God, when? Nepali finance minister dragged along the street by angry protesters.
Will not touch their governors. They will not
Now,
go and do this to
these people will not touch their governors. They will not go and do this to their House of Representatives members. Meanwhile, if you really want to have this secession thing that they say they want, they're supposed to be working with their senators and the House of Reps members. But no, they won't touch those ones. They are waiting for you. And I'm saying this specifically to Yoruba people, those who think that they are working for one Nigeria in the name of some funny revolution. They are waiting for you to destroy your own land in the name of revolution.
Do you understand?
Entity do you understand? They are not going to have the revolution in their own state. They want to do it in your own land. They want to do it in your own space in the name of we are all one Nigeria. My advice is this. Folks should go home and do it.
Does not need revolution.
Nigeria's problem is not revolution.
We need reformation.
Nigeria does not need revolution.
Let's talk about revolution. Ask them, once you finish,
we need reformation.
And you have dragged your,
those who talk about revolution, ask them, once you finish destroying everything and you have dragged your, there are some buildings here, I will see if I can find it. I thought it was one I played earlier, where they are burning down the parliament and the president's house and all kind of things in Nepal. When you're done burning everything down, what do you do next? They have no inkling, they have no idea how to build anything. You just want to destroy. You don't have to be smart to destroy things. Give a child, bottle of petrol, matches, everything is burnt. Like, you don't have to be smart. A lot of you are not very smart. All this revolutionary nonsense that you're carrying all over the place.
What happens after everything is
you will destroy the country, then what?
Can you build it? No. Do you have any plan?
What happens after everything is burnt down? Can you build it? No. Do you have any plan? No.
What's his name? Is the one that was president?
And you think the person that will come out from Agulu, what's his name? Is the one that was president, governor in Anambra? Is it the one that will now come and fix the country after you have destroyed it?
Was this not the same thing that happened in Libya, where they were dragged?
Do you even know if there are external forces at play? Was this not the same thing that happened in Libya, where they were dragging Saddam Hussein? where they were driving Gaddafi.
If you are young and you are this
What's happening in Libya right now? How cool is the place?
The next high. You want to be high.
If you are young and you are this exuberant, looking for like the next fix, the next high, you want to be high by seeing, oh, they're fighting, I want to go and fight. Use your brain. That's not what we need. We need to structure the country. It's happening, but then some people are not seeing it.
We are experiencing what we need.
Things are changing, literally. Things are changing.
Let's destroy everything.
We are experiencing what we need is reformation, not revolution, not all this violent, let's destroy everything because we want one Nigeria revolution now. All those things just sound good. They don't mean anything. Because once you are done destroying the country, the way you are talking, I know you can't even build your father's village.
In the hands of people who want to destroy your space.
You become willing tools, useful idiots in the hands of people who want to destroy your space. When the last one happened with NSAS, which I understand the reason for, but when it escalated, where was hard hit? Forensic Center in Lagos burnt down.
Why? Because you must show that
BRT buses burnt down. Why? Because you must show that we are fighting. We are the ones who will suffer this. So and they must do it in your own land because that shows that you are the detribalized Nigerian. Yoruba, Nigeria will be better. It's okay to agitate, but don't get used by people who just want to use and dump you. If it's, I mean, we are not perfect. We have a long way to go, and that's what we're talking about. SWDC and Dunn Commission working together to bring, progress. Of course, with state governors and everybody.
We need to go out sometime.
But we're not as bad as we think. I don't think we go out. We need to go out sometime. I mean, we go out. When I say go out, I mean we live. I know we live in different parts, but we really go out. Go out, just check, or even go online.
And the person who is coming to you, telling
the squatter is not perfect, but it's not as bad as you think. And the person who is coming to you, telling you that let's fight, let's destroy it, tell him what's happening in your house. It's not the same place where they're giving 500 naira to pregnant women.
But that's the person that will teach you about
500 naira,
the one that will make you fight for your rights. Burn everything down.
But that's the person that will teach you about good governance and is the one that will make you fight for your rights. Burn everything down. Aluta, Aluta Continua, Victoria, Asata. Tell them to go and burn down their estates. And they should make their government do something. But all this nonsense about Yoruba being the ground for detribalized Nigeria, no. We want something good, but we understand, we have sense that it's not by force, it's not by shouting, it's by understanding that this issue is systemic, it's structural, and has to be reformed, and things are happening. And one of the things happening, I'll read a few things that are happening at the moment. The president said this, I read this last week, but I'm going to just repeat a quote from him. State policing isn't just a policy idea, it represents a potential milestone in the evolution of the nation's law enforcement framework. If there's anybody who is talking about state policing now, it's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And I played a video where he talked about the fact that he's going to work on it, he's going to have it. And knowing what I know and what I've seen him do in the last couple of years, you can tell that he's more concerned about the structure of the nation than all this, fairity, like we say. Fairity just means that, the aesthetics, the things that make you look good, things that, the facade. We're going to the structural issues. So once you fix that, then you're able to have something better in society. And speaking of something better in society, somebody put this online. It says Stanbic Bank now has a mortgage of 9.75%. That's huge. And someone, says it's actually a government initiative. So the government is working with banks in Nigeria to help folks. I think I read this last week, to help folks access mortgage. And you don't have to live in Nigeria. If you're Nigerian and you're even living outside Nigeria, you can access it. You earn a salary, they're able to, tell, the basic requirements they have, you have it, you're able to meet the prerequisites, they will give you the mortgage. And they're also doing the same thing for cars, and they're saying they want to do that for Nigerian made or Nigerian assembled cars All right. So while people are saying things are terrible, like I always say, Bible says that when others say there's a casting down, you say there's a lifting up. I think it's important for us to understand the fact that there are good things happening around us and we can take advantage of it. It's not perfect, but it's not we're not where we used to be. And someone who is talking about how to get us there is Taiwo Oyedele. He's the chairman, Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. And he put out a statement yesterday talking about the Nigeria Tax Reform Acts. I'm going to also share this on Radio Me Global so that you can use the QR code to get more information on it. But the act was enacted on 26 June 2025, and the new tax laws are: number 1, Nigeria Tax Act 2025 (NTA), Nigeria Tax Administration Act 2025 (NTAA), Nigeria Revenue Service Establishment Act. Excuse me. And the fourth one is Joint Revenue Board Establishment Act. So it says 0% tax for a small company, defined under the NTAA as having an annual turnover not exceeding 100 million naira with a total fixed asset less than 250 million naira. In other words, if you have a company and your annual turnover is less than 100 million naira and all your assets put together is less than 250 million naira, you will not be paying tax in Nigeria as a company. There's provisions to enable the reduction of tax rate from 30% to 25% for large companies, effective from a date as may be determined in an order by the President on the advice of the National Economic Council. Also, there's exemption threshold of 50 billion naira revenue for local firms and 750 million euros euro equivalent for multinationals. There's tax credit at the rate of 5% per annum for eligible priority sector investments. Option to pay taxes on foreign currency transactions in Nigeria in naira. I'll take that again. Option to pay taxes on foreign currency transactions in naira at the prevailing exchange rate in the official foreign exchange market. And this will start. The NTA and NTAA. NTA, of course, is the Tax Act, and then the other one is Tax Administration Act. Will commence on 1st January 2026, and then the other two will start 26 June 2025. I think it has already started, by the way. All right, so all of that to say that things are going on, slow but steady. We are definitely not yet there, but you have to have a mindset of a winner to take advantage of what's available, right? Rather than all these tears. It doesn't help anybody. Okay. I think the other day we talked about the payee. Nobody has to pay payee, at a certain level. So the thing is that things are getting better, right? It might take it's a structural issue, and I'm glad that these things are being done in Nigeria. So I don't want to go deep into this Nepal thing. People are trying to explain. The normal squad of retards are looking for Nepal issue in Nigeria. It's amazing. And yes, they are retards, because there's no way you wake up in the morning and you want to destroy your home because you want to make a point of revolution. Again, revolutionary noise that they're making. None of them has any strategic plan of development for Nigeria. Not even for their state. Not even for their local government. They don't know how to build it. They just want to, revolt. Let's just fight. Anyway, in the spirit of good news, I'd like to play something. This is an interview with Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo. One second, I want you to take a listen to him. He's doing fantastically well. He's the Minister of Interior. He's doing fantastically well, and you can't talk about how good he is or the things he's achieving without talking about the government that he works for, which, of course, by extension, you're talking about President Tinubu. So I'm glad that we are having these things sorted in Nigeria at the moment. Now, to understand a bit more what I'm trying to say, take a listen.
Stands as 0, and youth releases stands as 0, and you talk about implementation of technology new innovations, and so on, which I suppose are capital investments. Does it mean that to that extent the ministry is indebted, or contractors have performed jobs and they have not been paid?
What did we do? It's just thinking out of the box. We didn't spend a couple of government money to do some of these things. What we did was, we didn't enter into a new contract. Is to look at existing contracts and see how we can do value, what we call value proposition in management, to be able to look at, okay, what does this, for instance, somebody has a contract on issue of VACs. I'm citing an example. Yet he didn't build a VAC approval center. How do you do this? You can't take the easy way and not give government the facility that you're supposed to give. So what did we do? It's a matter of, okay, you are enjoying this privilege from government, then you just have to do this. Also, it's about bringing people back and now designing a solution ourselves. In most of these solutions, I have to tell you, I consulted personally, because I'm an IT consultant of over 20-something years. It's what I've done all my life. So I brought my expertise into play to say, look, this is the solution. You can't deceive government. You can't do this. You can't be generating this. At the end of the day, you are supposed to provide this. You are not providing what you are supposed to provide. It's about bringing people back. We know the value of what we have brought to bear. For instance, in Nigeria today, NIS boasts of one of the biggest data centers that we have anywhere in Nigeria today. We have one of the biggest. And of course, that's millions of dollars. But we didn't take a kobo from government. And that is why today, we see the whole of interior, either it is the ministry, it is correctional service. I'll give you an example of part of what happened. When there was a jailbreak in Suleja last year, it took us time to be able to get data, even biometric or whatever. We couldn't share the information with other sister agencies. Apprehending people that escaped became a problem. But 2 months after that, there was flood in Maiduguri, when the whole correctional center was flooded and inmates escaped. In less than how long? In less than 24 hours, DSA, all security agencies got biometric picture, whatever, all the data of something changed within 2 months. Government did not spend a kobo to digitize or to do that solution afresh. No, it's about bringing people back to contract they signed as far back as 1999. Contract people signed in 2003. Contract people signed in 2005, asking them to come back, do what you are supposed to do. You are making money. It's not when government gives you a concession, it's not for you to take the whole money. It's for you to also add value. So that if your contract is 10 years, is 20 years, by the time the PPP ends, there is a facility that government inherits and benefit. So that is called handback in project negotiation. But when you talk about profit sharing without infrastructure, it is callousness, it's wickedness, it's perfidious, it's unacceptable. And I want to assure you, in 2025, there are a lot of these things that we are going to put our torchlight and ensure that if you do not bring value back to government, then it is better you quit. We are not Father Christmas. That is the truth.
That's Mr. Olumimi Tunji Ojo, the Minister of Interior, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Things are working. Nigeria is working. Nigeria is working. Somebody says, pray that poor people don't unite in Nigeria. The day they will, the country will be ungovernable. So what do you get from when it becomes ungovernable? This is the point. You guys don't have brains to think. I used to say you don't think. You don't have brains. You have sawdust in your skull. So when the country becomes ungovernable, how does that help your father and your mother? Frank, how does that help your parents?
You guys keep saying the country should be ungovernable. How does that not help you? How does that
Bunch
help
of
you accomplish
retards.
your life goals?
You guys keep saying the country should be ungovernable. How does that not help you? How does that help you accomplish your life goals, if you have any?
Focus on something serious, something good. Stop saying.
I was going to focus on something serious, something good. Stop saying.
Is that? I mean,
what are they hearing right now? Gen Z burned down the Hilton in Nepal. Is that? I mean, Hilton.
This is what these clowns are praying.
Let me show, because you guys are dumb. See,
Hilton doesn't
This is
belong
what
to the
these
government.
clowns are praying happens in
It's
Nigeria.
a private initiative. It's a private organization.
Hilton
They
doesn't
burned
belong to the government.
I mean, they burned down when they started
It's a
celebrating
private
this
initiative.
nonsense.
It's a private
started with
organization. You burned the I mean, they burned down when they started celebrating this nonsense.
Then they went
They started
ahead
with the
to
video I showed you
destroy
earlier, where they dragged the finance minister. Then they went ahead to destroy their own parliament.
Yeah, something good is happening. Yeah, we need to have the same thing. So that's the
You see that and you're like, yeah, something good is happening. Yeah, we need to have the same thing. So that's the parliament burning down. Then what was the next thing? They burnt down
the houses, you know.
houses of politicians.
Burn down the houses, show that you're angry, you know.
Burn down their houses, you know. Burn down their houses, show that you're angry, you know. Make the country ungovernable. People who are from places without
The
order.
governor is not the one determining what happens in his region.
Frank's region has no order. The governor is not the one determining what happens in his region. It's a set of boys with AK-47. They are the ones saying everybody should sit at home on Mondays.
Houses.
That's where he's from.
The prime minister resigned. Then they burnt politicians' houses.
They burnt houses. They've burnt. Okay, the prime minister resigned. Then they burnt politicians' houses. They destroyed everything because why? We must protest. Guess what? They are burning down Hilton. What's the next thing? Burn down the malls. What's the next thing? Burn down the schools.
Your stealing, thieving ministers are now out of the way.
So what happens
Why are
afterwards?
people going to work?
Your stealing, thieving ministers are now out of the way.
Kids who are tired of
So
assignments
why are
and
people going to work?
Burn down the schools.
The kids who are tired of assignments and homeworks, burn down the schools. So you now start again under the tree because at least you have to do something.
How to do basic mathematics under the tree because you have burned
You
down
now
the
start
schools,
learning
burned down
how
the
to
factories,
how
burned
to
down
how
the
to do
hotels.
basic mathematics
hotel that
under
you're
the
burning
tree
down, who
because you
works
have
there?
burned down your schools, you have burned down the factories, you have burned down the hotels.
That's what I'm
The
saying. All these
hotel
are
that you are burning down, who works there?
Please just do it in your region because if you do it in Yoruba land, you will suffer.
That's what I'm saying. All these people that want to do
They will punish
nonsense,
you.
please just do it in your region because if you do it in Yoruba land, you will suffer. They will catch you, they will punish you. You don't understand that in Yoruba. Ask a friend or phone a friend. Because there is no way this nonsense should happen in Yoruba land. When you get angry, we must change everything. We want to do Nepal. What happened in Libya? What happened in Iraq? No sense of history, no sense of preservation, just vibes.
Yes. You experience what happened in Yoruba, in Lagos State.
Somebody says the experience of NSAS was an eye-opener. Yes. You experience what happened in Yoruba, in Lagos State. We now want to have that thing happen again. You know, of a revolution. What does this thing really mean? Let's even talk about it for like a few minutes. What does it mean? Say you remove all the stealing, thieving politicians right now. Let's say you remove all of them. What next? Is it the same young person that is doing Yahoo? You think that the young person is better than the older person in Nigerian politics? Are we joking?
You think
integrity has anything to do with age?
Gen X, all of us, you put us in government. You think
You think this Gen Z, Millennial, Gen X, all of us, you put us in government. You think we are in any way better than the people that are there right now? What if are my mates not in the parliament right now?
This thing where we have this abstract idea of our leaders. They are our leaders, as though they're not humans. They are like
This thing where we have this abstract idea of our leaders. They are our leaders, as though they're not humans. They are like us.
produce those guys.
They are from amongst us. We didn't import them from outside. We produce those guys. And what they are doing is what we will do if we get there. It's a fact. Unless we're deceiving. All this, I want new Nigeria, I want better Nigeria, it's because you're not there yet. Once you get there, you do the exact same thing. Have you not seen those people who insult people?
So if you
Get there only to start stealing money.
All these thieves, remove them. You call them thieves, Abi. Okay, I agree.
So if you remove all these stealing, all these thieves, remove them. You call them thieves, Abi. Okay, I agree. Remove them. What next? You will import your next set of leaders.
You hear a young person talk, and you're just ashamed.
There's no leadership development. You hear a young person talk, and you're just ashamed. And thankfully, it's not every young person because there's always a remnant.
Or have a little clout on social media.
And the ones who have a little money to throw around or have a little clout on social media, they don't have enough sense to say that we can actually empower the people. But sometimes just words, the right words, right? Encouraging people, leading them, guiding them. Why do we read all this Awolowo thing that we read here? It's very intentional. Who knows? One of us here might just be the one, talking in the House of Reps tomorrow. What makes you different from the people that are there right now? Because you are young? No.
What's the average age of a scammer?
They are young thieves. The scammers that we have around there, what's the average age of a scammer?
What's the average age of the one that has laptop? That's
Carrying laptop. Your boy, no laptop. What's the average age of the one that has laptop that's carrying it and scamming people? Is it up to 50? Possible. So all this Gen Z noise of they are destroying our nation, we must change it back, let's burn everything down. If we ask you to do something right now, you cannot do anything. So, where says sir, I am Gen Z or I have sense? No, that's why I said that there's always a remnant. Of course you have sense. I'm very sure. I mean, it's not, thank God, we are not all dumb. There are smart people in every generation and it's a blessing. And there are smart Gen Zs. I can't even insult Gen Zs like that's why if you notice I also added Gen X and millennials. So all of us are there.
It's kind like that.
So I'm not saying, I mean, in every generation, God is faithful and it's kind like that. At least you will find the ones that can do something. So we have good people in every generation. But the point is that this whole thing,
And I remember saying the other day that
I know it's not a Gen Z problem. It's not a Gen Z problem.
in my mind,
And I remember saying the other day that because I have a Gen Z son. So in my mind, when I hear Gen Z, of course, it's not the Gen Z has range. There's the older one than the younger ones. My son is the younger one. So I have to think about how would I want him to behave as he gets into like different phases of life. Because I have a Gen Z son, so that means that I'm very intentional. I don't like to just say Gen Z are bad. But I'm saying that just because you are not there right now does not mean you are better than those who are there at the moment. And it's not just Gen Z, Millennial, Gen X, even the baby boomer who is calling everybody nonsense in town. All of us, it is well. The point I'm trying to make is that this revolution they're shouting has no plans. And you know what? Please study French Revolution. We talked about it, so it was very cool. It was very nice because they killed Antoine, they killed the ministers, they killed the royalty, they killed people. If that's the definition of we won.
And what happened to structure? How many poor people became became parliament members or got into parliament after it happened?
And what happened to the political structure? How many poor people became became parliament members or got into parliament after it happened? Where was Napoleon from? Was it one of the... See, the point is that...
Just remember
they will scatter everything, and some of these things are even foreign. Just remember Libya, please. And I'm saying this because we're on TikTok, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we are young people. Let's think. We have problems in Nigeria. We need to change Nigeria. It needs to be fixed. But is this how to fix it?
Last week I was saying something and I mentioned what happened in England.
Is this how to fix it?
Scholars have said,
last week I was saying something and I mentioned what happened in England, and I was saying scholars have said, but for Methodism in England, England would have gone the way of France. It's a very, but the point is that what I just said right now, we may have to, have a lot of sessions to explain it. But the point is that while one was going after the quick fix of we must burn everything down and change everything, the struggle continues. The other one is going through the almost organic. It's not even the word. It's very organic. It's about the soul. Such that when the work starts producing a new set of leaders, they think differently. They are now able to reform the nation. My question to all of us here right now, wherever you are watching me from, if they call you as a person, please don't type it. Just answer in your own mind. If they call you as a person and say you are the next, you're going to be the president of Nigeria for 6 months, or you're going to become, you're going to go to House of Representatives or Senate or something, or a governor. Do you really think? Be honest with yourself. Do you really think you are any better than anybody that's there right now? And I'm not saying you are not. I'm just saying, do you think you are? If you are, what would you do differently? One day I sat down and I asked myself, let's say I'm even leading this country, what exactly would I do? That thought alone is
overwhelming.
It's overwhelming. The thought alone is overwhelming. I didn't even spend too much time like, oh boy. And I was alone, just thinking to myself, sometimes your mind can travel. I was just thinking, okay, where do you start from?
And I'm not saying there are no thieves among
because
them.
we can all sit down and speak English and say, oh, all these people, they don't know anything, all these thieves. And I'm not saying there are no thieves amongst them. I'm not saying there are not corrupt positions. They are. Don't call budget. They exist. But let's say I was asked to do something now. What would I do better? The only thing I could tell myself to make me feel like I said, I don't think small. It was like, perhaps I'm going to work with Parliament to change the structure of Nigeria. That's the only thing I could come up with. Not electricity,
Not education.
not roads, not security, not food, not education.
Where do you begin?
Healthcare.
Where?
Where do you begin?
Where's the money you're going to use? You're going to borrow money. If you borrow money, they insult you.
Where?
Borrow money.
Like where's the money you're going to use? You're going to borrow money. If you borrow money, they insult you. They say, why are you borrowing money? You're putting everybody in debt. If you say, okay, we're not going to borrow money, we're going to pay taxes. They say, oh, you want to collect money from us. Where are we going to get the money for? Say, okay, we're not going to collect taxes. We're going to remove subsidy. Why are you going to remove subsidy? Okay, so how?
I also like structural.
So me, this is what I tell myself. Nigeria problem with structure. If you notice, I also like structural. Excuse me. I like structure-related news items. Like I'm always talking about it because I feel that's the primary problem of Nigeria. Of course, we have to eat while we're doing all of that. But every conversation you have with people discussing Nigerian politics and they start saying things like, how much is a bag of rice? Just when you're talking to a very, I don't know how to say it, a very, very small-minded human being. If you reduce every conversation about Nigerian politics to the price of the bag of rice, you are very small in your mind.
You will collect all our money.
And if they put you there, I can assure you, Nigeria, you will collect all our money. You will put all your cronies there. All your friends will be doing nothing but stealing money. And after 4 years, you go home. That's what you would do. If you are thinking of rice, you have conversations with graduates online, and they're telling you how much is the bag of rice. Can the minimum wage buy? Are you a minimum wage thinker? You're a minimum wage thinker. You went to school. You have a degree. Your mindset is like, how much bag of rice can a minimum wage earn? Are you supposed to be earning minimum wage?
Why do you even need bag of rice?
What can you do to help that bag of rice, to help that minimum wage earner? Why do you even need bag of rice? And to help a bag of rice, Congo man no man from Christmas o. Olúwa sọ fún yín sìn pé tẹ́ bá ti rí bag of rice ńlé, you are poor. Ohun tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ ńlé wọn ní wọ́n lè ra dèríkà kan ní àárín ọ̀sẹ̀, wọ́n ń ra dèríkà kan láàárín ọ̀sẹ̀ kan lọ. But we're all on social media. All of us are very rich. We live in Ikoyi, we grew up in Ikoyi, somewhere around Banana Island, that place. They will soon kick you to Mango Island. Poor mindset, and the poverty is not about what they have in the bank account. It's a mindset thing. People are poor. They can have money, and I've said it several times. Some people are so poor, all they have is money. They have money, but they're very poor. You hear them talk. We need revolution to do what?
I hope it doesn't. I pray it doesn't. And the only reason I'm saying that is because
what is happening in Nepal may not happen in Nigeria. I hope it doesn't. I pray it doesn't. And the only reason I'm saying that is because I see what's happening in terms of the structural changes, and I think the development commissions, and I'm always talking about that thing, maybe because I've read some things on that thing, and I think it's going to change the game in Nigeria. Please power tap on TikTok. We are actually 50K. We're on Amber Alert. Please power tap. I see what they're doing. I'm optimistic, right? I'm optimistic. So maybe that's why I sound the way I do, but I think it's the way. It's the way. Someone said nobody buys 50 bags of rice. At least it's 10K and 20K. KG. We buy sometimes, but it's not like. If you have a family, if you have a family, you're a minimum wage earner, and you can finish a bag of rice in 1 month. Your problem is not government though. You need a shrink. You have a family, you're a minimum wage earner, and you can finish a bag of rice in 1 month. You don't need government. You need deliverance. You need a pastor, a shrink. They need to have sessions or your life. Because all this bag of rice is just crazy. Oh, okay, Mr. Lani. Oh, okay. In London, we buy 10 to 20 kg. See, can I buy it? What are you looking for? How can you buy a bag of rice? Is it a restaurant? Things are hard, and nobody is saying that things are perfect. There are things that we need to work on, but we've got to be very careful of the rhetorics that we expose ourselves to. May we never go the way of Nepal.
It's not supposed to take me so much time.
And by the way, let me say this before I even go on. And I this is not even supposed to be take me. It's not supposed to take me so much time, but it's important.
Nigeria will break up in 2015.
How many of us remember when they said Nigeria will break up in 2015? I don't know if you remember. Do you think that thing is a prophecy or a plan?
Was it a prediction or a plan?
Think about it. Was it a prediction or a plan? Nigerians, Sherry, wọ́n fẹ́ sun wá jẹ tẹ́lẹ̀ àkàn fi epo para. Wọ́n tó fẹ́ sun wá jẹ pọ̀ bí.
People will predict something and then engineer it and they look like prophets. It's a plan.
People will predict something and then engineer it and they look like prophets. It's a plan.
You should at least remember so that you don't mess up. Please.
At least somebody wants to destroy your life. You should at least remember so that you don't mess up. Please. For all the terrible things that happened, between 2014 and 15, the Boko Haram thing, the Chibok girls, and for whatever criticism you want to put on Jonathan, and of course we have a lot that we can talk about, but the fact that he let power go, if you know what that thing did to us or did for us in Nigeria, that's why I'm very careful when I talk about Jonathan. I know where he messed up. For instance, I don't like the fact that I will say things like, you have power, I don't want to use power, so it doesn't look like I'm using it. Okay, use it. But I'm also thankful to God the way that thing happened in 2015. If he had said he went to use incumbency, I want to show you that I have power, and you have Buhari who has won, what do you think would have happened in Nigeria?
That thing he did, that simple phone call that he made.
Regardless of what you think about Jonathan, that thing he did, that simple phone call that he made, is one of the reasons we are where we are right now.
But I'm saying that phone call that he made.
Again, I'm not saying it's perfect. Everybody has his own issues. But I'm saying that phone call that he made is something to be thankful for. People will plan your life. You will now enter into it. That's what's happening all over the place. So you think this is organic? Okay. If you can prove to me that Libya was organic, then I'll believe you. Let's be careful, please. God will help us. Let's move on. Wike slams 5 million naira fines on Ganduje Idiagbon. We don't die. It is well. Wike slams 5 million naira. Excuse me.
Wike slams 5 million naira fines on Ganduje Idiagbon Oyinlola, others for illegal land.
Wike slams 5 million naira fines on Ganduje Idiagbon Oyinlola, others for illegal land conversion. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has imposed 5 million naira fines on former APC chairman Dr. Abdullahi Ganduje and several prominent Nigerians for illegally altering the use of their properties in Abuja. The sanctions affect both living and deceased persons, as well as public and private institutions accused of converting their lands without approval, thereby violating the right of occupancy terms. In a newspaper notice, Wike directed all affected allottees to pay the penalty fee within 30 days by September 10, 2025. The order followed a review of land use in 15 streets across Maitama, Asokoro, Wuse 2, Garki 1, and Garki 2. He also approved the issuance of new title documents reflecting updated land use for a fresh 99-year term once conditions are met. But that's the meat of it. All right. Nigeria will survive. Nigeria will work. See, that's my own goal. We have to give our children something better than what our parents gave to us. And God will help us.
Today's topic is fantastic. You're going to like it.
All right, I'm going to bring some people up before we get into today's topic is fantastic. You're going to like it. We're discussing how ethnicity influences politics in Nigeria. People are complaining about tribalism. It started in 2025. Well, there's a book that was published in 1974. The book is called The Educated Elites in Nigerian Society by Dr. Ibi Ayodele. Like I said, that book is equal opportunity glasgows. Everybody was, insulted, including our own politicians. But regardless, if you can just see beyond that. 1 second, please.
fantastic lessons we're going to learn. So we're going to do that today.
If you can see beyond the glass boats, there are some fantastic lessons we're going to learn. So we're going to do that today. If we finish, then we'll move on to Awo and Akintola. If not, we'll finish on Friday. But we had a great time yesterday. How many people were here yesterday? We had a fantastic time. We listened to Achebe, meritocracy or nepotism. The whole love about how federal government is, Nigeria is not moving forward because Igbos are not allowed to do something. Then they quoted from a book, the white paper on political alignment in Western region. We read that document. It's fantastic, you know, and then you discover that he was just clowning. Again, you can't be old like that and clown. That's the funny thing.
How can you read those books and the person you want to insult is Wole Soyinka?
How can you read those books and the person you want to insult is Wole Soyinka?
I can't figure it out, sincerely. I don't understand. Because when you read these things,
I can't figure it out, sincerely. I don't understand. Because when you read these things, you know that Achebe was just
a load of crap.
Even me, I can't insult him. I wish I could. It was just a load of crap. But then I'm talking about his work, not him. I don't want to insult Agbalagba.
Anyway, let's bring some people up.
But how can you? Maybe they've not. Even if they read it, they will still be like that because they are very clannish. Anyway, let's bring some people up. It's going to be very quick though, because we have little time. Then we can get into the news. Sorry, into the topic. Go to class. So this is news. We go to class in a bit. We have one person, two. I see. I'm going to make it very quick, please. Dark Poet and Rewaju. So Dark Poet will go first. Hello, Dark Poet. Please go on.
Prof, good evening. Good afternoon. Good evening,
afternoon, sir.
About people complaining about the economy. See, I'm tired of explaining a lot of things to people who in quote, who are educated. Because I have a lot of platforms I visited, and I try to explain this, and that is when I know that a lot of us are educated, but we know nothing about how economy works, and we know nothing about geopolitics. We just like to, I call most people rant HQ. They just want to rant and rant and rant and rant. They don't want to see, okay, how did this thing begin in the first place? What are the previous administrations done in the past that are not working? And what is this present one doing that we feel, oh, okay, it's a new step and might work, and we are now saying that some of them they are actually working. And like you said, the first thing they go to is, oh, can the common man afford a bag of rice? And these people even listening, these are like community on WhatsApp and on maybe social media that you think a lot of people that are educated should understand you. Now I understand how teachers do when they teach a lot of children and they are not actually getting it, and the teacher feels like, oh, their job are not being done properly. It's just tiring, to be honest. And right now I've even stopped self. Anybody that feel, oh, he wants to insult, be insulting, doing everything, let them continue. Because it's like educating them on how economy works, how geopolitics.
I want nothing to do with you anymore. If you can take 11 months, you're living your life, and you can take 11 months to reply to a hey message, well, you shouldn't have replied at all.
Obina, you're asking me what's my point? My point is that if you are to build a nation that suffered a lot, like 60 years of suffering, like us, everything don't just turn around in 2 years. You have to listen very well to me to understand. If you can't listen, I can't help you. Like I said, about that you are doing.
Your music are
So that's
the
not
closest
how
to
things work. Policies take time to work. It doesn't work overnight. But if you know if you can see the direction it's going to, then you know that okay, yes, this might actually this is going somewhere.
But just listen.
No, Obin, I did not insult you. I'm just explaining to you. I said if you know how it works. That's not an insult, please.
Don't be one leg in, one leg out. You're one confused little bitch. Shows you have a lot to learn.
Prof, thank you. I think something on the background, and they thought it was me.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay. And let me quickly drop this for 10 seconds. The person asking which direction is going. If in your own geopolitical zone, nothing is happening, people in Southwest know what is happening in Southwest. Go and check the project that is going on in Ogun State, Lagos State, Oyo State, and Ondo State. So if we can, it's the same allocation that all states are collecting, that yours too is collecting from the Southeast, and people in South and North Central, the same everything is everybody is collecting. And if things are spreading up in the Southwest, if it's not happening in the Southeast, we can't help with that. So that is the answer for that question. Thank you, Prof.
All right, thank you very much. Sorry about that. I need to quickly do something. Someone said I'm in Akure right now. What's the direction? That's not your business. Just focus on where you're from. Don't be asking questions as if anybody owes you anything. Oyo State Council, led by the acting governor, His Excellency Barrister Abdurrahim, acting because the governor is on holiday. Please tap on TikTok. This thing is showing Amber Alert. Want to get it off. Thank you very much. The Oyo State Executive Council, led by the acting governor, His Excellency Barrister Abdurrahim Adebayo Lawal, met earlier today and approved the following: reconstruction and rehabilitation of the 13.6 kilometers Ojo interchange RITA Moniya Junction Akinyele interchange with spurs to New Oyo Expressway Ibadan for the sum of 63 billion 611 million 154,690 naira to Kobo. The road will be dual carriageway with 6 lanes, and the duration of the project is 18 months. Then there's reconstruction, rehabilitation of the 30-kilometer of Kaka Junction, Otu, Igbojaye Cap Film Village Road, and construction of bridges over Otu and Ofike rivers for the sum of 26 billion 482 million 664,312 naira 33 kobo. The duration of the project is 18 months. Now, this one is very important because the film village that Kunle Afolayan built, right? He built it in Komu, in Igbojaye. It's far from many things, right? This is another thing for Yoruba people. Let's not wait for everything to be perfect before you do what you want to do. If you want to invest in Yoruba land, do it, okay? And then things will get better. So he spoke to the governor a while back about the things they needed there, roads and electricity and things like that. Now the Oyo State government is constructing the road to Film Village. That will, of course, change the landscape in that particular place. I see it online. A lot of people are going. A lot of people are going to Cap Film Village from Lagos, from everywhere, to have fun. He has this resort and really nice stuff. Also, I think you as well. You have Ibrahim Chata. And then in Ekwe, you have Bolanle Austin Peters. These people are building fantastic stuff. So if whatever it is that you want to do as well, please just do it. And I'm glad that the government is also encouraging these people by investing in infrastructure. Another one, dualization of the 6.2 kilometers Ajia Junction Ibadan Ife interchange to Nigeria Air Force Base Road for the sum of 17 billion 187,225 187 million 255,757 naira and 7 kobo. And then there's also the reconstruction of Isaba Ogundoyin Road, Erua, and it's a number of roads that they're working on. Also, I should mention that the state government is building all this. I found this online. So from time to time, it happens in Lagos, it happens in Akure, Ondo, in Oyo State, different parts. We're going to bring those things to your notice. All right, we're going to move to the next person now. But again, we're going to have to time ourselves because it's almost 4 o'clock. I see a number of people are in the wings trying to come up. So I'm going to bring you up, Ijesha Man and Coded. So Ijesha will go first. Okay, Rewaju is here. 2 minutes, Rewaju. Please go on. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think the problem with can that person not? I think the problem with this idealist mentality of people changing the structure and what they want, I think what they actually want is replacing those in power to put their own people. And I've checked all over the world. There is nowhere, anywhere in the world over time that I've been reading and been paying attention of how critics always criticize those in government, and after they take power, they become worse. I can give you classical examples. You can see people like Museveni. You can see people like this guy in Rwanda. And like any set of people that have usurped power anywhere in the world. Mobutu, is it Mobutu you want to talk about? You know, these people started as critics. They became worse than those. And that's why I don't respect people like Shore or whatever. And I always think there's this idea of emotional... People will just turn to your emotions, you'll be angry. Well, at a point in time, I would say I was also like as a youth, you would be a victim because you might not understand a lot of things. Many people have been victim of this kind of thing. You get to see the fuel subsidy removal protest then, where people destroyed a lot of things. Talk about the NSAS, talk about, over and over and over and over. It's just a conjunction of taking advantage of people's emotion based on the current reality. And no society had worked without structures being created. And that's why I'm a big fan of reform and restructuring. That's just the bitter truth. It's useful mostly. What I see in Nepal is useful as well. And you see that most of them, they'll be talking like motivational speaker. You saw the young guy speaking in Nepal. I was just like, if they give this one power now, what do you want you to do? You saw that young guy that was speaking. That young guy speaking like, all this. Because people read too much sensational books, and that's what's killing the Black Americans. They've read too much of sensational books, so most of them want to be speakers, speech writers. They want to show that, I'm classy, and this. When they get there, they become worse. It's just a bit of truth. That's just
Thank you very much for that submission. We're going to go to the next person now, Ijesha Man. Good afternoon.
Let's have CEO Coded. Okay, good afternoon, Ijesha. All right, good afternoon.
Okay, I think he's away. Let's have CEO Coded. Okay, good afternoon, Ijesha. All right.
Yeah, good afternoon. God bless you.
Sir.
Yes, mi ò kò pẹ́ tí mo join mi mọ̀ bóyá ẹ dì pẹ̀lú, I mean when you were dealing with news, bóyá ẹ dì pẹ̀lú ìtàn tún ṣe lánàá ṣe àwọn we wake up to different stories from these people on a daily basis. Ìtàn tún ṣe lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tán náà fẹ́ kọ́ palace 5 billion, I mean 1.5 billion or so. I'm not sure if you tweeted this earlier.
Yeah, we talked about it, yes.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, basically...
if you want to talk about it, please go on.
Yeah, no, okay, it came to me, should I say I was shocked, but because, I mean, bá a ṣe ń gé àwọn people lọ́wọ́ náà ń bọ̀rùkà. Ọjọ́ Sunday la ṣe ń dì pẹ̀lú èyí tó ń sọ pé òun fẹ́ ṣe ó wà ń bẹ̀, tó yọ ẹni kúrò nínú ó wà ń bẹ̀, tó lọ fi MC. You understand? I don't know, Mr. Busuyi, like you always said, that these people is like, they are still very much backward in terms of, I mean, as far as civilization is concerned, and they want to force it. And not knowing that civilization is something you forced. You missed out on it when ẹni tí ò bá kú nígbà tí àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ń kú wọ́n ní ikú kíkú nínú wọn ń kú òun ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sáwọn people ìsìn. You understand? I mean, and it's quite concerning, and I don't know the reason. People that they are just trying, they're making all efforts to poke us Yoruba people in our eyes every day. every day. I mean, kúrò lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ìranù tó ń ṣe ní Ghana. Want to, I mean, Mr. Busuyi, I just want to thank you for the fantastic job that you are doing, and our people are waking up every day, and mo mọ̀ pé àwọn people wọ́n máa tẹ́gbẹ̀yìn ni. Because Yoruba, I mean, much as Yoruba need that thing, we need long suffering. And by the time we have had enough. Because it will be glaring for the whole world to see these people have really been provoked. Mr. Busuyi, thank you very much. Have a wonderful time.
Thank you very much, Joshaman. Thank you so much. I see CEO is in a meeting now, so we're going to have to move on from here. But thank you very much for saying that. I think, so if there's something to learn from all of this, number one is also the need to stop the assumption that we are all the same, especially as far as cultural evolution is concerned. And I say this thing a lot, not to demean any group, but it's just the reality of Nigeria. And it's the
denial of that fact is one of the problems we are having in Nigeria, right? Because we, for some reason, just assume that
the denial of that fact is one of the problems we are having in Nigeria. All right, because we, for some reason, just assume that because we are one Nigeria, we all have the same. We're not. People have different understanding of how things should work, and you can see from the way society is structured. Again, there's no perfect culture in Nigeria. Nobody is saying somebody is perfect, but clearly there are higher ones and there are lower ones, and the lower ones are the loudest ones. And it's important to put people in their place, not because you are trying to say that you don't know anything, but just to say that in this particular thing, maybe you should say this one out because you don't have anything to really, talk about it as far as this is concerned. But as far as this whole bad thing, Ibaton, Asho Ogbalanda Fungba, that's what Yoruba people say. There was a time when this was fashionable, not anymore. Right? You're supposed to move on with the times. It's now you want to now start having kings and going to people's places. And the crazy part is this. The moderate, quote-unquote, sensible ones will not speak on this matter. What does that say? What does that tell us? What does that tell people in Nigeria? The moderate, smart ones will not speak on the matter. You respond, you are a bigot. You are deceiving yourselves if you are calling yourself the moderate ones who would never condemn it. In other words, if it works out, you take advantage of it. If it doesn't, then you now call people tribalists for going against it. So regardless of what happens, you win. That's actually why you are always losing. Because you are always trying to benefit from whatever happens. If it's like this, that's why you never speak against it. But it's not going to work anymore anyway. And again, like I said, we are different people. Being different does not mean we have to fight. Being different does not mean we have to, we have to break up and everything. It just means that we have to evolve at different levels. In other words, I'm not saying you should be like me. But God knows I would never be like you, especially because you are even lower in your thinking. I'm not mentioning any group, but because if you, and by the way, to be honest, the culture of the Southeast is lower in Nigeria. There's no other group that has this problem around the country. It's a cultural problem. It's not like somebody hates a person, but this person is doing something, but I don't like his people. It's not about the people, it's about the culture. How can you be going everywhere in the world and be looking for a way to become kings in their places? And it's not, see, what I know is this. If your people are gathered in a particular place, naturally you will gravitate towards each other. It makes sense. Because we like, we like that familiar thing. We want to see something that we know. We want to eat our own local dish and things like that. But if you are made the head of the people, it's just like the chairman of an association. There's nothing traditional about it. There's no crown, there's no palace, there's no authority, there's nothing. You're just the chairman of an association in a foreign space. And they should remove you after maybe 2, 4, 8 years, or maybe even if it's permanent chairman. But you're just the chairman of an association. Why would you be looking for kingship? Especially being a people that cannot conquer people. Strategic decisions. To conquer others requires a lot of planning. Strategic decisions. You are not. Some people are not known to be strategic.
You want to own people's lands. How now? Because
You can't conquer. You couldn't conquer. You can't conquer. But you want to own people's lands. How now? Because we are one Nigeria.
We don't even.
You're talking about Eze. You're talking about Obi of Lagos State. We don't even have an Oba of Lagos State.
We don't have Oba of Lagos State. Oba of Lagos is not Oba of Lagos State.
We do not have Oba of Lagos State. Oba of Lagos is not Oba of Lagos State. It's Oba of Lagos town.
It's not even all over the state.
It's Eleko.
But we're going to have an Obi of Lagos State.
Eleko's authority is not even all over the state.
The plan that this man had.
But we're going to have an Obi of Lagos State. How is it different? How is this different from the plan that this man had in 1966?
Somebody said it's a lie.
Ironsi.
So I told him
I mentioned it the other day. I mentioned it here the other day. Somebody said it's a lie. It couldn't have happened. I'm like, so I told him where the stuff is from. He said it did not happen. So I was like, you know what? Let me send you the book. So I sent him the book. He has not responded since that time. That's how you know all these, funny human beings. I'm going to look for it. What's this man's name? Dent.
I think it's important for me to read that thing. So you understand again.
His name is Dent.
It's not about humans. It's not about individuals.
I think it's important for me to read that thing. So you understand again that when we speak like this, it's not about humans. It's not about individuals. It's not about, oh, you don't like me. It's not about that. There's something more sinister going on. I'm going to read something from Martin Dent. This chapter is called Military and Politics.
I can show you the book itself.
I'm trying to see if I can find the book, so I can show you the book itself.
All right. So it's African Affairs, number 3, edited by Kenneth Kirkwood, published by Oxford Press.
All right. So it's African Affairs, number 3, edited by Kenneth Kirkwood,
a study of the
published by Oxford Press. So Martin Dent talks about here the military and politics. A study of the relation between the army and the political process in Nigeria. Martin Dent. Let me read to you what he said.
It says, there was apparently a plan to murder Ironsi during his visit, but this was not.
It says, there was apparently a plan to murder Ironsi during his visit, but this was not executed. Then it says here, one of Ironsi's last acts, it is said, was to gather the chiefs together to teach them to sing the national anthem. By the way, this particular one is corroborated by T.Y. There's an interview that he granted is in one of these books, but we don't have to read it now because that's on the topic. But the point is that one, that bit, they spoke about that one. 1 second though. And thank you guys for coming up. I just want to finish this one before we go on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I think I'm going to start from the beginning, but thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So it says here, this is Martin Dent, all right? Martin.
So it says here, this is Martin Dent, all right? Martin Dent. I'm going to read it. I mean, this chapter is called The Military and Politics. It's in the journal. It says, one of Ironsi's last acts, it is said, was to gather the chiefs. Chiefs by chiefs, it means the kings. So the kings are said had met from different parts of Nigeria, meeting in Ibadan. The kings, one of Ironsi's last acts, it is said, was to gather the chiefs together to teach them to sing the national anthem, and apparently to indicate that he wished to post them around Nigeria in the same way as he was posting the governors, a suggestion so contrary to the ideas of the particular local ties of chieftainship that the emir of Kano walked out of that meeting.
I put this thing out there a while back and someone said it's not possible.
I put this thing out there a while back and someone said it's not possible. It's made up. I told him the author. I said, no, that person could not have written that thing. In case his brethren are here, who probably think we're fabricating things. This is the cover of the book. Again, I don't usually do this, but because of that experience, I'm going to do it, just so that at least we are all on the same page. I'm going to show you the cover, right? What is Salosayo? What is Salosayo? But just give me a second. I'm going to show you the cover so that you don't say it's a lie. It's a lie. That particular guy, I don't even know. Some people Again, it's better to be an illiterate than to be half-educated. The guy was now saying, if I'm going to read the exchange, I was like, Martin Dent, Sir Martin Dent. I was like, this is the document. Okay?
It's a book, so I took a picture of this. It's not
African Affairs number 3. All right, and it's a book, so I took a picture of this. It's not an e-book. It's hard copy, but I took a picture of the cover, right?
This is the part that he was the one that
And of so, and this is the part that he was the one that is circled. The Military and Politics, a study of the relation between the army and the political process in Nigeria by Martin Dent. What am I trying to say? If you don't see how they plan to be transferring kings in 1966, and suddenly you begin to hear Eze, but it's not enough. You now start hearing of Obi of Lagos State. What do you really think is happening? That his vision is alive and well. That's the point.
Nobody has. Okay, me. Let me speak for myself.
It's not about, oh, do you like this person? Nobody has. Okay, me. Let me speak for myself. I don't have the time to hate anybody, let alone an ethnic group. Like, how would you hate? I mean, that's heavy. So every time I see a Chinedu, I'll not be suspecting that person. I mean, I don't have that kind of energy. How much time did God give in my life that I was spending time to be looking for, I hate you, ma, I hate you? That is nonsense. There's no hate. I'm saying there's a culture. And that culture is not compatible with any civilized group.
So it's not hate, it's not fighting.
That's the point. So it's not hate, it's not fighting, anything like that. Frank Felix, I hear you're waxing very lyrical. I'm going to send you a request. I'm going to send you an invite. Please come up. Let me give you like 5 minutes before we get into the topic, because you've been typing stuff in the comment section. So maybe we'll hear from you.
Hold on. Let me finish my. One second. Let me just finish my thought. The point I'm trying to make is that.
But hold on, please. Hold on. Let me finish my. One second, let me just finish my thought. The point I'm trying to make is that if
was going to do in 66 would have ensured that we would have
the far-reaching consequences of what Ironsi was going to do in 66 would have ensured that we would have an Obi of Lagos State, Obi of Ibadan, Obi of Ife, Obi.
original owners of Ife.
Because without that thing, you are hearing people saying things like they are original owners of Ife. Now, like I said, we don't have an Oba over Lagos State, though. In case you don't know, we have over 50 kings in Lagos State. Oba of Lagos is Oba of Lagos town, not Oba of Lagos State. But now we're supposed to have an Obi of Lagos State. The government has heard about it. I've heard from reliable sources that they are working on it. But the point I want to ask, my question is this: why is it that one group is so underdeveloped to the point where they cause chaos everywhere they go, especially as it has to do with cultural things? To the point where Ghana is complaining, South Africa is complaining, they're complaining in different, as far as those kingship nonsense is concerned, it's happening all over Nigeria. What is it?
I didn't sell your ancestors as slaves.
And it's not like nobody owes you anything. I didn't sell your ancestors as slaves. There's nothing that is owed to you. So why should we continue to? Because let me tell you something. It will get to a point, your people will not ask you questions. Why you will collect.
And that's what the North did.
Because to be fair, I think that's the only thing some people really understand in this country. And that's what the North did.
Have you ever heard anybody go to
That's what the North did. And since that time, have you ever heard anybody go to the North and say it's no man's land? Or say that they want to possess something or they want political power in Kano? They will be dead before they finish making that statement. I'm not even joking. They will be literally dead.
We have to get to that point. Why do we need to threaten ourselves with physical?
And that's why everybody comports themselves. But do we have to get to that point? Why do we need to threaten ourselves with physical violence? Can't we just grow up and evolve as human beings? Maybe I'm asking for too much, but let's have Frankie. Frankie, okay, we are listening to you now. This is going to be very quick, though, because we have to get to the topic.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
No, I'm the one listening to you. You are the one that brought me up. My question is, what is the benefit or agenda of all these your teachings? I just want to know.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. You can go down now. Let's get to the topic of today.
The role of ethnicity in Nigeria's politics.
So we're discussing the role of ethnicity in Nigeria's politics. If you are tall as you are, and you don't know the purpose of this thing from everything I've been saying since, you should not even be typing. Listen with your ears. Give your fingers a rest. Not be me go they talk nonsense, go they explain. I'm not go to explain. I know evidence. I don't get that kind of time. More go to the book. So let's go to class.
Is the educated elite in the Nigerian
All right. Is the educated elite in the Nigerian society. Now, this being said, that if you want to hide anything from a black man, put it in a book. That's not our story. Everybody here, nothing can be hidden in books from us. We read and we also talk about things in books, so that we can apply it. We learn from the past. People who would ask that question, people who have no regard for history, and answering that question is a waste of time. The book is The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society by E.B. Ayodele. Frank, I saw you typing things in the comment section. I just brought you up because I thought you were going to say what you were typing. If your fingers go too fast, I might have to mute you. And I hope you understand. Thank you very much for your understanding in advance. God bless you. All right.
This chapter is called Windsowers. I'm not starting from the beginning. I'm going to start from somewhere around where we stopped last time.
This chapter is called Windsowers. I'm not starting from the beginning. I'm going to start from somewhere around where we stopped last time. But please, if you're on TikTok, let's power tap. If you're on YouTube, please share the live, like as well. If you're listening on YouTube, please like it. These things help to get the algorithm, recommend the live to others. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. Facebook, please share, like. Thank you. Let's go. In their scramble for political power, the educated elite gave priority to their personal clashes and division in their ranks, to the point that these determined their membership of political organizations. They did not divide along professional or occupational lines, nor on ideological lines either. Across ethnic frontiers, they shared common cultural and occupational lives. None preached a return to traditional culture per se. None of them exploited cultural differences as such in concrete terms. By 1960, there was little or no ideological difference between the political parties in matters of economic development, social programs, and their vision for Nigeria. They were all committed to modernization, and for once, throughout the Federation, they began to initiate and sponsor generously social schemes designed to improve the lot of the masses. And the latter, already convinced that knowledge was power and wealth, began to look upon their elected representatives to provide amenities to an extent far beyond the resources of government. For the first time since their appearance on the Nigerian scene, the educated elite established an effective rapport with the masses from whom themselves derived. Henceforth, there was a community of interest between the masses and the educated elite, the former being made to participate in elections to the various legislatures and in local government. Rather than being descendants of the Saro or concentrated in Lagos or Old Calabar. By the way, the reason I mention this is because before this time, you could only vote in Lagos and Calabar. And even then, if you were going to vote, especially in the 20s and 30s, if you wanted to vote, you would have to be a resident that owns a building. Like you have a house, then they use your taxes. Like also you have to show your standing, financial standing in society based on your taxes before you are allowed to vote. Universal suffrage in Nigeria actually started in Western region, where everybody could vote, regardless of their taxes or whatever. That side is in Yoruba land, and that's flex. Let's continue. So, by the way, at this point, everybody could vote, and you didn't have to be Saro or live in Lagos or be in Calabar. The educated elites began to be spread all over the country, though most unevenly, and they derived from the localities. The masses now could appreciate the leadership of the educated elite, an effective substitute for that of their British predecessors, and certainly a more welcome state of affairs than the rule of the so-called natural rulers. I mentioned this last week. Okay, let me finish this paragraph. In very many areas too, an effective rapport was established with the obas and emirs, the latter recognizing that their new masters and the educated elite themselves sharing royalty by the purchase of chieftaincy titles. I stopped. We mentioned this last week.
Very important for Yoruba people.
I think it's important to also repeat it.
So
That you
let me
see,
say this.
back in the day, and this is
Some of us
very
think that
important for
we
Yoruba
discuss history
people,
to go back to the
because
past. That's not why.
so
There's no
let me
past
say
to go
this.
to.
I think some of us think that we discuss history to go back to the
Discuss
past.
the
That's not why.
past to gain
There's no
lessons
past to
from
go
it
to.
and find things you can apply to
That's the
today.
truth.
Not that you go back in time
You
to be
discuss
living
the
as though you're back
past
then.
to gain lessons from it and find things you can apply today. Not that you go back in time to be living as though you are back then. You are not Hamish. You are not. You are be Hamish on that point. You are not living in the 40s or in the 20s or in the Kiniko AD. The point, or 200 AD. The point I'm trying to make is this.
When we talk about the power of the kings,
When people talk about the power of the kings, and I said this last week, I want to repeat it. When we talk about the power of the kings, we have to understand timelines. When we discuss the power and authority of kings in Yoruba land especially, right? The kings were not all, didn't used to have absolute powers. We didn't have absolute monarchies in Yoruba land. And that's why you talk to people and they say things like, oh, you have kings in your land. That means that you're bowing to one person and the person can conquer, can direct everybody. And no, where we come from, we don't bow to any man. You are the ones who are bowing to one man that has absolute authority. That's nonsense. It's not Yoruba's story. Our kings were not absolute monarchs. There were checks and balances. And that also, I should also say this, when people talk about ways to denigrate cultures who had kings because they didn't have it, they say things like, oh, where you come from, one person is just the Ogapakpata. The point is that there are institutions that check him.
He can't just say what he wanted to say.
In other words, he doesn't have, again, absolute powers. So he can't just say what he wanted to say and with no consequences. There will be something like the judiciary. We have something similar to judiciary. I mean, at least before the British came. They are the ones we call secret society, secret courts today, right? That's your boni. They were there to check the king, but also to become the judiciary for the people.
They were there to actually, help.
They could adjudicate on matters, on civil matters. They were there to actually, help as part of the, like a tier of government.
This person is even distracting, even me.
Right? And, sorry guys, I think this person is even distracting, even me, you are distracting me.
For 5 minutes. And if that's too much for you, you can always
So let's have you rest for 5 minutes. And if that's too much for you, you can always leave, like you were threatening to leave the other time, as though you think.
Stop typing.
Frank, power tap, I promise you, I'm going to unmute you. Just power tap, stop typing. Because you are distracting even me. But what you said earlier, like you're going to leave, please, if that's what you want to do, don't let the door hit you on your way out. Nobody is begging you to stay. Let's continue. The point I'm trying to make is this. The Yorubas were able to have a system where, sorry.
All right, so
is YouTube good? Okay, we're good.
So we had a system.
All right, so
the king, where even the king had people that could, listen to.
So we had a system where, yes, there was a king, but even the king had people that could, listen to. When the British came, they weakened those structures, the institutions, e.g., the Ogboni and so on and so forth. They weakened those structures. And this is not yesterday. This is more than 100 years ago. That's why I'm always telling people that let's be very careful of saying we want to go back to the past. What has happened? See, we are where we are right now. We just take the lesson and apply it, not to go back and become something that we don't even understand. And that's the truth,
and then
right?
They changed the system,
so,
and then they became
where was
the
I?
ultimate power.
The British came along, and then they changed the system, and then they became the ultimate power. Shout out to Mount Zion. They became the ultimate power, and they were the only ones the king could report to, which meant that the kings now had more authority than he would have had on a normal day. So yes, he was a natural ruler, but his authority now became far-reaching. This is one of the things that led to the government of the Western region deposing one of our kings. The Alaafin Adeyemi II was deposed because of this. The Alake was run out of the palace by the women because of this, right? The powers were too much, and then of course the British, as long as it didn't affect taxes and there's order, the British did not mind, right? And sorry guys, Jesus Christ, I'm talking to the other one. Don't disturb me. You see how your Bible typing things that have nothing to do with why I'm here. Do you think did you put me here?
Where was I? The point is that was the system they had at the time.
So
when the British left, or
where was
on their
I?
way out,
The point is that that was the system they had at the time. So when the British left or on their way out, the people that became what the British would do, sorry, what the British were at the time, of course, were the educated elites, the politicians of the day. So, for instance, somebody said the other day, we don't want to have the kings listening or having to derive powers from the government and politicians. When you hear that, it actually sounds good. Like, oh, let's go back to the days of old. No. Is it now that you see, even with the powers that they have, you have people claiming that they are empire? It's important to, because we can't go back to that time where you say, how do you even structure it? By the time the British left, the people were more than happy. The people, not the British, the people were more than happy to have the politicians take the place of the British, so that at least they will see their own people controlling the excesses of the kings. So he says, in very many, the masses now could appreciate the leadership of the educated elite, an effective substitute for that of their British predecessors, and certainly a more welcome state of affairs than the rule of the so-called natural rulers. In very many areas too, an effective rapport was established with the Obas and Emirs, the latter recognizing their new masters and the educated elite themselves sharing royalty by the purchase of chieftaincy titles. It should have been to the eternal credit of the educated elite as they consolidated their sociological achievement with political maturity by de-emphasizing personal rivalries and class factiousness. I should say, whilst at the same time indoctrinating the masses on political virtues and the ideology of pan-Nigerianism. Where are the chiefs, the Ogun, the priests, the Agobaje? They were there now. They did their work. The ones that could work did their work. The ones that were really affected was Ogun, not everybody. The chiefs also worked. And some of the chiefs also enjoyed from the largest. Again, that's why I said our past is not perfect. And we're Yoruba. We don't have to be ashamed of it. You just have to learn not to repeat the mistakes. Okay? So the traditional, some of them were very overbearing, and we have many examples. That's one of the reasons for Olufunmilara and some Kuti. What happened in Abeokuta? It was because of taxes.
I'm sure you get it. We can talk about it without feeling bad.
You know?
Just, like,
so, but again, like, I'm sure you get it. We can talk about it without feeling bad about it. It's just like, at least we shouldn't repeat those mistakes. Let's go on. In their scramble for, okay, no, where was I? Unfortunately, they used their competition for wealth and power to fan ethnic hostility. He's talking about the politicians of the time, so he calls them educated elites. Far more than has been revealed so far by political scientists, the political leaders of the First Republic, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo, I'm rushing because we've done all this before. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo, and Ahmadu Bello were respectively conscious and astute purveyors and exploiters of defensively aggressive Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa Fulani nationalism.
Whilst the nucleus of the Igbo State Union
Thus, whilst the nucleus of the Igbo State Union had been founded in Calabar in 1936, that is a year before his return from a self-imposed exile in the Gold Coast, that's Ghana, Nnamdi Azikiwe became the symbol of a truly menacing Igbo ethnomania.
Azikiwe was not a Pan-African or Pan-Nigerian. He was an ethnic jingoist.
Azikiwe was not a Pan-African or Pan-Nigerian. He was an ethnic jingoist. And guess what? I don't even think there's a problem with that. There's only a problem with that once you begin to lie to me that he was what he wasn't. He wasn't anything for Nigeria like all of us are. It was about his people, and there's nothing wrong with that. But let's not be lying to ourselves. Irrespective of what he said or might have wished, the fact was that the party, which he led from 1946 to 1960, the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC, was seen by other major ethnic groups as the political organization of the Igbo, and that it was predominantly from this major tribe in southern Nigeria that he obtained his political support. It was largely in response to the bugbear of Igbo nationalism for the Yoruba that in 1945, Obafemi Awolowo, already an energetic member of the Western wing of the Nigerian youth movement, founded the Egbe Moduduwa, the so-called cultural organization which became the nucleus of the action group. predominantly the party of the Yoruba to the eve of independence. Let me quickly repeat something that I said here. Now, if you look at this thing very well, you see NCNC and the fact that Zik led it from 1946 to 1960. In those 14 years, the party went from being a national party to becoming an Igbo party, which was where LP was heading. I mean, which is where LP was heading. Help me with the tenses. LP was heading in that particular direction, if not for the rift they don't have amongst themselves. The truth is that a party could be national. It didn't have to be founded by people from the southeast, but it would be hijacked and made southeastern or southeastern. You just discover that in Lagos, whether you go to Surulere, or you go to Amuwodofin, or you go to Ikeja, or you go to different parts, you're just noticing that the names you are seeing are not in any way representative of the indigenous people of Lagos State. The same thing in Oyo State, by the way. You start seeing names. Why? Because the whole idea is not necessarily to build it, is to take it over. I want to read something just to buttress this point. In 1968, 12th August 1968, Anthony Naro made a speech at Addis Ababa. I'm going to read what he said, and I'll connect those things together.
One second, let me just open that.
One second, I want them just open that book.
So it says, the first ethnic cultural organization, the Ibibio Union, was born at this
So it says, the first ethnic cultural organization, the Ibibio Union, was born at this time. Others sprang up. So if you've been here, we've had the conversation before where I said, the first ethnic or sociocultural organization in Nigeria was Ibibio Union, or Oyo State Union, was founded in 1928. They were the very first, right? And it was cultural. 1931 was Urobo. You had different groups, right? Different groups in different parts of Nigeria were having their own cultural organization. But let me quickly say something before I even go on with this. See, in the 1920s, right? And like I said, whenever we have the conversation on the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land, we're going to mention this thing as well. But you see, the first set of nationalists in Nigeria were Yoruba people. Please, I want to hit on something I didn't hit on the other day. The first set of nationalists in Yoruba, in Nigeria, were Yoruba people. And they rose mostly in Lagos and in Abeokuta and Lagos, right? Primarily. And then they started spreading into other parts of Yoruba land. Now, most of them, of course, moved from just thinking church activism or cultural activism into nationalism. So it was cultural activism. We're Christians, we're Yoruba, we want to be able to do things our way, we want to be able to speak our language, in liturgy, part of religious observances, we want to be able to use our own cultural expressions and things like that. That was all it was about in the late 19th century. By 1901, African Church was, established in Lagos. That's Breadfruit, right? The first one was established in 1901. And then different things that happen. Like Baland, you will see the music. These things are connected. They are connected, though. People like J.J. Ransom Kuti, his music. You have Henry Carr in Lagos. You have Mojola Agbebi. You have all these people doing fantastic, and just even some Ajayi crowd that are pushing against, cultural dominance of the English in Yoruba land. But that quickly became nationalism as far as in terms of Nigerian nationalism. And at that point, they began to look at Nigeria as an entity that they could fight for. Please power tap on TikTok. They were fighting for Nigeria. They wanted independence. They wanted Africanization and things like that. That movement eventually birthed the Nigerian Youth Movement in 1936. But the point I'm trying to make is this. You see, they were always nationalistic in their mindset. Nationalistic being not Yoruba, but this time Nigerian. They wanted to build a new nation. They wanted to be the new leaders of the new country as soon as the British were, out of the country, nationalists in their mindset. Until 1937, when Zik returned. Zik returned in 1937 and began to introduce something nobody ever thought of in Nigerian politics until then. And it did not start, to be fair, it didn't start immediately. It waited one more year. By 1938, it started bombarding everywhere with Igbo news and Igbo ideas and Igbo ideology. And it started pushing the agenda of Igbo. And people were at first shocked because they were used to talking about Nigerian, African, but suddenly, especially as that's to do with nationalism, they now had to face this thing where it's about Igbo. Anyway, One of the leaders of the nationalist movement in Nigeria, of course, the father of nationalism in Nigeria is about Macaulay, Ajayi Crowther's grandson. He has started the NNDP in 1923, Nigerian National Democratic Party. And then, of course, Lagos Daily News. So he had a newspaper, and then eventually, by the 1940s, they decided to have an amalgam of different bodies to create a coalition that would become the NCNC, right? That group, and I've said this several times, I think it's important to keep repeating it. That group consisted of at least 4 different groups. And just in case you weren't here when we spoke about it the last time, NNDP, Nigerian National Democratic Party, which was founded by Herbert Macaulay, TUC, the Trade Union Congress, Lagos Market Women's Association, which was led by Alimotu Pelewura, and the Nigerian movement for student movement, right? Student Union. They also were part of that. So that's, you have people from, as I said, Abeokuta, Lagos, and so on and so forth. They all came together to form the NCNC. And the leader, of course, was Herbert Macaulay. Now, the mindset they had was the same mindset they had since the 1920s. The idea basically, sorry guys.
The idea basically was to, push a nationalistic agenda.
The idea basically was to, push a nationalistic agenda and just have Nigeria get better and everything. But you see that by 90, by 46, he had become the president. All the dreams that he had, he now had the platform to express those things, right? Whether it was what he said right in 38, or it was the having NCNC in 46, now make them have the political organ. What's up on TikTok? If your question has nothing to do with what I'm saying, I'm going to have to. Really, I'm serious. That you are distracting me and you're not helping at all. Please.
Let's continue. Thereby, what people then began to notice.
Let's continue.
Contrary to what you had with Oyo State Union.
Thereby, what people then began to notice, contrary to what you had with Oyo State Union, which was just a socio-political, a socio-cultural organization, you now began to have a more political outlook from a socio-cultural organization. And by that, I'm talking about the Igbo State Union. So, having said that, let me now read what Anthony Nauro said. It says, the first ethnic cultural organization, the Ibibio Union, was born at this time. Others sprang up, but like the Igbo Union, became more political in character than the pioneer Ibibio Union. In other words, they became more political as a reaction to what Zik and the Igbo State Union were doing with the NTNC, which was not originally an Igbo party, but eventually became one. Totally dominated and became the tool that they used, and there are documents to prove this, and I've read some of them here before. Now, having said that, let's go back to the book by Ayodele.
Whilst the nucleus of the Igbo State Union had been founded
in 1936
in Calabar, that is a year before.
Whilst the nucleus of the Igbo State Union had been founded in 1936 in Calabar, that is a year before his return from a self-imposed exile in the Gold Coast, Nnamdi Azikiwe became the symbol of a truly menacing Igbo ethnomania. Irrespective of what he said or might have wished, the fact was that the party which he led from 1946 to 1960, the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, was seen by other major ethnic groups as the political organization of the Igbo, and it was predominantly from this major tribe in southern Nigeria that he obtained his political support. And I remember also mentioning what happened when they went to England in 47, when they returned and they were asked for accounting. They had gotten £13,000. They went to England. Oh yeah, how you spend money? Zeke said playing everybody. Then he said, after all, £9,000 was from the eastern region. Of the £13,000, after all, £9,000 was from the east.
And then when it got very hot,
till tomorrow, we don't know how they spent that money. And then when it got very hot, they said it was because it was Igbo. That was why it was being questioned. This was in the 1940s. If you think this thing about ethnic victimization, all this, if you think it's started now, it did not.
You cannot ask the question, what is the purpose of you trying to...
We've been fighting these things since 1930s. If you cannot ask the question, what is the purpose of you trying to learn, then you may have to step out.
I apologize, Frank. I mean mess up. I mean let you type self.
You know what? I think I'm now my fault. I apologize, Frank. Let me mess up. Let me let you type self. If you can't type, maybe you will not be asking me stupid questions. Go and tell the people that you are not
It was largely
not
in
good enough.
response
Where was
to
I?
the bugbear of Igbo nationalism for the Yoruba.
It was largely in response to the bugbear of Igbo nationalism for the Yoruba that in 1945, Obafemi Awolowo, already an energetic member of the Western wing of the Nigerian youth movement, founded the Egbo Mojuduwa, which became, of course, the nucleus for Action Group. There is a great deal of truth in Nnamdi Azikwe's description of Action Group as a political protrusion of the Egbo Mojuduwa. Yes, a lot of people that eventually formed Action Group came out of the Egbo Mojuduwa. Egbo Mojuduwa was formed in 1945 in London. They had an inauguration in 1947 in Ife, and then was formed again, of course, in Lagos in 48, which led to the Lagos Press War, where Zik was fighting with Yoruba people and had the audacity to create a parallel Yoruba cultural union for Yoruba people in Yoruba land. He called it the Yoruba Federal Union.
1951 was then when Action Group came to bear. The point is
right?
that if everybody had stayed
And
on the path
1951 was then when Action Group came to bear. The point is that if everybody had stayed on the path of nationalism as it was started in the 1920s, it should have been different. Contrary to what a lot of people have said, Awo did not introduce tribalism. Awo reacted to tribalism. And I'll say this: if you gave us another 1,000 years of 1,000 opportunities to do the same, to react to what Zik and his people did, we will react the exact same way, even if not more forcefully.
Then they will throw stones and hide their hand, and they will not blame you.
That's what happens. People will introduce something, then they will throw stones and hide their hand, and they will not blame you. You, a young person, you're Yoruba, you're like, oh, that's true. Why did that one now do that thing? It was so bad that even Fela believed it. How do I know? There's a book called Chief Obafemi Awolowo, The Political Moses, by a man called Oduguwa. In that book, he reprinted. He printed the. That's not what I'm looking for. He printed the tributes that people wrote, right, after Awo passed. And what Fela was writing was that he was the one that introduced tribalism into Nigerian politics. Before you came back from London, we didn't have anything like that. That's why I said you can be very popular and not know what you're talking about. Fela clearly, in that particular matter, did not know what he was talking about.
Not knowing what had happened in the 30s.
And so the point is that a lot of people will believe it, not knowing what had happened in the 30s, in the 40s, and we've done that before. That's why I'm not going into the details here. So again, what happened with the Action Group, the fact that they concentrated in the Western region was a reaction to what NCNC was becoming. NCNC had the center, which was Lagos, and they were also trying to have Western region. And later on, they wanted Midwestern region. They got the Midwest, they also got the East. So they had the center, they wanted the East. No, they had the center, they got the East, they wanted the West, and they wanted Midwest. The only group that said no was the West, and that's the reason from 1950s, from 1951 specifically, we have been called tribalists. So if you are hearing about it on Twitter in 2025 and you're like, hey, what happened? How did we get here? You did not just get here. You have been here all this while. You have been here since 1951. As a matter of fact, you got here around 48, but 51 was when the elections took place. And because they lost, they've been saying it. They say to their children, everybody says, oh, they are tribalists. I don't care. Also, at the beginning, a product of an avowed cultural organization for Northerners, the extreme, uncompromising, and obscurantist provincialism of the Northern People's Congress is only too clear from its unchanging name throughout its existence. That's the Mutanen Arewa. They were just about the North. And it's quite interesting that in 1948, when Zik was against Egbo Mojuduwa and writing all that nonsense about Yoruba people and saying that they should be attacked, he published this, by the way, September 8. I want to know the exact date. September 8. September 8, 1948. Zik published that in his West African pilot, that the leaders of Yoruba of Egbo Mojuduwa should be attacked.
On 2nd of September 1948,
the crazy thing is that 6 days prior, on 2nd of September 1948, he was interviewed by the Nigerian Daily Times.
Your people are buying cutlasses in Lagos.
That they see people buying cutlasses in Lagos.
He said it was just for propaganda purposes.
Your people are buying cutlasses in Lagos. You know what Zeke said in 2nd of September? He said it was just for propaganda purposes. No, what? Everything I'm saying right now, you'll find it in a book called Between the Ethnic and the Politic. Between the Ethnic and the National. Between the Ethnic and the National by Remi Adekoya.
Saying these things, it was basically the sources are there.
And it was not saying these things. It was basically the sources are there. The Nigerian Daily Times source, and I've corroborated the West African pilot source. I've also made sure I found something else, like to corroborate that particular statement. On 2nd of September, he said, oh, it was just for propaganda purposes. They're just buying cutlasses for propaganda purposes. On 8th, he said they should attack them. 1948. These are the people that tell you today that you are somehow a tribalist. 1951. They wanted to win. I think I've had the session here before. So if you want, please watch the video on YouTube. But I might just maybe quickly mention it. 1951 was when the elections took place, right? If you read The Rebirth of a Nation by Kingsley Mbadu, by the way, every thought leader from the East lies in their books. Let me not say every. Most. I mean, with due respect to, I don't even know anyone. I'm just saying it for the sake of, in case I find one tomorrow. Because I read the number and I'm not even surprised anymore. They always find a way, whether it's Mbadu will, or Aziki will, or Chino Achebe will. As long as it's about Nigerian history, or what's this other one? I must find his name because I've thought about him now. Alex Madibo. All these people.
They said, oh, they want the seats that you buy.
They must re-engineer and rewrite something. The point of the matter, Sha, is that they said, oh, they want the seats that you buy. Now did cross-carpeting. Our now betrayed them. Again, they always crying betrayal as though they are owed something. Nobody owes you nothing in this country. May God bless all of us. May God bring help to all of us. But nobody should have that entitlement mentality in Nigeria. What really happened was this. We were going to have an election. NCNC did not. When we were discussing manifesto, AG had manifesto, NCNC did not. NCNC said manifesto should not be given before the elections. After the election, they will now tell people what they want to do for them. When the people then voted, this said we were under the impression heard since 1951 till today on what happened, about what happened in 1951 is not based on what happened, it's based on the impression that they were under.
The impression that they had won.
They were under the impression that they had won.
In other words, Action Group
and they now told the world that they had won, not that they won.
NCNC had candidates. They were also independent.
In other words, Action Group had candidates. NCNC had candidates. They were also independent candidates. NCNC was believing that the independent candidates would come to their side. Action Group was also working on those same group. Everybody was trying to woo them.
They were never in NCNC.
And of course, Action Group was independent candidates. People like
Ibadan People's Party tickets in Ibadan.
Adekoke Adelabu, who ran on the Ibadan People's Party tickets in Ibadan. People like
different people in different places, right?
Timothy Odutola in Ijebu-Ode. Different people in different places, right? In Benin, in Ondo. It's because you don't know politics.
The goal is not to build a party.
And again, like I said, the goal is not to build a party. It's not even to establish a party. It's to hijack one and make it ethnic. There's any group that made a party ethnic, a national party ethnic, it was Zeke. And by the way, I think it's reincarnated. Because that almost happened with LP. I'm sure you get the point. Let's continue. The platform of the party became the theater of activities for the educated elite. The only class interested in the plums of office, which plums became larger and greater in number as universities and corporations were created at regional and federal levels. Within the regions, the civil servants became infected with the contagion of tribalism or ethnicity, wishing to see men of their localities appointed or promoted. At the federal level and in corporations, the same process was clearly at work.
even the federal universities were not insulated. The
Excuse
two
me.
big tribes, please, if you're on TikTok,
Even the federal universities were not insulated. The two big tribes, please, if you're on TikTok, thank you for 100K. Let me clap for everybody. But we have to really power tap. This thing is still showing amber. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for the like. Somebody says on YouTube, what was it that Azikiwe may have experienced in the US that made him so Igbo-centric in his national outlook?
The US
I think the US influence will be mostly. I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to the book. The US influence will mostly be based on
what he did essentially was to now use that idea
the Pan-African thing, and then what he did essentially was to now use that idea as a tool to getting what he wanted.
I think what made,
Right?
this is my
I don't know if what he experienced in US was what made him think of having part. I think what made, this is my own thought. I think what made him want Igbo
the activities that took place
exceptionalism might actually be activities that took place in Germany,
or that were unfolding and was going to take place in Germany.
or that were unfolding and was going to take place in Germany.
If you read his speeches,
Right? There were certain movements, because if you read his speeches, you will see some traces of, as though he was trying to invoke Jewish nationalist spirit.
God has specially created
The idea of the chosen one. God has specially created us. The idea that they had been victims. These are things that happened to Jews in Europe. We'll have a session on it sometime later. You see how Zeke
one was Pan-African, the other one was
Zeke used two ideologies. One was Pan-African, the other one was Zionism,
but we're not going to go deep into it. What you see
and he combined those two things. But we're not going to go deep into it. What you see is Zeke trying to make himself and his people the Jews of Nigeria by invoking certain things. And if you read his speeches, especially the one he gave in 1949, if you read that speech, you start seeing things like, we are specially created, we have a Kinekon, we are the victim of these people, we have gone everywhere, we have suffered. It's as though you are reading what happened to the Jews.
outside their own context.
And this is not to say Zionism is good or bad. The point is just that it was lifting it outside their own context
Think about it.
and applying it to his own people.
Thank you, Mr. Letu on YouTube.
To the point where crazy, I mean, think about it. You're always hearing, thank you, Mr. Letu on YouTube. You're always hearing things like they're from Israel, they're from this, they're from that. I mean, I don't,
His rhetoric,
to each their own. Wherever you are from is okay. But the point is that his rhetoric
actually his actions were Jewish. His rhetoric
was more Jewish than anything else. Actually, his actions were Jewish. His rhetoric was to the world was Pan-African. To his people was Zionism.
One day we'll talk about it.
Or was Zionist.
And the best way to understand this thing, the best way, right?
One day we'll talk about
I have
it.
a collection of his speeches.
And the best way to understand this thing, the best way, right? I have a collection of his speeches. These things are quite interesting. You know, you read and you just, I like looking for patterns, right? I think when you find patterns, it helps you understand life better. That's my own theory, and I think it works, right? And you're able to also predict.
That thing, you also see.
So you look for certain patterns. That thing you also see in Ojukwu.
Ojukwu did the same thing minus the Pan-African bit.
You also see in Ojukwu. Ojukwu did the same thing minus the Pan-African bit.
Yeah, we are from Israel. Even the DNA
And that's
test,
why.
they said they're not from Israel, so people will rest. But I don't think
Yeah, we are from Israel.
DNA doesn't matter to
They even did DNA test now. They said they're not from Israel, so maybe we will rest. But I don't think so. DNA doesn't matter to a person, to a group like that. If DNA doesn't exist, they will create it in their minds.
I hope I answered that question. I don't want to go deep into it, but I hope I answered it. I'm sure you got it.
Let's get back to the book. I hope I answered that question. I don't want to go deep into it, but I hope I answered it. I'm sure you got
Even
it.
the federal universities
Let's continue.
were not insulated.
Even the federal universities were not insulated.
Badru says choosing one with the responsibility. Yes. That was also, they said we cannot shirk from our responsibility.
Dr. Badru says choosing one with the responsibility. Yes.
And we have to take care of
That was also, they said we cannot shirk from our responsibility. Over time we have been conquerors and we have to take care of Africa. God of Africa has specially created the Igbo race
Those were his words.
to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages. Those were his words. And that's supposed to be a Pan-Africanist.
Even the federal universities were not insulated. The two big
Let's
tribes,
go back to the
Yoruba and Igbo, fought over.
Even the federal universities were not insulated. The two big tribes, the Yoruba and Igbo, fought overtly on tribal balancing.
And we also mentioned how.
I think we mentioned here what happened in the University of Lagos. And we also mentioned how we had a session where we talked about it, how the Igbos filled every place fillable. It flows from the southeast. Whether it was in UI or in Lagos. In UI, for instance, they made the VC Igbo, they made the Pro-Chancellor Igbo, Francis Ibiam. And when Francis Ibiam was done, they then put Ikejani, another Igbo, as the Pro-Chancellor. And then in Lagos, they put in Njoku as VC. When his term was up and Saburi Baku was going to be made the VC, they began to shout tribalism. If you allow people to lie to you in Nigeria, you're a Yoruba person, it's our fault though. Anybody that wants to lie is not their fault. So that's their destiny to lie. Your own, you cannot be believing everything. Because that's how Kayode Ted Adams believed it and stabbed Biobaku and his Yoruba.
The first time I was like, okay.
How were they doing it and Yorubas were not kicking against it? I said, they were kicking against it now. The first time I was like, okay. And I've said it before. It's not that, I'm not saying DK was not a qualified person. I'm just saying that he was not the highest ranked official of the University of Ibadan. Professor Ajose was there.
There were senior lecturers, senior guys.
Professor Ajose was there. He was Yoruba. There were senior lecturers, senior guys in UI at the time. And when it was time for Pro-Chancellor, Zik made sure that the people that he was putting there were Igbos. When he removed one Igbo, he put another Igbo there in UI. When he did in Unilag, he did the same thing. Oh, we have to move on Njoku because people now started noticing the pattern like Edro, no, Kilon Shele.
The grandfather of the
we have to put Saburi Biobaku. But somehow,
was the one,
the grandfather of the kids on Twitter now
fellow Yoruba man,
was the one, he's a Yoruba boy, took a knife and stabbed a fellow Yoruba man because he's fighting tribalism and want to fight for Igbo people in Yoruba land.
Was pled not guilty.
Like I said, it was taken to court. Was pled not guilty. Now this excuse of his mental stuff is psychological or whatever. Oh, okay. So let him go. It wasn't long from there that he eventually committed suicide. He killed himself. If you don't believe me, please just note the name. Google it. This one, you don't have to read any book. Kayode Ted Adams.
Willing tools, unwilling tools, or willing tools. I don't know which one to call.
These are the useful idiots. Willing tools, unwilling tools, or willing tools. I don't know which one to call them. That are all over Yoruba land being used by people even today. For instance, this matter of cultural appropriation is some Yoruba people who think they know what they're talking about. Telling people that it doesn't really matter. And
To be progressive.
Or for what?
Meanwhile, the person who you are losing your life
to be seen. To be progressive.
Which is a plus for them.
Meanwhile, the person who you are losing your life for is very grounded in reality, which is a plus for them, and I should add that. And I like that for them. They know what's up.
So when he was talking about what was happening in university, that's what was happening. And it's when Yoruba people always respond, that's when they become tribalists.
So when he was talking about what was happening in university, that's what was happening. And it's when Yoruba people always respond, that's when they become tribalists. Ikejani that Zik put in UI after Francis Ibiam was the one who went to lie that he had DSC certificate from University of Toronto.
Yes, he studied in the university.
Only for somebody to visit and discover that Baba did not have DSC. Yes, he studied in the university, but he didn't have that certificate.
How did he get his certificate?
But the real question is, how did he get the certificate? I talked about it in the video
State House.
unacceptable. Please, 62.65% of NRC taken over by its ethnic group.
Well, no, they're the ones that call you.
Nigerian Ports Authority, 70%. Misha was his people.
That's not the point. The point is that history.
But no, they're the ones that call you a tribal. You are the one who is a bigot.
And also, if you're a Yoruba person, if you make the mistakes of the past, you have.
Am I saying all Igbos are bad? That's not the point. The point is that history doesn't support the things that they're saying, and the present doesn't support it either. And also, if you're a Yoruba person, if you make the mistakes of the past, you have the same consequences. That's the point.
Nobody cares about what you think you are caring.
It's not that, oh, let's demonize an ethnic group. I don't have time for that. The point is that for a Yoruba person, you are naive. And you're just shouting, you know, we are all kiniko. Nobody cares about what you think you care about. No, the people that you think cares about that, the people you think care about that thing, care about themselves.
When your friends are insulting your people, you don't talk.
So whatever organization you are joining, a movement that they're doing on social media that allows you to insult your people, and when your friends are insulting your people, you don't talk. But when your people respond, that's when you begin to speak that you're Yoruba.
It was on matters
the organization is you need help. May God help you.
To the chauvinistic feelings
where were we?
Politicians and the so-called intellectuals.
It was on matters like this that the masses succumbed to the chauvinistic feelings stirred up by the politicians and the so-called intellectuals. The Igbo, the Yoruba, and the Northerners began to look upon their representation in the Federal Civil Service and institution on ethnic basis. When a Yoruba man held a key post at the federal level, the ordinary Yoruba man felt that this meant a credit to his tribe. When the Igbo predominated in a federal corporation, the Yoruba felt pained, feeling that the pride of his tribe had been wounded. Never mind that back in Yoruba land or Igbo land, respectively, the Ibadan man would not see eye to eye with the Ijebu man, and the Onitsha Igbo would bicker with the Aro Igbo. In the south, the and Cameroons predominantly a part.
There's no doubt.
Masses attached to university men.
In the big cities all over
for decades, scores of Nigerians, take that again, for decades, had been living in harmony in the big cities all over the country. True, they had town or ethnic organizations, but these were not performing political functions as such. Invariably, people of different ethnic groups lived together under the same roof successfully, behaving to one another as good neighbors, hardly ever parading their tribal labels in any offensive manner. When did this change? One of our mistakes I think we have in Nigeria is that we know the issues, but we don't usually ask, when did this thing happen and why did it happen? Speech in 1940 September.
I want to read something to you from 1940.
Oh, I put the book inside.
Who is there?
Let me see if it's in this version. Mambo, I want to read something to you from 1940.
Oh, I'm with that. Anyway, continue for a minute. Look on. You told me I will know just not for I will see. I want to read something. Just give me a second.
I want to read something. Just give me a second.
Something that Chief Odutola said.
I want to read something that Chief Odutola said. Thank you.
Oh, I found it.
Oh, I found it. I found it. God is good. He has done me well. Oh, my soul.
This is what Odutola said. Please listen and
All right.
connect it. I like connecting stuff. Connect it with what we just
This
said.
is what Odutola said. Please listen and we'll connect it. I like connecting stuff. Connect it with what we just read earlier. So please take a listen to this.
Again, context. 1940
This is what Chief Odutola said. Again, context. 1940 September, NYM had had enough. Zik had been involved in anti-party activities, was shouting, "We want a new Africa." It was making everything about Igbo, Igbo, Igbo. And it was costing the party elections. It was scattering everything. So they're going to expel him. And so they had this meeting. It was a very long meeting, right? But this is what happened. So after a lot of people have spoken, Awo, for instance, said they should remove him, they should expel him. For instance, he says, we shouldn't condone indiscipline and disloyalty. I strongly press for the expulsion of this man before he grows too monstrous for us to cope with. This was in 1940, September.
During the days of our old Africa,
this is what Odutola said.
The Igbos and Yorubas lived together.
During the days of our old Africa, the Igbos and Yorubas lived together as Nigerians. It seems to me, therefore, that the remedy for the present troubles is this. Azikiwe has brought his new Africa from America. He should return it there, either by post or by taking it back there personally. If need be, his passage to and fro should be paid by the movement. But mark this, he concluded, unless this Azikiwe's brand of New Africa is done away with, there will be no harmony in this country. When was this? 1940. All over the country. True. Under the same roof successfully, behaving to one another as good neighbors, hardly ever parading their good fortune to study in this premier university institution in the middle and late 50s, during which period a large number of ethnic groups from all over Nigeria were represented, and friendships, many life friendships forged among students without any attention being given to ethnic differences. It was not until the 1959-60 session that tribalism entered student unionism in Ibadan, thanks to alleged instructions by a politically oriented organization to students of that tribe to devise a tribal strategy to capture some key union posts.
Instructions by politically oriented organization. Is the Igbo State Union
Instructions by politically oriented organization is the Igbo State Union is talking about. He may not have written it boldly. I will explain how it is the Igbo State Union.
Igbo students
there was an
should
instruction
devise a strategy
that
to
their
capture
students,
key union posts.
Igbo students, should devise a strategy to capture key union posts.
When was that? 1959-1960 session. Are we good on YouTube?
When was that? 1959-1960 session.
Can YouTube, I hope you can hear me, please. Please let me know if you
Are we
can
good
hear
on
me.
YouTube? If on YouTube, I hope you can hear me, please. Please let me know if you can hear me on YouTube.
What would
I'll
make
take a
you
second to
go
just
university
be sure.
and tell young people in the
What would
university
make you go to
should
universities
ensure that it's
and
people
tell
from the
young
ethnicity
people
that
in the
become
universities
that hold key positions
that they should ensure that it's people from the ethnicity that
Again,
become
you are not
that hold
tribalistic.
key positions in the university? But again, you are not tribalistical. Why? Why would you be tribalistic? You are just a child of God, and the rest of us are just, thinking of our own people alone. How sad.
YouTube is fine, so don't worry. I'm not doing it because
Give me a second, please.
there's no problem at all. We're good.
By the way, YouTube is fine, so don't worry. I'm not doing this because there's no problem at all. We're good.
Because it's important for people to remember
Let's continue.
in 1950,
So I'll read that again because it's important for people to remember history.
moved
In
or
1959, the
instructed
Igbo State Union moved
young
or
Igbo people in universities to ensure
instructed
that they got key political
young
posts.
Igbo people in universities to ensure that they got key political posts
When you read
in UI.
On a Darkling Plain by Ken Saro-Wiwa, you will see
When
what
you
they were
read
saying about UI.
On a Darkling Plain by Ken Saro-Wiwa,
These were some of the things that
you will
led
see
to
what they were
people
saying
just
about UI.
having this unrestricted
These were some of the things that led
say,
to people just having this unrestricted,
power
unbridled, I should say,
in every sector, every
ambition
space,
for
including
power
university student union.
in every sector, every space, including
That is the
university
group that tells
student
you
union.
you're tribalistic.
And that is a group that tells you you are
The dissemination
tribalistic.
of tribal or clan or regional sectionalism inflamed relations to very dangerous proportions.
The dissemination of tribal or clan or regional sectionalism inflamed relations to very dangerous proportions in the years following independence. Proportions not achieved by religious propaganda since the middle of the 19th century. Perennially there, too, was the North versus South tension, which increased after 1960, partly because of the failure of the Southern leaders to appreciate the peculiar situation in the North that could not make their counterparts in that region see eye to eye with them. Partly because the Northerners quite rightly feared that views orthodox in the South, but heretical in the North, could spread to the North by Southern politicians. This fear was not unreal in view of the fact that there were, in the key urban centers in the North, potential fifth columnists, Southerners who shared the ethnic jingoism of the two Southern parties. From 1959, the situation became inflammatory when one of the leaders in the South, Obafemi Awolowo, decided to give his party a truly pan-Nigerian complexion and make the whole of Nigeria his theater of operation.
The tribal factor as the major cause of the Nigerian crisis and the civil war centered around
The tribal factor as the major cause of the Nigerian crisis and the civil war centered around the Igbo. Not because they were worse than the Yoruba and Hausa Fulani, but because in the circumstances in which history had pushed them, they were less discreet, more articulate and abler than the others to irritate and provoke others. I'm going to read that again slowly.
They were less discreet, more
They were less discreet,
to irritate and
more
provoke
articulate,
others. I want to
and
ask you
abler
a
than the others to irritate and provoke others. I want to ask you a question, just a simple question. This also get all of us back on board. Does this still happen, or is this history?
They were less discreet.
That's the question.
It
says they were less discreet.
To irritate others and provoke
They were abler. In other words, they were more able to irritate others and provoke every other person.
I don't think it's just history, though.
I don't think it's just history, though.
Their role as an ethnic group in contemporary Nigeria is singled out.
It is contemporary Nigeria is singled out. as an illustration of tribalism at work. For whilst the Hausa Fulani were pushing their dog in the manger policy in the old northern Nigeria, and the Yoruba were anxious to assume leadership in the country, neither of these two peoples was in a position to translate desire into action and thereby attempt to force themselves upon the country. Only the Igbo attempted to carry loyalty to the tribe to the extent that other ethnic groups began to fear that the Igbo were making a bid for domination of the Federation. This fear generated suspicion and hatred for the Igbo, particularly among the Northerners. Please, let's pause for a second. Let's power tap. Again, we're reading The Educated Elites in Nigerian Society by E.B. Ayodele, published in 1974. And this, of course, was after the war. And I think even in this book, he was being generous to the Igbos. That's what I think. And I say that because having studied different materials on that period, I think was too generous.
Others could not have done that, at least not that way. And there's something
By saying others could have done it, but they did it. Others could not have done that, at least not that way. And there's something that even he is not noticing. It's cultural evolution.
There is no tact.
There's no diplomacy.
There's no reference for it.
There's no tact.
In terms of political engagement.
Because there's no reference for it in their culture. In terms of political engagement, at least. In business, you'll find it, by the way. In business, an able person could call you brother, meanwhile he's older than you. You understand how to negotiate, you don't understand how to persuade. But once you leave buying and selling in trade, once you leave trading, he doesn't know how to do this thing again. Even in religion, he doesn't know how to do it.
Push against another person becoming their priest just because it's not.
So will make a people push against another person becoming their priest just because it's not from that area.
Which is a good thing, by the way.
That clannish mindset setting, the only part where you don't see it is in trading, which is a good thing, by the way.
Attempted to carry loyalty to the tribe.
So he says, only the Igbo attempted to carry loyalty to the tribe to the extent that other ethnic groups began to fear that the Igbo were making a bid for domination of the Federation. This fear generated suspicion and hatred for the Igbo, particularly among the Northerners. As a Northern soldier reportedly exclaimed, "The Igbo know how to talk and pretend to be brothers. We discovered their treachery late. Most countries have one Judas Iscariot for every 100 of their people. The Igbos are 99% Judas. My best friend in the army was an Igbo. I discovered afterwards that even he had misbehaved." By the way, I'm reading a book. Do I believe this? No. I don't think 99% of Igbos are Judas. I don't think so. But this is what. And by the way, he's quoting a book called. The book is called Nigerian Politics and Military Rule: Prelude to the Civil War. It was written by S.K. Pantabrick. They interviewed a Northern soldier, and he said that the Igbos know how to pretend to be brothers, and that they were. He says for every other nation that you have one Judas among 100, but for Igbo it's 99%. That's what he thinks.
Less discreet.
However, before we explain the phenomenon, by the way, when he said less discreet. Lola, why now? Kinoshi.
What did they do to you? When he said they were less discreet, he's referring to something that happened in 1945.
When he said they were less discreet, he's referring to something that happened in 1945.
But today, let me just call it.
Where's Sidi Oyema? By the way, I don't like calling his full name. But today, let me just mention his full name. In case you hear it, because somebody mentioned that name, and someone was asking, is it the same person? It's the same person. Charles Daddy Oyema. So it's not like you heard Daddy Oyema, you heard Charles Oyema, you heard Sidi Oyema. It's the same person. He's the one who said in 1945 that the Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a matter of time. Why? Because he was drunk on the plan they had in 1944. The plan was for 20 years. And so he said that in 45. And he was the one who moved the motion that enabled the northern region to have 50% of the seats in 1950.
No, the context is different, though. I said in terms of trading with a person.
No,
not
the
in
context is
structure
different,
of
oh,
the
Mr. Olaye.
organization. But when it comes to
I
buying
said
and
in
selling,
terms of trading with a person, not in the structure of the trading organization. But when it comes to buying and selling, that they know how to acquire. They can stoop to conquer.
I mean,
Truth be told,
selling, buying and selling, and it's just like if you buy
they can.
something for them,
Truth be told, when it comes to selling, buying and selling,
only get something else.
and collecting your money, you can only get something else, but they won't return that money. But at least they can say, brother, they say they don't bow. They bow to people if they want to buy market. Come and buy my market. Buy my market. You want to buy my goods, you want to sell goods, they will do that. But it's limited only to trading.
Of course, how could you have moved the motion? I didn't say move the motion. Did I say move the motion?
City Oyema supported the motion. Did I say move the motion?
But it was
I didn't say move the motion. The motion was moved by the Northerners.
Because nobody in the South.
But it was the Southern. It was one representing Eastern Nigeria who actually spoke up on that thing, because nobody in the South agreed. Nobody in Western region agreed until he spoke. I have the records of that debate, and every single word he said. Somebody said that Oyema was the father of Oyema, who was Buhari's Minister of External Affairs. Kashama Dukwe. Thank you very much for that, Kubo. His own speech in 1950 was what guaranteed the North having 50% of the seats. It wasn't just oh, I'm supporting the motion. It was the main thing that got the North to get it, because the North wanted it.
Everybody said no.
Why do any pardon? People, thank you for the gift. Thanks a lot, Lola. Everybody said no. It was when they met, the next time they met, Oba Adesoja Aderemi was one representing the Western region. I said, no, we don't agree with this thing.
They were the ones who go in the streets of
anyway,
and tell them that
that's what he meant by they were less discreet. They were the ones who go in the streets of the North and tell them that, you know, they were there to take over Nigeria. They are the ones who will look the Northerner in the face and tell him Shine Maganinku, and tell him that, you know, they had the wrong Nzogu who would beat sense into them. They're the ones who would go to the point of printing almanacs and printing bread label of Nzogu conquering the Sadana. They're the ones who will wax records and release records and blare it in the streets, in the markets. 2 songs were made around that time. There was Machine Gun by Celestine Uku, and there was Ewu Nabakwa by Rex Lawson. What will make you do things like this? In the face of the indigenous people, just bombard them with stuff.
So the Northern soldier reportedly, I read that already, but not to connect. Let me just continue. Let me just read that again.
So the Northern soldier reportedly, I read that already, but not to connect. Let me just continue. Let me just read that again. As a Northern soldier reportedly exclaimed, the Igbo know how to talk and pretend to be brothers. Again, I don't agree with all these things he's saying here, but I'm just reading it because it's in the book. We discovered their treachery late. Most countries have one Judas Iscariot for every 100 of their people. The Igbos are 99% Judas. My best friend in the army was an Igbo. I discovered afterwards that even he had misbehaved. However, before we explain the phenomenon of the fear instilled into other tribes by the Igbo, we should pause a little on the incapacity or unwillingness of the Fulani Hausa and of the Yoruba to seek to impose themselves on the rest of the country. Can you please repeat the names of the songs? Ewu Nabakwa by Tragedy of Victory by Egodjon Labi Sama. You find it in The Origins of the Civil War by Nnamdi Azikiwe himself.
The NPC leadership, the political party that bestrode
There are more,
the
but those three should help.
was predominantly an overwhelming.
Whilst it is true that there were not wanting Northerners who considered Nigeria as a unit, the fact remains that the NPC leadership, the political party that bestrode the vast North like a colossus, was predominantly and overwhelmingly Northern in outlook and in their vision. That they thought more Northern-wise than Nigerian-wise. That the dream of Islamic conquest southward to the Atlantic seaboard, which had been attempted by the fanatical followers of Usman Dan Fodio in the 19th century, had been abandoned. That culturally and religiously, the people of the far north, excluding the middle belt of the old northern Nigeria, believed that they belonged more to the Islamic world north of the tropical forest than to the rest of Nigeria. That but for the geographical pool that compelled them to depend upon the transatlantic sea routes for their exports and imports, they might not have elected to be part of the Federation of Nigeria. However, although territorially and demographically the Old North was bigger than the rest of Nigeria, the Northerners were only too painfully conscious of their lack of Western-style literary education, the indispensable instrument absolutely essential for the leadership of the federal government. Therefore, they became eager compromisers, offering to share authority and power with any group of Southerners who would regard the North as the exclusive preserve of the NPC. In other words, as long as you leave them in the North, as long as you don't try to gain incursion into the Northern region would work, the NPC would work with you. When we get to talking about why Papa Awo and SLA fell out, you understand how these things happen and what really happened, especially between Papa and Sardauna.
You're trying to get quickly mention. I'm going back to the book in a bit. Just a second. You'll wrap it there.
There's a lesson I want to quickly mention. We're going back to the book in a bit. Just a second. Yoruba people, the politics of other regions in Nigeria is totally different. Mentioning.
It was designed that way. Like
they have designed it to be the way it is.
You can design something good for your neighbor.
You get the point? Like, I'm not saying you can design something good for your neighbor.
If you want to fix it,
but understand the fact that it's not broken. If you want to fix it, they have to be the ones to redesign it, not you, Yoruba man, who has vision of the world, want to change the world. That's what I wanted to do. But the establishment did not want it. That's why Papa failed in the North. When you see people taking their eyes off certain things in the North, it's intentional. Some things are designed to be the way they are.
That's why I say to people, whatever you want to do in your region, do it.
And that's why I say to people, whatever you want to do in your region, do it. The only problem is when you bring it into Yoruba land. That's when I get angry. But that you want to be anyhow in your place, I will need my permission. Let's get back into this. So it says here, the Northerners, the NPC, became eager compromisers because, of course, they lacked Western education, right? Not that they were not educated at all, but they were writing Ajami and speaking Arabic. It won't work in the federal system.
But they will work with you as long as you're not planning to bring your party into the North.
Right. But they will work with
Hence,
you
in 19 okay, let me
as long
finish.
as you're not planning to
Therefore,
bring your
they
party into
became
the
eager
north.
compromisers,
Hence,
offering
in
to
19
share
okay, let me finish that one.
power with any group of
Therefore, they
Southerners
became
who would
eager
regard the North as an
compromisers,
exclusive
offering
preserve
to
of
share
the
authority
NPC.
and power with any group of Southerners who would regard the
Hence, in
North as an
1959 and
exclusive preserve of
1964,
the
the
NPC.
majority in the House of Representatives notwithstanding,
Hence, in 1959 and
which all the time
1964,
swept the
the
polls in the
majority in
northern
the
region,
House of Representatives
gave away to
notwithstanding,
the Southerners
the
far more than
NPC,
they
which all
retained.
the time swept the polls in the northern region, gave
Everybody
away
understands
to the
this.
Southerners far
That's
more than
why
they retained.
Excuse me. That's why
Anybody
NCNC
understands
was able to
this?
do what NCNC did.
That's why,
NCNC was the junior
excuse me,
partner
that's why NCNC was able to do what
59-64.
NCNC did.
They
NCNC
opposed
was the junior partner
They failed because NPC couldn't
between
field
59 and
didn't
64.
have as many educated people.
And
The
the posts
Western
they
region who
filled,
had
they filled
educated
because
people
NPC couldn't fill those
were not
posts. They
considered
didn't have as
because
many
they were not
educated
able.
people. But the Western region who had
NCNC
educated
was
people
used
were
at the Igbo State Union to accomplish and achieve the plans of the Igbo State Union.
not
Just
considered
like
because they
certain
were
people
not
using
Igbo.
the LP or were using the LP to
So
achieve certain
NCNC
things
was used
before they were
at
called
the Igbo
reform.
State Union to accomplish and
Let's
achieve
that
the
right.
plans of the Igbo State Union.
Don't scatter. At least it's not what
Just
you're
like certain
saying.
people are using the LP or were using the LP to achieve certain things before they were called out on, but now they
So it says, hence
don't
in
scatter. At least it's not what it used to be.
1959-1964,
Everybody's doing
the
coalition now.
majority in the House of
Coalition.
Representatives notwithstanding, the NPC, which all the time
Is well.
swept the polls in local region, gave away to the Southerners far
So
more
it says,
than they
hence in 1959 and 1964, the majority in the House of Representatives notwithstanding, the NPC, which all the time swept the polls in the northern region, gave away to the Southerners far more than they retained. They retained that. They did that because, of course, they couldn't even.
insignificant
Right.
pittance.
It says unable to produce enough personnel for its administration in the region, the region was never able to contribute more than an insignificant pittance to the civil service personnel of the federal government. Indeed, unlike the other regions, the northern region employed a very large number of southerners to the lower and middle cadres of the civil service,
Thank you for the gift.
a gesture never reciprocated by the southern regions.
Though qualitatively and quantitatively superior to the
Thank you for the
Hausa
gift.
and West
Thank you so
style
much.
education, the Yoruba never overcome
Though qualitatively and quantitatively superior to the Hausa Fulani in Western style education, the Yoruba never overcome the intra-ethnic bitterness and hatred which progressively have proved a source of perennial division among them since the early years of the 19th century. Of course, a direct product of the Kiriji War, which is something we are trying to yokuru lawo kan tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí gbọ́n owó ìkúrú padà sínú ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú gbogbo nǹkan tó ń bá káàkiri ń sìn.
a phenomenon that there's
Period increased the tension, a phenomenon that their successors Windsors unblushingly revived when the British withdrew. Hopelessly divided, they would rather ally with groups outside Yoruba land against themselves than sink their differences and present a semblance of unity and solidarity. He's talking about Yoruba people. But thank God that was taken care of in the last election. Ẹgbẹ́ Ọlọ́run tóbi, ẹ̀yin Olúwa lógo.
fight amongst ourselves and then we now break.
But over time, what we'll do is we'll bicker amongst ourselves and fight amongst ourselves, and then we'll now break and it happened in 64.
A fraction of action
A faction worked with NPC and became, a faction of action group became an NDP, worked with NPC, became NNA, became, what do they call them?
Another faction of action group worked with NCNC.
NNA, right? Yes. And then the other faction of action group worked with NCNC and became OBGA. We were breaking amongst ourselves, but thank God that was sorted out in this last election, and that's how Tinubu won. That's why whenever we hear Yoruba bots on social media, we're getting very forceful with respect, because we know what this thing will lead to. The people you are aligning yourself with don't care about you. So it says, hopelessly divided, they would rather ally themselves, they would rather ally with groups outside Yoruba land against themselves and seek their differences and present a semblance of unity and solidarity. No, I read that wrongly. Let me read it again. Hopelessly divided, they would rather ally with groups outside Yoruba land against themselves. And solidarity. Consequently, but we had a party that had an interest at heart, Action Group. But Yoruba people will now be in NCNC and work against Action Group. Meanwhile, they are working with people who consider the NCNC to be their own national possession. And that's why as soon as they get that power, they can do away with the Yoruba people, just like Mbadiwe and Ubanugo said in that paper that I read the other day. They will use Fani Kayode, drop him, and then use Akinfosile because they're all in NCNC. That's our own issue as Yoruba people. Maybe we want to prove a point, or we are still coming out of our... Let me tell you something. You don't have to ally with anybody in Yoruba land. If a person is doing something, I don't have to be part of it, but I don't have to stop them either, especially if it's for the good of the people. The point is not that you should join every organization that is Yoruba. I don't even join organizations because it is well. I've studied some of them. It's just interesting. But I don't want to be the one to stop you from accomplishing what you want to accomplish for Yoruba people. In other words, if you're not going to support them to getting it done, at least don't try to stop them from doing what they want to do, especially because they are fighting for Yoruba people. Not that you must join, but at least just leave it alone. Not be speaking English and trying to prove a point that I'm a detribalized. I'm not like every other Yoruba. I'm a Yoruba, but all these Yoruba but things don't make sense. People just like this one that I'm talking about, who have taken it upon themselves to say it will work. We must prove a point. This is not how Yoruba are. Who told you how Yoruba people are? This is a person who's the highest book he or she has ever read is self-help. How to make $1 billion in 2 minutes. That's the highest book he has read. It's one that will tell you about Yoruba culture and ethnic ideology and our norms and values. You don't even know what you're talking about. I want to prove they're educated. To what end? Could make sense. And this is a very, 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 very important message for us as Yoruba people. You break amongst yourself. Each will now go and ally with somebody who doesn't have your interest at heart, but you're proving something for yourselves, and then they come in and sweep the whole place. And then your land becomes the only place, the laboratory for the tribalization in Nigeria. Should we leave Yoruba nation agitations alone then? Those are not doing things for Yoruba people. Those are hurting Yoruba people. I put a condition. They are doing it for Yoruba people. Listen, agitations that they are doing is not going to help Yoruba people. It's anti-Yoruba.
When this thing started, I just used to, I would listen.
Why? You know, years ago when this thing started, I just used to, I would listen. I would just listen. But I know that they were doing alliance with Igbo, suddenly Nnamdi Kanu was the best thing in sliced bread. They were talking about how they were working together. I was like, see the Eastern region now. That's not.
And by the way, I am also not going to be
those ones are not. No. And by the way, I am also not going to be working with anybody against them. Even if I don't agree with Yoruba, the agitators, I also will not go and work with Igbo or Hausa against them, even if they are wrong.
I'm not going to go and meet an outsider.
I think we should stay on this thing for a bit. Even if my people are wrong, I'm not going to go and meet an outsider to come and help me fix it, to go and prove a point to them that I'm the one that knows what should happen.
I can talk to him. If Patapata will tell me, shut up, I'm not going to listen to you.
If my family member is wrong, I can talk to him. If Patapata will tell me, shut up, I'm not going to listen to you, that's okay. We can fight. He can say, you don't like Yoruba people, that's why you're talking like this. Me, I like Yoruba people more than you. Okay, but I just don't agree with you. We can fight. You can hate me, I don't mind. But I'll tell you what I want to tell you. As far as even my heart, I know I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to make something clear. But what I will not do is now go out of the house, go and look for somebody in another ethnic group and ally with that person and become an ally with that person against you because I don't agree with you. I can't do that, even if you are wrong. I'll correct you. If you don't listen, you will listen eventually, but I will do everything in my power to make sure that you don't destroy your balance, but not by working with another external person. For instance, the last time these people came and carried guns, they went to Ibadan, the secretariat in Ibadan. What did we do? We spoke against it. We didn't say, oh, let's see what the Northerner would do or what the Igbo would do. No, we spoke up against it, but we did it amongst ourselves. Looking for somebody outside their region. For mistake, they will now go and be looking for somebody outside their region to come and, which is what's happened with LP. Sheboju wants Jansen. Oh, fẹ́ràn Tinubu. Tó bá fẹ́ràn filẹ̀. Sọ fún pé mo fẹ́ràn mi ní dìbò fún ẹ. Kì í ṣe wípé ó wá lọ máa sọ pé LP Peter Obi and you call yourself Afenifere. That is what this book is talking about.
You can push against that. What is even doing that?
If Tinubu is doing stuff that will hurt Yoruba land, you can push against that. But it's like, what is even doing that is in Yoruba land? Of all the governors in Nigeria, who was appointing people from other places more than Tinubu?
What is he gaining from that now?
For all of that, what are we gaining from? What is he gaining from that now?
That is why you have Hausa People United, you can't find Hausa condemn. No, I like the fact that we condemn. See, I'm not.
Someone said that is why you have Hausa People United. You can't find Hausa condemn. No, I like the fact that we condemn. See, I'm not against correcting ourselves. We can criticize ourselves. Because you don't want to become like the people you just mentioned right now, because there's a huge minus for that. You become stagnant. If your leaders are not doing anything right, and you're not speaking about it, and you're like, which is what the Igbos do, which is what the Hausas do, they do it. And it works. Ami, Mr. Kunle, thank you, sir.
Let your brother know that.
It also is my person. I won't talk about it. Don't do that. Talk about it. Let your brother know that let him explain himself. Maybe you are even wrong. Maybe he's the one that's right. But you can then work together. Don't take your eyes off because he's your brother. But don't employ the services of an external person. Two brothers were fighting. Both of them were ABBO. One of them went to meet a priest. This story is deep.
Thank you, Adex, on YouTube.
No, I'm being tempted to open. I'll just say the story. Thank you, Adex, on YouTube. I'm talking about present-day Abia State. Two of that priest come and settle the dispute. The priest happened to be an Igbo man. The priest then went to the Cross River area, got two brothers to help him take over the land from the brothers who were fighting, and he succeeded. That was how Arochukwu came to be.
It was the brothers from that side.
He didn't even really fight because it was the brothers from that side. What's his name? I'm sorry, I have to look. I've mentioned it, so I want to make sure I'm correct. There's a name. Let me find the name for you guys.
It's the priest is Inachi.
This is our Confederacy thing that you hear. It's the priest is Nachi, and he worked with the Akpa allies led by Osim Nubi and Akuma Nubi. Those were the brothers.
The land belonged to the IBBO. Now,
that was how the Aro Confederacy started. The land belonged to the IBBO. Now, who is in there? Don't say don't fight. I will not say don't fight. Fight.
thank you so much.
Tell ourselves the truth.
Why?
Thank you, Adeola Ogunleye, for the gift on YouTube. Thank you so much. Fight. Argue amongst yourselves. Fix it. But never bring an outsider. Why? Because he has an agenda. Is that not the same thing that Fonja did in Lorin? He brought in an outsider. He had issues with Oyo. Nachi. He went to bring in Alimi and the Fulani and the slaves. Brother, killer and shame bikini, auntie, killer and shame bikini. Why don't you go and be looking for somebody from outside? By the way, what are your history of the Igbo people by Elizabeth? You just got some Akpa people to fight. Those two brothers, they fought. And here we are.
It happened this last election.
For what? Say anything but Tinubu.
They voted one guy in Etiosa local.
It happened this last election. History is a very interesting thing, isn't it? APC would not win, Tinubu will not win, they'll do everything. They voted one guy in Etiosa local government, so in Etiosa, House of Representatives. The guy is... Your brother is hurting you. Your brother is doing something that you don't like. You now want to punish your brother by extolling an outsider, and you think you are wise. 70-year-old man. You think they're wise?
Why?
70-year-old man.
LP top to bottom. Come on, someone they say we're okay. Top to bottom.
Yes, Banky W lost election. Why? Because anything but skinny. LP top to bottom. One man somewhere no they say we're okay. Top to bottom. No sense of anything else but proving a point. You use your fatherland to prove a point. You wait for 4 years. You have proved the point now. You are complaining.
Alright, I hope you can hear me. Someone says one.
Alright, I hope you can hear me.
One of them said they will leave
election. These are the issues. The person that won now, you can't talk to that one, or maybe he's not doing what you want. You are thinking. You didn't tell him that you wanted to, change the dynamics. You didn't tell him the things that you would love to have in Etiosa. You just wanted to help people top to bottom. Well, now you have. It. You are now at the bottom. So Yoruba people, let us.
for the first time since the 19th century a pan-Yoruba.
That's right.
The brain behind the founding of the Nigeria with a set of ideas and a vision.
Moreover, in the early 50s, the Yoruba produced for the first time since the 19th century a pan-Yoruba apostle. The brain behind the founding of the Egbe Omodudua, with a set of ideas and a vision which were bound to frighten the Hausa Fulani rulers of the north. This leader was Obafemi Awolowo. He deserves more than mere mentioning. Born on 6 March 1909 in Ikene, a small town in Remo section of Ijebuland, he passed through the hard school of life with a willpower, fortitude, and determination more than the ordinary. By 1943, he had become successful politically to the point of being secretary of the Western Wing of the Nigerian Youth Movement, the first political organization in Nigeria with a pan-Nigerian vision and program to qualify as a lawyer. Hardly had he secured the Golden Fleece than he produced his first major political writing on Nigeria, Path to Nigerian Freedom, a book which contains several ideas he has continued to entertain for a quarter of a century. One such idea is commiseration with the Hausa, whom he believed were being oppressed by their Fulani impostors. And the latter came for especially severe judgment, additionally, because they are associates with the relative backwardness of the North in the matter of Western style education, and which he believes is palpably inferior to Christianity. No, he didn't believe that. If he did, he would not have sponsored all the Muslims he sponsored, even including his own sister. Again, we can correct some of these things, but largely is correct. Said he in 1947 of the Hausa. Of the people, by the way, he's talking about the book, Path to Nigerian Freedom. You can get it on Read Me Books. We've talked about it here before, right? It was very, very fantastic. It's Papa's first book ever, and it's a fantastic book. So he says here, of the people in Nigeria, the Hausas are at the same time the poorest and the most heavily taxed. They have never been known to grumble. He sighed for the day when they would be delivered from enslavement to the Fulani overlords, which he believed had been stamped on the Hausa by Islam. Said he, the day cannot be too far distant when the Hausas will come to differentiate what Allah has ordained from what man has ordained. Exploited the credulousness of their fellow men. Of course, he was talking about the Fulani. When the time comes on this, I'm smiling because this thing is heavy, so I'm using smile to douse. When we talk about Papa and SLA Akintola, I'm going to come back to this book.
You know the motto of Action Group in 1951.
You know the motto of Action Group in 1951. Life more abundant, freedom for all. That's the mindset of AWO. Life abundant, freedom for all. That's why I said to you, the northern region is not broken. It was designed that way. If they want freedom, they will do it. I'm not Messiah. At least not for anybody outside my group. And this is, guys, this is the reality of Nigerian politics. Regardless of we are all one. Everybody knows his own. We have to know your place. You have to know your place. But this thing he said is just we'll go deeper into it once we're done with this book, when we're discussing SLA and Papa. Let's continue. The NPC rulers of the North, popularly associated with the Fulani aristocracy, were only too aware that the activities of this pan-Yoruba leader, as well as his utterances, could bring them sorrow if he was allowed to have his way in the North. By the way, when Papa said the day cannot be too far distant when the Hausas will come to differentiate what Allah has ordained from what man has ordained, do you know it has started? Papa wrote this book in 1947. We published it in 47. I don't know if anybody has heard the rhetorics from the North in recent times. How? You say how? They are beginning to tell you that, and it's true that there are different ethnic groups, not one. That the other one is actually used as a political statement. But the point I'm trying to make is that they are beginning to speak now. And it's getting louder. And guess where it's loudest? Social media. It's just that sometimes when they are speaking, you will not hear what they are saying because they are speaking Hausa. But there's a movement now amongst them. And I like it for them. But the point is that the Yoruba man must be very careful how he gets involved in that. Which is what Papa did not do. Which is what Tinubu did. And he's doing. Good or bad, that's not the point. The NPC rulers of the North, popularly associated with the Fulani aristocracy, were only too aware that the activities of this pan-Yoruba leader, as well as his utterances, could bring them sorrow if he was allowed to have his way in the North. Able, resourceful, and shrewd, the social and economic programs that he had put forward to his people in the West in the years of his premiership, 1951 to 1959, were those of a modernist and a modernizer in the best tradition of deluded hybrids, comprehensive, dynamic, and revolutionary. Certainly, they constituted a big threat to the relatively slow and more traditionalist social order favored by the Hausa Fulani patrons of Islam in the North. And from him emanated incessantly the ideas of Path to Nigerian Freedom, that book, accepted throughout the length and breadth of Nigeria, even when many of these ideas were incompatible with Islam, as it was understood in the North. An unyielding believer in the virtues of the British parliamentary type of ballot box in the hands of the masses of both sexes, from the age of 21 and above, he backed up his ideas with an organization that was efficient, but especially dangerous to the interests of northern Nigeria, as perceived by the NPC rulers. The latter regarded him as a potential dismantler of the North, a view reinforced by his alliance with the pagans of the Middle Belt. Let me tell you something. What Awo did was actually for the people.
The first place all these things started where you had
in the North, you couldn't vote as a woman. The first place all these things started where you had universal suffrage in Nigeria was in the West.
When we get there, I'm going to read.
I wanted to help the North.
I'm going to read the things that happened in the North.
When we get there, I'm going to read. Not now. I don't want to get into it today. Baba will go on. He'll go inside a helicopter, trying to just penetrate the North, because. Had already had this structure where everything was feudal, like you knew your place and you stayed there. You knew you were a noble or you were a serf. If you're a serf, you remain there. That's your lot in life. And when you back that up with religion, you win. That was a recipe for.
Like you could go up.
Or a form of permanency in the station of people's lives. Like you. Let me ask you this question. Be honest though. In this country, I'll take 30 seconds break, please. I need to ease myself. But I'll just ask you this question. While I go, please answer in the comment section. Which ethnic group? I'll come back and get your answers, but please don't go away. Take me 30 seconds. Which ethnic group is the most contented in Nigeria? Please write in the comment section, Mombo.
Thank you. Thank you very much for staying tuned. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for staying tuned. Thank you.
Which ethnic group is the most
Which ethnic group is the most contented in Nigeria? And let me read the answers that I got here. Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, Hausa, North. Hausa. most contented in Nigeria. We are not. It's the Hausa specific.
The ethnic group is the Hausa. What the Hausa can take, some ethnic groups in the north that will not take it. Tiv will not take it.
And here's the next question: why?
And Tiv is also in the north.
The north is not an ethnic group, or people of God.
The point is,
what the Hausa can take, there's some ethnic groups in the north that will not take it. Tiv will not take it.
how it was interpreted. Why?
And Tiv is also in the north. Why did that happen? That's something else. The point is, if you have, someone said religious belief, yes, but it's not just the religion. It is how it was interpreted. Why? And again, I'm trying not to become a Awolowo here. The point is, the cultural leaders are also the spiritual leaders.
That is feudal.
And if the cultural leaders, who are also the spiritual leaders, decide to create a system that is feudal, and they're able to use religion to deepen it in the minds of the serfs,
And there's a positive side to that.
they can rule for 1,000 years.
I think I may be wrong, but in my opinion,
So what you have is, you know your place and you stay there. To that, by the way, the answer that I think, and I may be wrong, but in my opinion, if you're talking per capita, the people that you can trust with things, I think is the Hausa. You can trust Yoruba people, but I'm saying I'm Yoruba, so it's not like I'm speaking against my ethnic group. It's just a fact. If you want to trust certain things to certain people, I think you might want to trust the Hausa more.
but the Hausa man does.
Why? Because he really. I'm not saying there are no bad Hausa. Please get the point. I'm saying I'm not saying there are no bad Hausa. There are bad people everywhere, but the Hausa man doesn't. He doesn't feel the need to accumulate.
That thing is coming from somewhere.
He doesn't. He can sleep. He can just sleep outside. Like he's okay with life. But that thing is coming from somewhere. That action is a very good action. If you want to buy things from him, his profit is just what has to be. It doesn't have to. He's not trying to cheat you. He's not trying to find a loophole. Hausa people are not like that.
Good things from people and just focus on the negative.
They can still be trusted. They can still be trusted. That is some. See, I don't take good things from people and just focus on the negative. They can still be trusted. I'm not saying all Hausas be trusted. I'm saying if you compare ethnic groups in Nigeria, for me, and I'm Yoruba, and Yoruba people can be trusted, but I think they can be trusted more than any other group in this country. Their approach to life is simple. They don't care about particular non-law. Ashome non war. They are happy with their station. But that is a product of a feudal system plus religious indoctrination. That's how they got that.
13th, 14th century.
Now, it's similar to what you had in Europe in the 13th, 14th century, 15th century, 16th century in Europe. The people were serfs. For the most part, it was feudal societies in Europe. That's why it was very easy for the British to work with the Fulani, because they saw in them who they were.
And by the way, I see people writing in the comment section, there's also something to learn from the Hausa, there's something to learn from the Fulani.
And by the way, I see people writing in the comment section, there's also something to learn from the Hausas, there's something to learn from the Fulani. From the Hausa, you can learn contentment. Even if, yes, there's no feudalism in Yoruba, we don't have feudalism in Yoruba land. trying to steal. I'm not talking about the political class. In case you are saying no. I'm talking about the generality of the people. Hausa people are the sweetest. The only issue is this. That which helps them to maintain that level-headedness is also the thing that can spike it, religion.
So that, again, life is...
You mentioned Muhammad, you are done for, especially in certain ways. So that, again, life is two-sided. You pick which one you want to pick, and then you go on. Somebody says, but the Hausa are also well-educated Islamically. Dangote and Datata are Hausa. How many Dangote and Datata do you have in Hausa culture? Do you know what is called Almajiri? Do you know that system is designed to be that way? It's like people tell you about Nigeria, they say, oh, Nigerians are very rich. After all, we have Dangote. No. It's not for the British colonization. Okay, Hausa would have regained the Hausa land by now, if not for the British colonization. Maybe. And now they are talking about it. But Awo was not trying to stop the kings from being kings. That's not what Awo was trying to do. Awo was trying to say that these things that you are making the exclusive preserve of the higher class should be available to everybody. Do you get the point? Now, a society that is feudal in nature, you cannot open things up. You can't have free education. How? And why is that? Their own cultural frame of reference. And if you don't think as Nigerian, you will leave them alone. That's the point. Whenever they want to wake up, it's their morning, and they are not disturbing me. Sincerely. Well, I will suffer for it a little, because we're all in Nigeria. But if you weigh it with the stress of having to, I would have easily gone, because we missed something in this country. It could have gone beyond us, and now Nigeria would have been in a better place.
Is that our plan was to change the dynamics.
The point I'm trying to make is that our plan was to change the dynamics in the north, and that's why I discovered that the people were with him, but the establishment was not with him. With him, I should say. Some of the people were with him, but the establishment was not with him. And because the establishment has the tools to control the people, Awo would always fail in the north. Can you cite where Ojukwu described Awo as what we missed? Let me do more than cite it. Let me read it to you. You. I'm going to read this to you. This book is called Because I Am Involved. It's written by Emeka Odumegwu, published in 1989. Let me read what he said about Awo. By the way, when he was alive, this man gave Awo stress. Papa, and he lied a lot about Papa. He lied to the point that in 1983, when Papa was interviewed in Abeokuta, he said Emeka was irredeemable. Do you know that even after this man was in exile, Awo was still trying to help him get back into Nigeria? And the point person between Awo and Ojukwu was Taisholari. Did you know that Taisholari visited Ojukwu in Cote d'Ivoire and Wole Soyinka also visited him in Cote d'Ivoire? But the man can lie. Oh, Paro is the point that in year 2001, it was interviewed by Boston Herald, and he was still lying that it was one that released Awolowo from prison. Ojukwu, I think after the person now died, he now say, okay, Mo just talk, Kini. So let us read what he now said after Papa left. In political terms, he would be considered an adversary of the Igbos, given the intense rivalry between him and Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. As a leader of the modern caste, he has left Nigeria standards which are indelible, standards beside which future aspirants to public leadership can be eternally measured. He was firm, articulate, painstaking, and uncompromising. He was for a long time the only Nigerian leader who enunciated principles and played down personalities. He was a brilliant political administrator and a most erudite teacher. He not only identified himself wholly with the aspirations of the Yoruba people of Nigeria, but also he was able to convince the Yoruba people of Nigeria that he and only he epitomized the highest points of their political aspirations and consciousness. He was to the people he professed to lead. At his death, I had the singular honor of proposing for him this epitaph that has he was the best president Nigeria never had. Many have wondered what I meant by this, but I believe the statement was clear. Nigeria would have benefited from his presidency because of his innate presidential qualities. Nigeria must continually regret serve at presidential level. Awo was a leader of great stature. He was a leader who was eminently successful. That he did not fulfill a presidential ambition cannot detract from his leadership and us.
Influence. That was a joke. The book is called Because I'm Involved.
That was a joke. The book is called Because I'm Involved.
I would took Lori the Talakawas
took Ilorin with the Talakawas, took the Middle Belt, working with Joseph Taka, MBDC, gained incursion into the north, moved at such speed that the Sardauna was for the first time in his life to go out to campaign. And I was said in his book, the book is inside, Adventures in Power Volume 2, Travel of Democracy. He talked about how Sardauna never forgave him for that. You know why? Let me tell you once. Should I go inside and bring this book?
Give me a second. Let me bring it.
You know what I'm noticing? It looks like this thing. Give me a second. Let me bring it. Let me bring a book. Umbo.
When it's time to discuss Papa Nestle, we're going to revisit this book as well.
When it's time to discuss Papa Nestle, we're going to revisit this book as well. The real issue I have right now is how to find the page I'm looking for. Because of what's wet music away. Let me see if I can quickly find it. Mumbo.
I brought this book out of the I brought it out of the shelf because
I brought this book out of the I brought it out of the shelf because I was trying to get into the old SLA. What Papa's side is in this book, SLA's side is in this book. So I'm going to read everything to understand what happened between them. But in Toshele, in North Mufesare will marry. So this is one of the disadvantages of having hard copies.
See, God is good though. You know God is good. I found the page. I didn't even have to stress myself.
See, God is good though. You know God is good. I found the page. I didn't even have to stress myself. Can you imagine?
And I found something else I didn't want to talk about. How Mbadiwe came to beg Papa.
And I found something else I didn't want to talk about. How Mbadiwe came to beg Papa.
Lying on Papa again. How come? There's just some people that
He's the one who now wrote this stupid book, Lying on Papa Again. How come? There's just some people that
I said I was going to do one of these days. I'll do one session on.
Don't worry, when the time comes. I said I was going to do one of these days. I'll do one session on Mbadiwe and his lies. I did something similar the other day. Mumbo, I'm trying to find the exact page.
This book is very powerful.
This book is powerful. This book is very powerful. Okay, I think we can see. Please, if you're on TikTok, we have to power tap. This thing is showing activity. Am I getting a question?
Zimbabwe, no, we'll do it again. We'll do it later. Let's stay on topic. But I'll come back to Zimbabwe.
Address Zimbabwe. No, we'll do it again. We'll do it later. Let's stay on topic. But I'll come back to the Zimbabwe thing. Very soon. One day we'll do it. I want to quickly find. Okay, I'll read this part. The second part I'll find later. But let me just read this one. So we're talking about what happened with the NPC, with the NCNC and all of that. We'll do that session. Maybe even it might even be this session. But for now, let's just quickly read this one. At the close of the elections, no. Sorry. Let's go back a bit. Sorry.
Are you ready for this? This is heavy.
Are you ready for this? This is heavy.
During the 1959 Federal, this book is called The Travails of Democracy and the Rule of Law, Adventures in Power.
During the 1959 Federal, this book is called The Travails of Democracy and the Rule of Law, Adventures in Power, Volume 2. During the 1959 elections, or federal elections, the action group had employed modern and orthodox tactics to conduct a massive and truly countrywide electioneering campaign. Its policies and programs were by far the best and the most articulated and publicized. In order effectively to reach the electorate, the AG had put practically every means of locomotion into action. Road vehicles of all kinds, river crafts, helicopters, and a small skywriting aeroplane, not to talk of motorcycles, were brought into the service of the AG for mobility. When was this? 1959. No. Look at the kind of thing these guys were doing in 1959.
They were using road vehicles, river crafts, helicopters, and a small skywriting aeroplane.
They were using road vehicles, river crafts, helicopters, and a small skywriting aeroplane. They had an aeroplane in the air that will write things that people will read.
And it says here, all the other parties put together.
Then it says here, all the other parties put together did not do half as much. The National Council of Nigerian Citizens, NCNC, felt intensely embarrassed and outclassed in a game in which the leadership regarded itself as past masters and non-parallel. Its pride was deeply wounded and its image of superiority badly damaged. As for the Northern People's Congress, NPC, it regarded the AG campaign tactics with abhorrence and as an abomination. It felt outraged, provoked, and humiliated. For the first time in all his princely life, even the Sardauna of Sokoto, Sir Ahmadu Bello, felt himself compelled to descend from his royal pedestal, to take to the roads and marketplaces, to meet the common people, to solicit their votes. This was a problem for Sardauna. This was one of the reasons Sardauna really hated Awo's guts. For him to go and campaign, he, a prince, to go meet the common people, the Talakawas, the ones at the bottom rungs of society, he would not like, it was inverdig to go down and be talking to them.
This was a novel, monstrous,
to him and the other members of his ruling feudal hierarchy, this was a novel, monstrous, and totally unbearable event. In the normal course of things, no one had dared or would ever have been tolerated to dare to challenge the leadership and BS of the Sardauna. In his realm, his word was law. It was his place and birthright to govern and command, and it was a bounden duty of the common people within that realm to submit and obey, whatever the object, nature, and character of his rule and command. One of the things that the AG set out to do was to destroy the very basis of this feudal concept. You see where the problem is? One of the reasons I like Awo will tell you what he did. I hope you are following. I hope we are all here.
It says one of the things that
we are all here and we are all ears. It says one of the things that the AG set out to do was to destroy the very basis of this feudal concept.
The AG made the point repeatedly that sovereignty over the people was vested in the people themselves.
The AG made the point repeatedly that sovereignty over the people was vested in the people themselves, that no one was born to rule, and that only those who were freely elected by the people were entitled to administer their affairs for a prescribed period of time. These, to the NPC, were forbidden political doctrines.
When you are insulting him and criticizing him, just understand that some people are registered. Let's continue.
Did you notice Tinubu did not do anything like this? So when you are insulting him and criticizing him, just understand the fact that some people have registered. Let's continue. One day, this one is actually the craziest part. I hope you're going to like this. You're going to love this. One day, the Sardauna, after a series of public meetings and rallies, stopped at a catering rest house to have lunch. Please, if you are doing anything, stop it. Listen to this story. You'd understand one of the wahalas that Papa had.
After a series of public meetings and rallies,
one day, the Sardauna, after a series of public meetings and rallies, stopped at a catering rest house to have lunch. He took out his handkerchief, sneezed into it, and found that his nostrils were filled with dust. He looked at the handkerchief with obvious dismay, shook his head, and said in a voice that carried the depth of his feeling of utter revulsion and resolution, "I shall never forgive Chief Awolowo for this."
With the inimitable Sardauna himself mounting the rostrum to appeal to those he regarded as his own serfs.
With the inimitable Sardauna himself mounting the rostrum to appeal to those he regarded as his own serfs for votes. All the members of the hierarchy, including the then incumbent Prime Minister, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, lost no time in following his example. We of the AG regarded this reaction as a very welcome and salutary augury for democratic practice in Nigeria. However, for the entire feudal hierarchy, all that was too much for them, and they too must have vowed, like the Sardauna, never to forgive Awolowo. A report in the Sunday Express of 20th December 1959, at page 2, summed up the attitude of mind of the hierarchy. Here goes the report. OSG, listen to the report. Your questions are becoming very funny now. Just listen.
I shall divide Nigeria. This was published in the Sunday Express of 20th December 1959.
I shall divide Nigeria. This was published in the Sunday Express of 20th December 1959. I shall divide Nigeria into two and hand them over to my lieutenants. Sir Amadu contended that NPC's new decision to invade the South politically was a reply to the recent invasion of the North by southern political parties. He cited a portion in the Quran which says, "You have come to our home, and from now on we shall be taking the battle to your house." Sir Amadu claimed that, like his great-grandfather Sheikh Osman Danfodio, who he said after his conquest divided the conquered country between his two sons, I too, after conquering the South, will also divide Nigeria into two to be taken charge of by two of my lieutenants. He said the South had already been handed over to Alhaji Abubakar, the Prime Minister, and added that before his resignation from politics, he would appoint another lieutenant to take over the administration of the North. He presented a cloak of authority to Balewa. In the course of the long-drawn electioneering campaign, many atrocities and acts of intolerance were committed by the NPC against members of the AG. Okay, it's about to get a bit dark. It's about to get a bit dark.
Something similar also happened much later in the 1960s.
By the way, this thing that happened, something similar also happened much later in the 1960s in Parliament in Lagos. There was a conversation between Awo himself and the Sardauna, but that's not the topic of today. We're just trying to establish something that we found in that book. But let me read something to you just to give you an idea what happened to the AG people in the North. In the course of the long-drawn electioneering campaign, many atrocities and acts of intolerance were committed by the NPC against members of the AG. I will cite only 6 examples. In the first incident, an organizing secretary of the AG was mercilessly beaten by the orders of a Sokoto prince and abandoned as dead. The victim later recovered in the Sokoto General Hospital under the attention of an expatriate doctor. A report was made to the Native Authority Police, who turned a deaf ear, and to the Nigerian police force, who truly confessed their inability to take action because the area where the crime was committed, Sokoto City, was outside their jurisdiction. Because at that time, the regions had police. Mr. Thani, who led the AG team of lawyers posted to Sokoto province, was instructed by the AG. By the way, AG is Action Group. That's the party that was in power in Western region. Awolowo's party. Mr. Thani, who led the AG team of lawyers posted to Sokoto province, was instructed by the AG to institute private prosecution. He did, and the prince involved was convicted by an expatriate magistrate and sentenced to 2 years imprisonment with hard labor. The prince appealed to the High Court and was in the interim granted bail. In due course, the appeal was heard and dismissed. In connection with that first incident, the expatriate magistrate who tried the case in the first instance and the expatriate doctor who testified to the condition of the victim when he was brought to the hospital for treatment left Nigeria for good within a month or so of the conviction and sentence of the culprit prince. That is power. That is power.
And George leave within 1 month.
What do you think made the doctor and George leave within 1 month of the delivery of that judgment? He was a prince. He's not prince like we say in Yoruba land.
Authority with absolute powers.
This is prince with authority, with absolute powers.
Why do you think the British did not allow?
Why do you think, I'm sorry, I'm just going to digress a little. Why do you think the British did not allow missionaries to go north?
Why?
And the Ajayi Crowther's work did not go beyond Lokoja, Nupe areas. Why?
The powers that be. When I say Fulani, I'm not talking about the people.
What's the disagreement with the Fulani? With the powers that be. When I say Fulani, I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the leaders, the rulers of the place. They did not allow Christianity up north because of politics. And that's why when I hear people, especially Yoruba people, I don't know what they just ate. Maybe they ate something yesterday.
You don't understand.
They'll tell you that missionaries were Guinea in Yoruba land. You don't understand. To the British, mission was secondary. The real thing was politics. And if your mission would affect the politics, they stopped you. And that's why the more one day we'll do it. We'll do it. And look at the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land. You will read about how Yoruba people that were slaves, that were taken as slaves and were in Freetown, decided to move themselves into Yoruba land to preach. And it will interest you that some of them went into some parts of Yoruba land to preach the gospel to people, and the people they were preaching to were telling them, were quoting to them passages in the Bible without having books.
In the 17th century.
And that's when he discovered that Christianity got into Ife in the 17th century
We'll have this conversation.
via Ishekiri and Benin. We'll have this conversation some other time. But the point I'm trying to make is that
the missionary work would affect the political.
if the missionary work would affect the political plan that the British had, they would not allow the missionaries to go there. That's why there were not many Christians in the northern part of Nigeria. The highest you could go was, even later, was actually local. I mean, that's where this man did a lot of work there. Samajai Crowther, and we should celebrate him. He's an Orisha as well. Did a lot of work.
Igbo primer.
Did Yoruba language, did Igbo primer, did for Nupe, just loads and loads of work. Hausa as well. You know, Hausa had become a language beyond Hausa land, you know. It was much later that the missionaries were allowed into the Middle Belt area. But even at this time, you know what they were calling the Middle Belt? Pagans.
Under the direct influence of the Sultan.
Why? Because the northern region was under the direct influence of the Sultan and the emirs in the north. And the pact they had with the British was that we don't want any Western, we don't want any, this is the religion. Because, and let me tell you something, they needed that religion to consolidate the power. Again, this conversation is not whether it was good or bad. I'm just telling you what happened back in the day. The religion became a tool, and a lot of people use religion as tools. And it's not just foreign people. We use it amongst ourselves as well.
What makes it good?
Even we have used it amongst ourselves as well.
And what you're trying to achieve with it.
It's just, what makes it good or bad is your intent and what you're trying to achieve with it.
Oyinbo people are the ones that use it.
And we also have to be very careful when we say these things as though it's Oyinbo people are the ones that use it. When we talk like that, you know what it sounds like to me, for instance, like we are incapable of thinking beyond rice and beans and worship. We're very, 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 very complex political people in Yoruba land, very, very advanced. And we need to respect our fathers. Not everything that was just spiritual. Some of those things were pure statecraft. We'll talk about that some other time. Let's get back to this book. So, the first person that went to preach, I'm sorry, I was talking about all of you come and vote AG. They beat that one mercilessly, left him to die. The man who beat him turns out to be a prince. The person, the Oyinbo that treated the one that was beaten and left to die, and the magistrate that sentenced the Fulani prince to 2 years in prison, those two, the Oyinbo, they had to leave Nigeria within 1 month.
Let's continue. Oh boy.
Somebody say power. Let's continue. Oh boy. In connection with that first incident, the expatriate magistrate who tried the case in the first instance and the expatriate doctor, when you say first instance, it means that so they had the magistrate ruling, then they appealed to the higher court. When they got to the court of appeal, they dismissed the appeal. That means that the guy eventually had to go to prison. So that magistrate had to leave. So the expatriate doctor, the expatriate magistrate, let me take it again from the beginning. In connection with that first incident, the expatriate magistrate who tried the case in the first instance and the expatriate doctor who testified to the condition of the victim when he was brought to the hospital for treatment left Nigeria for good within a month or so of the conviction and sentence of the culprit prince. The High Court judge, Sir Algernon Brown, who heard the appeal and dismissed it, committed suicide by shooting himself also within a fortnight of his adjudication of the appeal. Think about it for a second.
The High Court judge that said
the High Court judge that said no to that appeal committed suicide about 2 weeks after that judgment.
No worries. There are many other examples. Let's leave it for now.
You know what? There are many other examples. Let's leave it for now.
Action group members in the north. No, why not? Let's read
Action group members in the north.
Action group members in the north.
No, why not? Let's read a bit more. action group members in the north, they saw where.
How should have worked with the north? I see, again, we just hear someone say, oh,
Some people say, how should have worked with the north? I see, again, we just hear someone say, oh, Akintola said we should work with the north because that's how we're going to be able to, which was Akintola's whole premise. Let me tell you Akintola's premise. We'll talk about it when we want to talk about it. Go. But here is it. Akintola's premise was that in order to take advantage of this national kick, we must work with the north. Akintola was being practical, and I dare say pragmatic, and he was right. But let me put it this way, let's say more realistic, right? It was realistic, it was practical. If we work with the north, we'll get the largesse, because that's what the Igbos were doing at the time. Awo was not after largesse, that's the thing.
That would vote for him in the north.
Awo was thinking about the people that would vote for him in the north and how their status should change. And you can decide whether it was right or wrong. And I'll say this, intention, as far as his intentions were concerned, Awo was 100% correct. Politically, he was wrong.
Because the culture that brought
if he wanted to win.
to keep them where they were is not something you can overturn.
Because the culture that brought the people together to keep them where they were is not something you can overturn in a couple of months of campaign. It was systemic. It was designed that way. That's what I meant by it was designed that it's not broken.
Along in recent times, who also tried to change that system was Jonathan.
One person who came along in recent times who also tried to change that system was Jonathan.
Do you remember
Do you remember
Almajiri school?
Almajiri school?
Anybody? Let's have some.
Do you remember Almajiri school?
Let's have a little.
Anybody? Let's have something. Let's have a little tete-a-tete.
You remember? Where are the schools?
You remember? Where are the schools?
You can't find any of those schools.
You know you can't find any of those schools.
Somebody said, why did the judge spy himself?
Somebody said, why did the judge spy himself? With everything we're not talking about, you know why he spy himself?
Somebody said, what is Almajiri? He spied himself because he dared. Let me just answer the person.
Somebody said, what is Almajiri? He spied himself because he dared. Let me just answer the person in a way. He dared. He dared to allow a prince to go to prison for 2 years.
Why? Because when
They could have killed him anyway.
when he gave his judgment, they were sure that if they appealed.
Why? Because when the magistrate passed that, when he gave his judgment, they were sure that if they appealed it, to be sorted. So they even granted him bail.
I dismiss it. Let him go to prison.
The High Court guy now, the High Court judge now said, you know what, I dismiss it, let him go to prison. I'm going to read something to you. In fact, I'm going to read something.
It can change. But at least you have to.
Nigerian politics is deep.
The system.
It can change, but at least you have to respect the system in order to change it. You know, people say things like you can break the rules if you know the rules. You have to understand the rules very well before you can break them. Or else you'll be shouting all over the place and constituting nuisance. You know, everybody's going to come. It's not like that. I'll read something to you about Almajiri schools very quickly. In fact, this report is from this year. The federal government has disclosed plans to retake control of Almajiri schools established during the administration of former President Goodluck Jonathan, which were handed over to governors of the 19 northern states, but have since been abandoned. This was disclosed by the Executive Secretary of the National Commission for Almajiri and Out-of-School Children Commission, Idris Sani, during a Memorandum of Understanding signing event with the Civil Society Action Coalition on Education for All in Yola, Adamawa State on Wednesday. Sani explained that the commission was working to rehabilitate the school schools and restore their intended purpose. Do you know how many Almajiri schools Jonathan opened? Let me quickly help. 157.
157. Almajiri school is a school where you teach
across the northern region. 157. Almajiri school is a school where you teach Almajiri. You know Almajiri in Nigerian now?
How is the Nigerian asking this question? What's Almajiri? What's Almajiri?
How is the Nigerian asking this question? What's Almajiri? What's Almajiri? Because I want to be sure you're asking the question because you don't know. You don't know what Almajiri is.
The first time I encountered those kids, I was in a car in Kaduna.
The first time I encountered those kids, I was in a car in Kaduna. You were a teenager when you left Nigeria. Oh, okay. Okay, so I guess you're being... Okay, so let me explain.
Education is very, very important.
So in the north, Islamic education is very, very important. Right? Very important. And it is... I think it's also important to say this. We say they are not educated. They are educated. They're not just Western educated. So we have to also be careful of what we say about they're not educated. They are educated, but they are educated in the Islamic way. And for the most part, the language they use, the language of instruction is Arabic and Hausa. And the script they use in writing is Ajami. That's why you see those things on the Nigerian Naira notes. That thing you see on Nigerian, I know I'm saying a lot of things. I'm answering your question, but just follow me. That thing you see on Nigerian Naira notes that look like Arabic is not Arabic. Is Hausa, written in Ajami script. Because that's a script that they can read. The script that we use in Yoruba land is the Latin script. It's similar to what you have in English, in French, Latin, of course. You know, most of these languages, Swedish, you know, all of Finnish is Latin script. But you can write Yoruba using Latin script. That's the same way you can write Hausa using Ajami. So what you see in those Naira notes or in the military logo, those things that you see that looks like Arabic, that's Ajami. It's actually Hausa. Now, they are taught to read those things. Islamic, Arabic education. That's the original plan. Over time, it became a thing where the kids, instead of going, of course, no primary school, no Oyinbo school, they'll go to the school. I'm going to meet a malam to teach them. But this is where it gets dark. I've told you the good part, Abi. This is where it gets dark. The kids would be given, the kids had to fend for themselves. When I say kids, I'm saying 5 years old. 6, 7, 8, 10, 9, 10, 12. I've seen, the first time I saw them in action, I was in Kaduna. This was many years ago. Please don't say that, Remy guy. I was in a car and I saw them, I broke down. Young kids, everybody had a plate. They have to fend for themselves, so they have to beg. They beg for food, they beg for money, they beg for this. They are there, Almajiri. They are there to get educated, but they have to go out. So their parents will drop them, sometimes with food and money and clothes and stuff, but then they leave with the malam. So now to make sure that they are eating, they have to send them out and do all of those things. So if you go to the north, the streets of the north are filled with these young kids, especially in the metropolis, in the major cities, Kaduna, Katsina, Kano, and so on and so forth. You see them everywhere. So what Jonathan was trying to do, I hope I answered that question without having to go deep into it. So what Jonathan was trying to do was to now spend money to fix that issue. He spent over 15 billion naira. I'm reading from a paper by Kenneth T. Azegba. This is from the International Journal of Social Sciences. The title of this paper is The Good Luck Jonathan Almajiri Schools Initiative in Nigeria. Examining the cause, I don't know what language is this all, but the Good Luck Jonathan Almajiri Schools Initiative in Nigeria. So it's supposed to ensure that they take those kids off the streets. So they'll go to school. They opened 157, spent 15 billion transfer those schools to the state government, and the schools are dead. Now, dead. It's just this year the federal government is saying they're going to take over the schools. What does that tell you? There is a system. Money doesn't fix such system. Again, that's why Nigerian problem is structural. That's how they want it structured.
Is it good or bad? That's not my question to answer. You know, I'm always saying this thing is important. It's intentional.
Is it good or bad? That's not my question to answer. You know, I'm always saying this thing is important. It's intentional. It's not my question to answer. It's to understand what is, not to assume what it should be. It's not about what you think it should be or what you think it is. It's about what it is. All right. We are reading about 3 or 4 books now. So let's go back to which one now? Let's go back to the one, Papa.
Relocation of the doctor.
So we talk about the first incident that led to the relocation of the doctor and the magistrate who made the ruling, and the death of the High Court judge, Sir Algernon Brown, who heard the appeal and dismissed it. The second incident took place in a village in a district in Sokoto. I had gone there in the helicopter, that's Papa. I had gone there in the helicopter to address a fairly big rally. Before I went, I had been given a permit to hold a meeting, but refused permission to land in any of the public open spaces there.
Sorry guys, somebody, I have to stop. This is important. Somebody says when I started debating my
Sorry guys, somebody, I have to stop. This is important. Somebody says when I started debating my elite brothers, I realized they didn't want Almajiri to end. You see, that system ensures the natural order of things.
The natural order of things.
The natural order of things. I wish I could say more. There's a natural order of things as determined by the powers that be, because we're discussing a feudal society.
Not in the north. Guys, north is not north. There's nothing like north.
Not in the north. Guys, north is not north. There's nothing like north in this sense. Hausa is not. Kanuri don't move like this, oh. And Kanuri is a big group. The Fulani tried to do with them what they did with the Hausa. They failed. Tiv don't think like this. Idoma don't. The north has more than 150 ethnic groups. It's not in the north. It's in the Hausa. Is Hausa land. No, we say a lot of north. It's not north. It's not north. If north means everything after River Niger up, it's not north. It's the Hausa area, and it's big. But the Fulani were not ruling all over the country. No, sorry, all over the north. No, that did not happen. But I think it was also the plan. Anyway, the point is, I hope you got the point. There's a natural order of things, and they want it to remain that way. The minus is that it becomes very easy to get full soldiers for some crazy stuff, e.g. Boko Haram. It becomes very easy. But they control them. How do you control Boko Haram? Well, maybe they control. I don't know. I don't want to go into that, but I hope you get the point. Let's go. I'm trying not to make it the topic of today because it's deep. And to be honest, I think the Northerners should deal with it. That's a lesson I learned from Awo.
The ones I speak about are the ones who are disturbing me in my space.
The ones I speak about are the ones who are disturbing me in my space. The ones in the north, are they going to disturb me and have effect on what I'm doing? Yes. Directly or indirectly, they are affecting me. But as Yoruba people, you have to be tactical or very strategic when you're having conversations on things like that. Let's get back to the book. But yeah, a lot of people, you're right, my brother, you're right. A lot of, you see, I've been in conversations with people
PhD holders living in the UK who make the point why that system must remain. I'll be like, how?
People living all over the world, though, educated, though.
People living all over the world, though, educated, though. They will tell you it must be there. Yoruba land resources, they don't need Yoruba land resources. That's not, no, they don't need it has nothing to do with Yoruba land resources. They had this system before Nigeria. This is not a Nigerian issue. Not a Nigerian issue. They had a system in place before, like, again, please research this thing. And ask yourself as you are researching, why was it that indirect rule system was most successful in the north? Was most successful in the north. It had to be adapted in the west. It was totally unsuccessful in the east. They had to now create warrant chiefs for them because they don't even have any king of kings. What Yoruba people did not have was absolute monarchs, but they still worked through our monarchs. But the north was perfect. Whatever do you know how powerful religion can be? Any religion,
whatever it is, any religion,
anyone,
is being used.
Whatever it is, any religion has been used, is being used, will be used. The point is, are you going to be used? Let's get back to this. The second incident took place in a village in a district in Sokoto. I had gone there in the helicopter to address a fairly big rally. Before I went, I had been given a permit to hold a meeting, but refused permission to land in any of the public open spaces there. The AG leader in the district, who was undoubtedly devoted to the ideals of the AG, uprooted his groundnut plants, which were not yet ripe for harvesting, leveled the heaps, and invited me to land there. What does this mean? The government of the northern region permitted Awo, they allowed Papa to be in the north and campaign, but they told him there will be no landing space. What do you think was happening there?
It creates effects. When you use helicopter,
you see, Baba used to use helicopter. It creates effects. You know, when you use helicopter, you don't need radio. Everybody can see. They can grab it. It will pull people. They will gravitate towards us. And so they said, you cannot land in any of our public spaces. So one of the AG leaders not to protect him from the mob. What are you saying? How? Maybe you're just coming in. If you want a mob to kill somebody, that's what you will actually do. Protect who? Protect Awo for what? No, not protect him. It's to frustrate him. It's to frustrate him. These are the things that Tinubu knows. And that's why when all these neophytes on social media, they'll be there doing analysis, we'll be looking at them like, see, any analysis of Nigerian politics that has no history inside is a waste of time. It's just somebody's. I saw one last week. They were just talking English. Marshall.
All you hear is idealism.
All you hear is idealism. Idealism. I have no idea of the real issue. Just this is what should happen. Anybody who discusses Nigerian politics is always telling you should. He's always using the word should. That person doesn't know nothing. With all due respect to whoever that person is, I don't even know anyone. I'm just talking generally. It should be like this. It should be like this. You don't know what you are talking about. Those are people who have conversation on politics based on the news, not based on history. And if you want to discuss politics, if you are really being serious, you need both. That's why we do both here. There's the news, there's history. And the people who play that game are those who understand, so that they don't only say mistake. We're trying not to repeat the mistakes of the elders, right? And they made mistakes for our sakes as well. They succeeded because of us. They failed and made mistakes because of us. So the plan is to learn from them. All right. So they said he couldn't land in the public space. So one of the action group leaders in that area in Sokoto, who planted groundnuts,
decided to uproot his own plants, even though they were not mature enough. He uprooted his groundnuts, leveled the heaps, and then told Awo to land there. We are together so far, Abi? Let's continue. That was a private open space, and I accepted the invitation. The district head had earlier in the day gone out of his village where the meeting was held. He returned on horseback while I was addressing the rally. As a mark of respect for him, I stopped speaking whilst he was passing through the crowd. After the rally, I returned to the Sokoto catering rest house for the night. By the way, when you hear catering rest house, it's talking about guest houses or hotel. About midnight, Mr. Thani came to report to me that Chief Tunde Rosiji, that the AG leader who had prepared his groundnut farm for the landing of the helicopter had been tied to a tree on the orders of the district head. Mr. Thani could not gain access to the district head because, according to reports, the latter was not prepared to listen to any appeal for the AG leader's release. It was decided there and then that Chief Rosiji and Mr. Thani should proceed to the residence of the senior district officer and expatriate to report the incident to him. The officer acted swiftly and proceeded with Thani to the village and persuaded the district head to release the man. When people say, Awo did not do anything in the north, you have no idea what you're talking about. The third incident involved Chief Tunde Rosiji himself. He was the general secretary of the action group at the time. He had gone to Rabba, which was the hometown and place of birth of the Sardauna, to address a rally. That's why constitution. Let's continue. I mean, if this happened in Ikene, it should not be a problem, by the way. If NCNC were to have a rally in Ikene, if NPC were to have a rally in Ikene, the birthplace of Awolowo, it wouldn't mean anything. But that's for us. That's for us. That's Yoruba.
So he says he had gone to Rabba, talking about Chief Tunde Rosiji. He had gone to Rabba.
So he says he had gone to Rabba, talking about Chief Tunde Rosiji. He had gone to Rabba, which was the hometown and place of birth of the Sardauna, to address a rally. The AG had some sizable following there. On his way back from the rally, the only road leading to the town had been lined up by a number of hefty men. To the middle. Only sheer providence saved him from physical destruction. Let's stop there for now. Let's stop for now.
Let's go back to that other book as well. It goes deeper than that, though.
It is well.
Should I ever read more of those things?
Let's go back to that other book as we round up.
You know what?
It goes deeper than that, though. Some people were killed, though. Or should I even read more of those things? Some people were killed, though. You know what? I may not come back to read this page again, or this portion. Let's read a few more things.
About 10 days or so to the polling day, I arrived in Bauchi to discover that he had been sent to Gao.
Mr. Azi Nyako was a victim of the fourth to discover that he had been sent to Gao prison for an offense which his driver was alleged to have committed about. It was a case of the running down of a small girl by Nyako's driver. The police had then investigated the matter and had found that it was unfortunate I'm sorry, 1 second.
All eyewitnesses, including our parents,
The police then investigated the matter, and eyewitnesses, including her parents, testified to the girl's misjudgment in running from the front of a stationary lorry across the road without looking. Azik Yanko's offense was that he was sitting at the back of the car when this tragic incident took place. What that means basically is this: this man, Yako, was an AG chieftain, so to speak, in Bauchi, right? And AG was going to have a rally. A few days to that rally, they picked him up. And they picked him up because his driver hit a girl 6 months prior. But that case had been resolved though. Everybody, including the parents of the girl and the Olokpa, the police, everybody said, oh, the girl was at fault. And the Shah settled it. But they resurrected that stuff. So that a few days to imprisonment in Yako. Mr. Jubilee Sego was the AG lawyer stationed in Bauchi. I directed him to appeal to the senior district officer there. The latter called for the record of the trial. There was none. Accordingly, as Nyako was released within 5 hours of the appeal to the senior district officer. Mr. Nyako was the AG candidate who contested against Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, the incumbent prime minister. In spite of the incessant harassment of the AG followers in the constituency and in Tafawa Balewa's district in particular, Sir Abubakar's victory was one of the narrowest in the general elections. That's why they started suspecting these action group people. Let me read a few more before we go on. The 5th incident was also in Sokoto. The Native Authority had at the last meeting. No, let me stop here. No, this is going to go too deep. Let's just stop here. It's going to go too deep. But I'm sure you get the point so far. What I'm about to read right now and the other things is going to go too deep. Somebody asked what book is it? It's Adventures in Power, Volume 2, The Travails of Democracy and the Rule of Law, Obafemi Awolowo. You can find this book on Redomi Books on Telegram, and it will be shipped to you wherever you're in the world. So please reach out to check out the Telegram channel. There are new books there as well, by the way. All right. It's going too deep for today's session. Not too deep to read, though, but just I don't want to change the topic totally. But where were we?
We're talking about AG's work in the north and how the NPC perceived.
We're talking about AG's work in the north and how the NPC perceived Action Group and Papa. And so he says here, so I'm going to go back to the book, The Educated Elites in the Nigerian Society by Ibi Ayodele.
It says the NPC rulers of
So,
popularly associated with the Fulani aristocracy.
It says the NPC rulers of the north, popularly associated with the Fulani aristocracy, were only too aware that the activities of this pan-Yoruba leader, as well as his utterances, could bring upon them sorrow. Right? If he was allowed to have his way in the north. Able, resourceful, and shrewd, the social and economic programs that he here is Obafemi Awolowo, that he had put forward to his people in the West in the years of his premiership, 1951 to 1959, were those of a modernist and a modernizer in the best tradition of the deluded hybrids, comprehensive, dynamic, and revolutionary. Certainly, they constituted a big threat to the relatively slow and more traditionalist social order favored by the Hausa Fulani patrons of Islam in the north. And from him emanated incessantly the ideas of path to Nigerian freedom. That's the book Papa published in 1947, which he declared again and again. He wished to see accepted throughout the length and breadth of Nigeria, even when many of these ideas were incompatible with Islam, as it was understood in the north. An unyielding believer in the virtues of the British parliamentary to his ideas, with an organization that was efficient but especially dangerous to the interests of northern Nigeria as perceived by the NPC rulers. The latter regarded him as a potential dismantler of the north, a view reinforced by his alliance with the pagans of the Middle Belt. How did OBJ penetrate the north? OBJ did not penetrate the north. OBJ was chosen by the north. OBJ was chosen, penetrate Bawo. You really think that OBJ canvassing for voting was what got him presidency? How long? What was the distance? I mean, what was?
No, it wasn't used by the Fulanis. That's all.
No, it wasn't used by the Fulanis. That's not true. OBJ was not used by the Fulanis. What are powerful? Oh? The what you used. The what you use are heavy. Oh. What do you mean it was used by the Fulani? You think the Fulani are the only people in PDP?
I can tell you at least Southwest.
The North. Yes, you are right. Middle Belt. They not supported OBJ. I can tell you at least Southwest did not support OBJ. We supported Olufalaye.
Let's not.
The North did not use him against Yorubas. Please stop saying these things. Let's not. If you think something, you can write, I think this, but it's not fair. It's not fair to say things like the North did this using Masobe, Abba. How did they use him against Yoruba people?
So what happened, Middle Belt, in 2003?
In 2003. So what happened, Middle Belt, in 2003? OBJ used all of us. OBJ came and told our leaders that
could have AD.
That we can have AD. Marshall. That we could have AD in the governorship election. We should vote AD, Alliance for Democracy. But I should vote PDP for presidency. That Baba, God Oluwa. By the time he was done with us, he took five out of 6 states. Everything PDP. We left only one, Lagos. Bola Ahmed Tinubu was the only man left, was the last man standing.
So he said that our work with pagans. So
interesting stuff. So he said that our work with pagans. So again, the northern establishment, I should say, because like I said earlier, there's a difference between the North and the northern establishment. The aristocracy of the outside of the North is different from the people of the North. Our was focused on the people and was trying to get across to them, whether through the Middle Belt or directly in the North, in Bauchi, in Sokoto, in Kaduna, in Rabai, in different parts. He wanted to be able to appeal directly to the people. Like I said earlier, until 1959, into the North, changed the dynamics, and I think they also left a bitter taste in their mouth, and that was repeated in parliament. To thereabout. When the time comes, I'm going to read that document, but it's not today's topic. I think I should stop here. Hours, that movement actually, sided with OWL, and that also became an issue. We're going to get deeper into this on Friday, but tomorrow we'll be here 1 p.m. if your time, West African time. It's not going to be a full session, but we're going to have a great time. We'll be listening to a fantastic. Again, if you're new here, thank you for joining us. We have the sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 1 p.m. if your time, West African time. So please join us tomorrow. But the teaching on this particular teaching, we're going to continue on Friday. But tomorrow we're going to have a fantastic session as well, 1 p.m. to maybe around 3:30. What do we take away from what we've discussed today? I think number one is to have an appreciation for those who do politics differently from how we think it should be done. For instance, you look at someone like Tinubu and you see some of the moves he has made, you may be tempted to say it doesn't really matter, he doesn't really understand the game. It might be because we don't understand. Which I tried not to go deep into even tonight, because I think that there are certain things that support that battle. Not that you just get too idealistic in your understanding of how politics works in different parts of Nigeria, which is also what we ask for in Yoruba land. There's a way we want our politics to be. We do not appreciate people. You see, let me tell you the craziest part. For the North, to be honest, the people of Yoruba land, the people of Western region had a higher standard, think better, even though we can talk about whether it should have or it shouldn't have. What's happening from the east to the west is people who have less than what we have and who are trying to give us something worse. What was the time period of this helicopter occurrence? 1959.
Just like the North did, we're also doing that now.
The North were trying to give them something better. They said no. If the North could say no to Action Group or to Papa for trying to give them something better, what makes you think we're going to say yes to you for trying to give us something worse? So just like the North did, we're also doing that now to say, listen, these fantastic ideas you have, do it in your region. By the way, we didn't start this, but it's the way to run a country like Nigeria, multi-ethnic nation. Just day your day, make a day my day. Don't come into my land and say you have an idea. And bury the idea away. Stay where you are coming from and do all the great things you want to do where you're coming from. Right? If you are here, you're going to play according to the rule here. We don't have feudal system, but we have a system nonetheless. And that system works. Not perfect, but it works. At least better than where you're coming from. Anyway, where were we? Before we go, there's something I wanted to say. Okay, we also talked about, what happened with the unionism, student unionism in 1959-1960 session in the University of Ibadan, where certain people engineered young people in UI to ensure that they occupied all the key posts in SUG. Certain people, to be clear, is the Igbo National Union, Igbo State, what did they call themselves? Igbo State Union, right? The idea was to fill all the positions in that place. And also that also talks about overbearing, overreaching, which is just unnecessary. We also talked about the relationship between different groups. And so what I was trying to get into, we have gotten into it already, so we're going to continue on Friday. But the important thing is to understand that ethnicity, tribal identity, all these things have always played, they've always had roles in Nigerian politics. And the idea that you are hearing in recent times, that they started with the 2023 election and Tinubu has brought tribalism, is nonsense. I'm going to wrap up by saying this. The person that we should credit, good or bad, for giving us tribal politics in Nigeria is none other than Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. Beginning in 1938, he went deeper in 46 after he became the head of NCNC. And by 51, he went full, just
went crazy.
I was going to say, every word's coming to my mouth now, negative. Just went crazy by lying to people that Awo did something that he actually did, saying that that's the reason he did not become the head, of government in Nigeria. And it's part that you don't get blackmailed by those who may or may not know the true history, but they just want you to, dance to their own tune, right? And they want everything to work according to their whims and caprices. Newsflash, is not going to happen, but everybody can be respected, do well, thrive in Yoruba land, thrive in Nigeria. Nigeria will do well, but nobody is gaslighting anybody or manipulating anybody anymore. Thank you very much for listening. I hope I see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. if your time was African time. And then on Friday, we'll continue with the session. But tomorrow, 2 hours max, 2.5, power packed. All right, so please join us tomorrow. Okay, before we go, we have about 15 minutes. So I'd like to bring people up. Certain people are sending their requests. Empress, you're welcome. Certain people were sending their requests, right? So I'm going to bring you up and then we'll talk. But we have just 15 minutes, so please, you can't talk for so long, and it's already past 7. I don't want to go beyond time. So I'm going to bring you up now. If you want to speak, please send your request. I can know everybody there. I'll just know, okay, it's 3 minutes, it's 2 minutes. Not that somebody said something, I didn't want to respond to it. It's not bad, but if we have time, but we don't have time. So please let's know everybody who wants to speak in the next few seconds. Thank you.
Okay, we have 3. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to bring you up now.
Okay, we have 3. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to bring you up now.
So you're going to have initial 2 minutes and 1 extra minute if you don't finish within the first 2 minutes.
Please, you're going to have initial 2 minutes and 1 extra minute if you don't finish within the first 2 minutes. Please mute. Please mute. Please mute. Please mute. Please mute.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I just want to be sure that, because if you start speaking and the other person also starts speaking, Ali Malik Barawadada.
Very quick question. I read somewhere, I'm trying to remember the author, but I lost it. I can't immediately remember that Awolowo started tribalism in Nigeria because he made Olu of Shekiri the Olu of Wari, and that was the genesis of the problem of the Midwest region. I know it's not true. I know this will lie, but I'm just trying to look for. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. So just to say, thank you.
Thank you. I want to put up the account details because if I don't do it now, I'm going to forget. Then I'll answer the question in a bit. If you'd like to support what we're doing, please use the bank details up. I'm putting up on the screen. It's going to show later. Please support what we're doing. By the way, sorry, I'm going to answer your question, but let me just thank everyone who has supported what we've done so far. I've noticed people giving gifts. I think it's better to appreciate it. Now, I know sometimes I'm not able to stop mid-speech to acknowledge your gifts, but I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you very much for your support. And your support helps a lot, right? Makes it easy for me to do this. I already told myself we're committed to this, right? So please, thank you. Let me first say thank you very much for your support. I really do appreciate it, and it means a lot. If you'd like to support financially or directly, the bank detail will show soon, and then you can use the bank detail. All right. While we wait for that, let me just answer the question. So I know the people that speak like that, they're ignorant people, and they're trying to push an agenda, and it makes no sense. So two things. Number one, is it true that Awolowo changed the title from Olu of Shekiri to Olu of Wari? Yes and no. So you have to realize the fact that, number one, the Olu of Wari, that title has been used for years before I even got into politics. But then it became Olu of Shekiri because so the Shekiris are Balejod. You know, they are Balejod at some point in history. And those Alejod, those Alejos, you know, got to become part of the people, but they were distinct. Thank you for the gift. Thanks so much. They were a distinct group on their own, but they were there. And it's been said, I mean, I think they even took the court all the way they took the matter all the way to the Supreme Court. Those lands are Shekiri lands. It's not because of the Oba, but a lot of problems happen because of the Oba, and it is changed it. But it wasn't that he was the one who came up with the idea. They've been having Olu of Wari before then. It's not today's topic. I would have, quoted some sources, but I can't really remember. I was answering somebody this question some weeks ago, so I can't. Anyway, the point is, the point is that that happened. Now, but the real issue is this: what was the genesis of the issues in the Midwest? It wasn't the Ishekiri thing. You see, in the 40s, folks in Benin. Okay, so let's go back just a little bit. 1897 was the invasion of Benin, right? And with that invasion came the end of the kingdom. It was burnt to the ground by the British, right? And it was a terrible incident, of course. Now, in Nigeria, they were trying to regain their identity. They were trying to reassert, who they are, especially over the people in the area. And it just made sense that since they were a standalone space, they would also like to become like a standalone region. They were a standalone kingdom. They were not under anybody before the British annexed them in 1897. They also wanted to be able to stand alone on their own. And this is not Urobo people that started this thing. It's the Benin people. That's what they wanted. But so they were talking about it, but it wasn't so loud. By 52, it became very loud. So, but the question is, what happened in 1952? Oh, God. I hope the next people... Okay. I'm looking at the time. I don't want to stay up too long. What happened in 1952 was this. There was a parliament session in Ibadan. And the Alake of Egbaland was the one who gave a speech. And this is what he said. He said, to my right is the Oni of Ife. To my left is the leader of government of Western region. The voice of the West is complete. That was a trigger for folks from the Midwest. They said they were not acknowledged. They didn't feel like they acknowledged them. They said the voice of the West was complete. How could you say the voice of the West was complete? But the truth is that the voice of the West was actually complete. Why? At the time, the leader of the House, the permanent chairman of the House of Chiefs, was the Oni of Ife, Adesoja Aderemi. And the leader of the parliament, or leader of government, was Obafemi Awolowo. It's not because they were Yoruba, it's that they were the ones leading the Western region. So that was when the agitation now became like really they went all out. Right now you had the Oba of Benin and Nnamdi Azikiwe fighting for this thing, trying to get the Midwest, thinking that the Benin people would be the majority in the new region. And to be clear, the AG also thought the same, and they even told folks in the Midwest, if this happens, Benin people are going to be, or the Edo people, so that would be Benin, Isha, Afemai, all of those people, they're going to be the ones, major guys. But it turns out that the NCNC had a plan, and the plan was to ensure that it was an Igbo region, even though they were the minority, and they succeeded. They had the premier. So it's not true that it was Awolowo's issue with the Ishekiri people that caused this issue in the Midwest. No, if that was the case, then when they came with the idea of having the Midwest, okay.
Sorry, if that was the condition, but I would when the Police Commission report of 1958.
If that was the case, when they eventually came up with the idea of having their own region, Awolowo would not have supported it. But Awo did. Awo actually, you know what? Let me recommend the book, the Police Commission report of 1958. You see in there that when it was time to make demands in Western region, 3 groups made demands for the Midwest. And it only happened in the Western region. 3 groups. The Midwest group that was agitating for their own region made a case for it. The Action Group, a political party, made a case saying they can have the Western region. Midwestern region, excuse me. And then the Western region government made a case. The difference in the cases essentially was the definition of boundaries for this region, but none of those 3 went against the idea of again, most of these young people don't know what they're talking about. None of the 3 went against the idea of a Midwest region. Here's the issue. A lot of times people think, and we make this mistake a lot in Nigeria, especially between the West and the East. We think we are twins or brothers, and we also have this crazy idea that whatever happened in the East must have happened in the West. It's not true. The West put everybody down. It wasn't, the East rather, not even the East put everybody. The Igbos in the East put every other person down in the East. That's their own experience. The West was not perfect, but the West did not put everybody down. The West did not have the experience that the East had, and we must be careful not to assume that it's the same thing. So to be very clear, I'll spend too much time explaining. Papa made the Olu of Ishekiri Olu of Warri, but it was not the one. He made it formal. They had used that title before. What else? It was not that event that led to the beginning. Although there was a crisis. There was a crisis by the Urhobo, especially, and also the Ijaws got angry with it, and it got worse when it was time for this whole thing of Midwest. The Ishekiri people said they would like to be in the Ondo province with their kith and kin because they are Yoruba-speaking people. It's in the Willings Commission report. And the Urhobo and the Ijaw also had problems with that. I have several articles on the MW matter and 99% still insist that Awo was against it. Yeah, they can insist now. The question is, where is the proof? Anybody can insist anything. I don't care. Where is the proof that he was? What did he do that made you say he was against it?
And guess what? Even if he was,
that's it.
Even if he was against it, so what?
And guess what? Even if he was, let me even say this. Even if he was against it, so what?
Let's talk politics.
Why should he even support it?
There were 3 regions.
Let's talk politics. Why should he support it?
The other region,
there were 3 regions. The big region was not going to be broken into anything. The other region, Eastern region, said nobody should touch them. Why would you break the smallest region?
And I know at the end of the day it was for NCNC.
Why should I support you breaking my region? For what? And I know at the end of the day it was for NCNC. Why? Because that region had 24 representatives in parliament and 21 of them were in NCNC. Only 3 were action group. Igodaro, Anthony Nauro, and Orthopressed.
When you have 21 of the 24 representatives from that
that was it. Why should I want you to break away when you have 21 of the 24 representatives from that part of the region? Of course, I shouldn't want you to go.
He was under no obligation to let anybody.
And when he said he didn't want them to go, what? Number one, he was under no obligation to let anybody to say, "Yeah, go." Why should he say? I mean, this is politics now. But guess what? He actually supported the living.
If it was that easy, how come they have not built the Eldorado since?
And by the way, I don't like all this politics of tears and victimhood. If it was that easy, how come they have not built the Eldorado since they left?
Where's the Eldorado now? By the time they left, that was when the Benin people discovered that.
Where's the Eldorado now? By the time they left, that was when the Benin people discovered that you cannot. What's the word now? Jesus Christ is not from the region. They showed them pay. The only thing they got out of it was a regional capital. The civil service was held by the Igbos. Although people from the Benin also got jobs, I'm not saying nobody else got jobs, they got jobs, but it was dominated by the Igbos, even though the Igbos were the minority in the region. Somebody says, do you know why Oyo Ita wasn't made the premier of the Eastern region when Zik went to the federal? No, it couldn't be made. It couldn't be made the premier at the time. Now it had become a minority. It was in the minority at the time. Now Oyeta was leader of government business in 51. Was removed by Zik 53, and he's not Igbo. So why should he be the premier of the region in 1960? It is what it is. It's all ethnic. Sorry, I want to read something from YouTube. There are Hausa kingdoms that resisted Fulani rule until the British arrived. No, not yet. And I'm almost done. No, put it off. Sorry, guys.
Okay, so until they arrived, it was the British that gave Fulani Caliphate power over them.
What was I saying? Yeah, okay, so until British arrived, it was the British that gave Fulani Caliphate power over them. The point is that they got the power. Anyway, I only managed to come across the Robert Golston letter of resignation by coincidence in 1990. Oh, okay. Good Boindy, don't worry. People like you don't know anything about history. Save the energy for Yoruba Nation. Okay. The one you have been shouting on this one, what have you done with it?
Next person, please.
This will just talk. Next person, please. Mr. Abdurrahman, please go on. Abdurrahman.
Yes, good evening. 3 minutes, please. 3 minutes. You have 2 minutes actually, but you can get
No, bro.
extra minutes.
Yes, good evening. 3 minutes, please. 3 minutes. You have 2 minutes actually, but you can get 1 extra minute.
How about bro?
Because I have to go.
Spend more than 10 minutes answering some.
You're already using your time. Oh.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. And
Thank you.
like always, whenever I found a little time to
join your distant lecture, I cannot exit without learning a lot of things. One of the things that I learned today from you is that the contribution of Chipao towards the liberation of the Telecows. I have never heard this history before. And then I will definitely get this book or another related resources that I can get more information. But even though there are things that I beg to differ. For example, in the north, Malamino Kano's political ideology was based on liberating the Telecows.
Yeah, and that's why I worked with Awo. You know he worked with Awo, right?
Yeah, I know he works with Awo, but there was one interesting thing that you say, which even make me more, to admire you more for your ability to know that you cannot penetrate northern region politically until you understand the intricacies of their way of life. And let me tell you one thing, Prof. Let me give you our secret openly. Our greatest weapon, or let me say the, what do you call them? The elite. I can't say us. The greatest weapon of this northern establishment against the south is that there are certain pictures that they created that they want southerners to see them through that picture. And up to this moment, most of the elite and educated ones from the south are seeing northerners through that picture. You understand? This is our greatest weapon against the south.
Absolutely. I'm going to clap for you. It's a very simple thing you said, but it's...
No, it's not simple because as young as you are, though well educated and well researched, I respect you a lot, and I respect your opinion. Even where I don't agree with you, I will wish, like, how can I engage you for you to educate me, either to drop my opinion or to at least maintain my opinion. So I really respect your destiny. For you to know that is amazing to me. It's not simple. It is not as simple as you think. It is simple for you because of the level of your education. You are not only learned, like I said the other day, you have two eyes. I believe you know the single story written by Chimamanda Adichie. So you are out of the box. That is why you know that. But you are elegant. Let me tell you, in the Southwest, apart from Obasanjo, Tinubu, and to some extent Amosu, I don't think, and your premier, the one that was killed by the first coup. Akintola, thank you very much. I don't think I know any elite, no matter how educated he is or politically pragmatic he is.
Thank you very much. You don't pass 4 minutes, so.
Yes, because my contribution matters. Malamino Kanu, remember, he became the enemy of the northern establishment, especially MS, and he spent his life fighting them. And I will give you an assignment. Go to any emirship palace that you know. They hate Mala Aminu Kanu with passion. You understand? And then he set the standards in Kano. This Konkoso that people are talking about, Konkoso is nothing without the borrowing the or going along the ideology of Mala Aminu Kano. You understand? Ask anyone in Kano, as long as you are indigenous of Kano and you are a Muslim, once you can use the tactics of Mala Aminu Kano, you will win Kano easily. You understand? So Kano is not voting along tribal or something. No. That is why Kano is always different in the north. Last election is testament to you. Tinubu defeated Atiku Abubakar there. Konkoso had to win there because he is the real godfather of the Kano politics. But he too, he can make one mistake and they will turn away from him. That is number one. Number two, Sardauna has never had such powers as projected in this book. For example, Gusau used to, Gusau was part of Sokoto. Sardauna and MPC had never won Gusau district, which comprises roughly 3 to 4 local government now. You understand? In fact, it was on record. He cried before our parents that why did Gusau district hate him? With all what he did to them, he even served in Gusau as a prince. He represented, he was posted to Gusau by the Sultan Abubakar III, the father of the present Sultan. And to the best of his knowledge, he related well with them even before he joined politics. Why did the Gusau hate him? Gusau Sardauna had no such power. And again, NPC had. It was Muhammad Sanusi I, the grandfather of the friend with Sardauna. You understand? He was the one that forcing the results or determining the result, because Muhammad Sanusi was like a pharaoh, but not in a positive way, not in a negative way. You understand? He commands so much respect. And in fact, up to this moment, people are, I cannot. So Sardauna never had such power. And at the end of the day, Mala Aminu Kano conquered them. This is the second part of the book that I don't agree with, and I have my facts.
I don't. Sorry, when you say you don't agree, the thing is, I never made the statements you are trying to provide rebuttals for.
You know, you.
So we're talking. No, we're talking. No, we're talking about what happened in Sokoto and Bauchi, not Kano.
You made one statement. Maybe you forget. Let me remind you.
Okay.
Let me remind you.
Okay.
You said Sardauna as a prince. His order, his words, if I can capture it well, his words was like an order. You understand? So that is the area.
So let me. Okay, thank you very much for trying to correct me, but let me just explain something. If you say the man's word was an order, and then you say, oh, it was not an order in my place. I never said it was an order in your place. Your place would be the exception to the rule. Maybe what we can agree on is this: there were people who took his word as order. Is that right or wrong?
Come again?
Is it true that there were people who took his word as order? Many local governments, many groups. Exactly.
Because of the spiritual cap.
Exactly.
He was wearing different caps.
Yes. Spiritual, political. So we are saying the same thing. What you are saying is right. And I cannot say you are wrong. You are not even wrong. That's the truth. But the point is that it still doesn't change the fact that he had people who were loyal to him. This is a man who had, he was a prince.
Don't forget, I'm the one that corroborates the point that you're trying to make. But saying that he's wearing different caps.
So we
are done with that. Let me move on.
No, we can't. We have to move on. We have to allow somebody else to speak. I have to go. I really have to get out of here in the next few minutes. Maybe because of the way you are talking. If you can take just 1 minute, please, because I need to get the next person to speak. You've spoken more than more than 10 minutes.
You are my teacher. Things that I'm saying here. Let me tell you one thing, Pro. Whenever I join here, I have told you the other time, I'm here to learn. Though I'm intellectually lazy and very lazy in reading, you understand, but I know I'm a student of history. Partly because of my background.
Continue.
Okay, so the issue of religion that you talk about, book or the writer of the book was very, very, very correct. Religion was not only politicized, but weaponized. And it's one of the agreements.
May I ask a question? Abdurrahman? Where are you from?
Well, I can claim 4 states.
Okay.
And I can stand anywhere and win election.
So I
can claim Sokoto State, I can claim Zamfara, I can claim Kano, I can claim FCT. So I'm a tool. Yes.
You are the big guy.
As I'm talking to you, I'm a state treasurer of APC in FCT.
The reason I'm asking that question is
that. So we are not about that.
No. The reason I'm asking that. No, the reason I'm asking that question is that the way you spoke about, and you are very correct. When you said that the religion was weaponized,
yes,
I'm actually very happy that you would say it that way because it's the truth. But the fact that you said it was what making me ask the question. And the next question, of course, would be that if you were there in the 50s, would you have supported Aminu Kano, or would you be in the NPC?
Yeah, definitely. My father supported Aminu Kano.
Oh, I see.
My father had never, ever supported Sardauna and NPC.
Oh.
Just like the way my father hated Buhari. And in 90 years before he died, he even warned of about saying good things about Buhari. But I revealed, I was with Buhari all along. But at the end of the day, the worst mistake that I made politically in my life, anyway, I cannot come on your line and say some bad things about my party. But I regretted supporting Buhari, 100%. So the issue of religion, let me educate you a little, the way you are educating me. Do you know the reason why the religion was weaponized at that time? There were 2 reasons, or 3. Number 1, when the Fulani started uprising with no apology, even though I'm more Fulani than Hausa. But when this, I know my people will rain insults and whatever on me. But when they started uprising against the Hausa kingdoms, you know, in the history of mankind, because no one can say he has everything. Therefore, there must be competition, struggle, and sometimes people must go for war for certain interests. But that interest must be behind under something like values. Under values, for example, Fulani were saying they were doing that in order to for revivalism, to revitalize
religious revival.
Religious revival. Thank you for your correction. So they derive their legitimacy from the spiritual revivalism. You understand? That is number one. Number two, the first white man that came to Hausa land, you understand, as a spy, his name was Clapperton. If you go to Sokoto, around Goma House, you see Clapperton Road. Along that Clapperton Road, his grave is still there. So when he came to Sokoto, he met Sultan Muhammad Bello, the son of Sheikh Osman bin Fodi, the first sultan. You know, Osman bin Fodi has never ruled, has never become a ruler. Instead, it was his son Bello, you understand, that's become the sultan. So he met Muhammad Bello. When he met Muhammad Bello, he met him with this thing, doing mathematics and drawing. Just this astronomy knowledge, cosmos knowledge. You understand? So they started well, but along the line, there's no time to tell you what happened, but at the end of the day, he has been killed. So the report is there, right, as I'm talking to you in the England, in the, what do you call the archives, whatever. They said the northern Nigeria was not rife to invade because they have everything. Because they were marvel at the knowledge, you understand, and the system that they found. From the separation of power, what do you call it, executive, judiciary, parliament, you understand. Even the protocol, this protocol that you are seeing in the presidency of Goma House, we have everything. So I'm not after that. This, that is why when the British invaded northern Nigeria, one of the agreements was that they will allow them to rule, to continue to rule over their subjects, but they will be answerable to them. They said yes, they have agreed, as long as they will not interfere, and as long as they will allow the judiciary and police and prison to be under them. But for the exploitation, they have no problem with that. They finally found a way around it, how to share it. You understand? So, because I don't have time, let me stop here and go to the this issue of religion that you are talking about. Do you know that Awo has copied it and used it in Southwest? But I will leave you with two words. Number one, I would like you to, if God permits, on Friday I will join you again. I'm expecting you to come with the list of the ministers of our, you understand, their names and religion. Because we were taught here in the north, the greatest fear of our was that by the time Yoruba Muslims align with the northern Muslims, you will become politically irrelevant. You understand? Which is trying to resonate gradually now in southwestern Nigeria from the little knowledge or information that I'm having from your people, the grudges that they have against the embedded system put in place by the Olo. But I'm not here to say I'm right or I'm wrong. I just want you to look into that area, how Awolowo, in his strategy, he weaponized Christian religion in order to stop stop NPC from incursion into the West and form an alliance based on religion sentiment.
All right, thank you. Let me just ask you a question before you go on, because what you said is heavy. So why did you say that? Is there any proof of that? Or you, because I can answer you, I'm going to answer you, but who said it? What's the basis of that? Do you see? You know what? Let me explain something. Let me just answer it this way.
Then on Friday, we can discuss on this.
All right, it's fine, but no, it's fine. It's fine, but because we talked about it, I'm going to just mention something on it, and then we can discuss it deeper on Friday. So let me just quickly say something. Yoruba people do not move based on religion. We moved based on our ethnicity, right?
Definitely, and that is how I will design it.
Yes. So were there Christians in his? Hold on, please. Were there Christians there?
I want you to know the wisdom behind that.
Just hold on.
Sorry, I have to mute you because of the feedback,
I'm not mute. Maybe you're just joining. Sorry, I have to mute you because of the feedback, my brother, Abdurrahman.
Okay, let me say it this way. We don't look at religion.
Our did not favor. So, okay, let me even say it this way. We don't look at religion the way you do. Oh no, please just hold on. If you're joining, just hold on. You will hear me. Just please, just hold on.
Is there something you are trying to say I'm not getting? Somebody is saying you are saying.
You know what? Abdurrahman, is there something you are trying to say I'm not getting? Somebody is saying you are saying it was the wisdom behind it. Wisdom behind what? So before you go to the wisdom behind it, what is the it? If you drop a bombshell like religion was something that he used, and I say it's the wisdom behind it, what did he even do? It's not true. It's probably something that was said in the north, which is where religion is more weaponized in Nigerian politics, and we all know that. After the north, the next place is the east. In fact, the east is even worse because they're not doing Christian versus Muslim, they're doing Christian versus Christian. But the point is, for the north is Muslim and Christian. For the west, it's not like that. It's about the fact that you are competent. Of course, you are Yoruba, so that gives you a lot of kidney, but Yoruba ideology, even from a traditional perspective, religion has never been was never the rallying point of our law, never. And if he was trying to build something around Christianity, like I think you were alluding to, then why would he have built Almajiri in Saudi Arabia? Why would he have opened up Hajj for people in Western region? Why would you have Alhaji Adegbero in the cabinet? It's not, see, if in Yoruba mind, if we have 99% Christian, it doesn't mean anything. You know what? Tomorrow it might be 99% Muslim. There are states in this country, in this southwest, where the husband, you mentioned that Muslim earlier, he's a Muslim. His wife is Christian. Ralph Pashola, Tinubu. it's not. It's not. We don't have the Christian-Muslim dichotomy like you do. So the best way to explain, the best way to get people in the north to hate Hawo would be to say that it's going to become. There's going to be a lot of Christian, whatever that is if it's allowed to get in there, it's going to make it about Christian. No. And somebody just wrote it, which is very true. His major rival was a Christian, and that's Akintola. Interestingly, his own faction, when he was in prison, the people his faction actually supported in the crisis of 65 was a Muslim. Alhaji Adegbero. Religion is not to the West what it is in the North. It's not to us what it is to you. But I get where you're coming from. But I think it's going to be the best way to sell something in the North. That guy's a Christian. He's going to turn everybody to Christians. But the other part that you mentioned is what we're going to talk about on Friday, if we have the time, which is the concerns you are hearing from people right now about Christianity and Islam and things like that. So yes, we can talk about that on Friday. But as far as Awolowo's politics was concerned, religion was not the basis of it. And there's some things I could even, for instance, here, during the 1959 general elections, Awolowo even, please, you have to, this thing is, I'm hearing myself, like there's feedback. You will speak, I promise. You have spoken, God save. I mean, Lateef Jakonde, who was the governor of Lagos State, he was Muslim.
Even when
He was Muslim. Even when Akintola had to go all the way to the Privy Council, they call it in the UK, everybody was still on the side of the Muslim and the Alhaji Adegbero. But there's something I even found here. Maybe we'll talk about this another time and go deeper into it. How Awolowo visited Lagos Central Mosque, where they even prayed for him and his party during the 1959 elections. Let me see if I can find that one very quickly because of time. Oh boy, you're Oga, of course, you just continue speaking. But I mean, it's great listening to you, to be honest. My brother Abdul Rahman. Let's not go. It's in a book. If I find it, I'll read it to you. When 1959 elections, I went to the mosque. One second. There's a book called Awolowo, The End of an Era. You know the funny thing? Let me read something to you. Maybe this will even help you. Or help us to understand this. The position of Chief Obafemi Awolowo on religion in politics seemed to be decided to have altered a bit. He began to see the signs clearly when he decided to leave the regional politics for the federal one. During the campaigns for the 1959 general elections, the leadership of the Northern People's Congress capitalized on religious sentiments. Chief Obafemi Awolowo was referred to as a kafir who would not bother about the religion of Islam. He was not even talking about, they were not even talking about Christianity as far as Awo was concerned. It was called a kafir, is a keferi. Religion in 1959 elections was not what Awo used on the North, it was what the North used on Awo. But I think it's a very good way to end it. But we're going to go deeper into it on Friday. All right, I hope that helps. But if you can just maybe wrap up in 30 seconds, then we can move to the next person. Excuse me. Abdurrahman, please.
Okay. First of all, Prof, I want to remind you how I...
Sorry. Please, sorry. The other thing I want to read, I'm sorry, I just saw it. The thing about Lagos. Sorry. Let me just quickly read it. I apologize. It says, indeed, the success, I'm reading from the book Obafemi Awolowo, The End of an Era. It's a journal. Indeed, the success which the action group made in northern Nigeria was derived from the Middle Belt areas through the United Middle Belt Congress and the Ilorin Talaka Parako. We'll talk about that on Friday. However, in Lagos, the Muslim supporters of Chief Obafemi Awolowo can be described as highly influential in the Lagos society, mustered all the energies at their disposal to assure many Muslims in Lagos that Chief Obafemi Awolowo was not against their religion. His supporters made preparations for him to visit the Lagos Central Mosque, where prayers were offered for him and his party. During the occasion, he made a cash donation to the mosque. It is important to emphasize that Chief Obafemi Awolowo was not the first politician of a different religious persuasion to visit the Lagos Central Mosque for special prayers. In 1931, Herbert Macaulay, who is the grandson of Ajayi Crowther, along with several members of the Nigerian National Democratic Party, attended the Thanksgiving service at the mosque for the return of Eshugba Yeleko to Lagos. In spite of Chief Obafemiolo's message to Sheikh Niasse, the Sheikh did not instruct his followers. Rather, Sheikh Niasse had earlier written a letter to Sir Ahmadu Bello urging him to remain in power so that he could continue his religious reforms as his great-grandfather Usman Dan Fodio. You know, we're going to go into this religious thing. It's deep, and I have documents that can help us understand it. But the point is that it was a rhetoric that the North used against him, not that he was against Islam. Because if he was against Islam, what was he doing in the mosque praying? How come the Lagos Muslims were supporting him against what they were hearing from other Muslims? And I think it's a game that the North plays. And it also happened this last election. But crazily, the East also played the game this last election. So we had, people were caught in the crossfires. You have the Christians who were like, oh, Muslim ticket. You have the Muslims who were like, by the way, let me just say this. In Nigeria, the Muslim ticket will always have to work if you have a Muslim from the South. The Christians from the North, and this is sad, by the way. Again, I'm not talking about what should be. I'm talking about what is. If you now want to change it, that's good. But the Christian North doesn't have as much power to pull votes, which means that if you say there's no Muslim ticket, you're literally saying that there will be no Muslim from the South that will become president. You see? But from the North, the question is, can you have a Christian president? Again, that's a question for the North. I'm just trying to explain why we always have it, at least for now, until it changes. So, my brother Abdurrahman, 30 seconds and that I should.
Okay, okay, it's my honor. Let me say just 2 to 3 things. Number one, as my teacher, I think it's my duty to...
I'm also learning from you.
Well, it's a compliment for me and great honor. Thank you very much. All what you have said has nothing to do with what I ask you. Because in your effort to try to defend a war which you are not about now, you just try to show how pragmatic politician he was. All these things that you listed are part of the political game. It has nothing to do with his strategy.
Sorry.
You understand?
I get that.
What I'm trying to say, I get that, and you have a point. But you see, the issue is, I think you are projecting the northern perception of religion. In Yoruba land, for instance, you have Muslims within your family, just like you have Christians. And Awo had Muslims on his cabinet. I'm not saying this could not have been a strategy. Going to the mosque could be a strategy. You are right. There are tactics, and you are 100% correct. But I'm saying the assumption or your inference that he was, or maybe that you were told that, even in the north, it was not even, it was seen as a kafir. Okay, let me ask you a question.
Don't disappoint me. Don't disappoint me.
No, okay.
Let me help you. Let me help you, my teacher. Let me help you. I know you will not be tired of saying things because you are loaded, but let me help you. What I'm talking about is a strategy, because it is something that Awolowo conceived, you understand, planned and executed, which is last up to date. That is what is called strategy, not tactics. The other things that you are talking about, going to mosques, sponsoring people to Hajj, things like that, that is tactics.
Okay, so what's the strategy? What did he do? So, just tell me what he did.
Weaponization of Christianity.
How?
As a political tool.
How?
No, we are not going to that now. Look, when I said Islam was weaponized or is weaponized in northern Nigeria, I went deeper. To say,
let me tell you something. If you are going to tell Abdurrahman, let me help you. Let me help you.
Okay.
In South, not religion. I'm trying to tell you, we don't think like you.
I was the one that said that before you.
I didn't hear you when you. I didn't hear you when you said that.
The wisdom behind that, because I asked you what was the wisdom behind that. The wisdom behind that strategy is Yoruba ethnicity first before any other.
Yes. Just like in the north, it's Muslim first before anything else.
Let's go deeper on Friday. I really have to run, and let me guys.
But thank you. Let's have the conversation on Friday. Let's go deeper on Friday. I really have to run, and Remy hasn't spoken.
Before we go deeper,
No, we have. No. It's. Do you know you have spent more than 50 minutes?
You did a lot for me. Okay. See.
So no, sorry, more than 30 minutes, not 50 minutes. We've been here for more than 30 minutes.
The reason why I said strategy, that ethnicity, that strategy was the one that gave us.
His network went off. I can't hear you.
Come first. Ethnicity come first before any other thing. That is the outcome or result of that strategy. But by the way, I didn't expect you to deliberate or trying to defend or go against Islam.
I get your point.
No,
I get your point.
No. I just tried to draw your attention to that. As simple
thank you.
But
thank you.
I confess and I elaborate a little. You understand? Even though I can start elaborating from now up to tomorrow evening.
All right.
On the political religion in northern Nigeria.
Thank you.
That is why I didn't expect you
to explain. Okay.
Going against or in favor or defending. No. I didn't expect you to.
Thank you very much.
Because I didn't say
Abdurrahman, I don't hear now.
What happened?
Okay. Maybe I didn't hear you. Maybe I didn't hear you correctly. Maybe I didn't hear you properly. Because I thought you meant that you were told in the north that they use religion and it was against Islam and things like that. Our families are complicated. Our law sponsor. Thank you very much for your support. Earlier I saw some people giving gifts and I really want to appreciate your generosity. Thank you very much. Whether it's on TikTok, on YouTube, thank you. We also put up the account details. So if you want to support what we're doing, please use the bank details to help us keep doing this. Thank you very much. We're going to have a final speaker for this evening and then I'll wrap up. Tomorrow, 1 p.m. we'll be here again. 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Mr. Remy Guy, let's have your submission. But like I
always say, Professor Busui, you have the patience of a saint. You don't know saying. Ekusuru. I will just take 30 seconds.
Thank you.
The thing is, like, now, again, anything that comes from that part of the country is always religion. So then it brings me to the point. What's the essence of Nigeria at all? What's the essence of that country? Because the orientations are so different. And so this one is going to religion, talking over 50 minutes. Just on this, what's the essence of Nigeria? The best thing is, like, let's just split that thing up and let everybody go and manage their team. Because because we will always come to discuss this kind of religion, wahala. This person is wait, just my question. My question is now. It's even now obvious. My question was already like in my head before even your discussion with this Alhaji.